Hello, Chatty House. Hello. Good morning. It's hump day. What? Hopefully the audio is working. I have no idea. Sweet. Excellent. Oh, better. Hey, font size is good for me.
Okay. Start cranking it up.
No, this is good. This is perfect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
at my age, like all of a sudden the words get smaller for some reason.
Sure. Okay, perfect.
What's going on, guys? Casey Tucker, you bring up the dark studio. Um, I like it a little darker in here with the lights, because I really get washed out by the lights in this location. Over when I sit across the room, I don't feel like I get washed out nearly as much. What's going on? Hi, Rob W. I feel like Romper Room, like which dates me again. Like people remember Romper Room. She'd come out with like the fake mirror and say, I see Rob W. and I see Bryce talking about asada fries. What's going on? We got Kyle. Serial connection is talking inappropriate. See, Dave Garcia knows Romper Room. I probably could turn on one set of lights. It is a little dark in here. I don't know. Do we have time, Kyle, for me to get up? Go. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, we got Kyle Madsen in the booth. What's going on, Kyle?
Just getting situated. I can tell the show is going well because we did the radio thing where we're standing around talking to people out here in the I guess in the lobby area in the workspaces, talking to Charlie, talking to Molly from 106.5 The End, talking to Aaron, our boss.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, 9:45. We should probably get rolling on prepping here.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting too comfortable already, Kyle. We're getting comfortable. We're figuring out our surroundings, and we're starting to have like basic conversations that you would normally have. And then we're like, I'm like, man, we got like 10 minutes till the show starts. We should probably at least have a conversation about the show that's going to happen. Good morning, everybody. Again, you're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320. We've reached hump day in the second week of the Insider Show, and we got a lot of stuff to talk about. Kyle, just for starters, are you already tired of the Aaron Rodgers?
Bro,
and this is a lot, right? Like all day long, every day, all we hear about is Aaron Rodgers.
yeah, it's because it's the Jets. If that had happened to, if that had happened to the Seattle Seahawks, it wouldn't be a story anymore.
That's probably, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm over it, man. We're going to talk about some of it today, but I want to try and spin off of the Aaron Rodgers got hurt. That stinks. No doubt. You feel bad for him. It's going to be Zach Wilson. Is he good? Probably not, but that's their best option. That's it. All right. Let's moving on to next week.
Yeah, I really think it's interesting. And you brought up, well, it's the Jets, and it's like, when are the Jets anything other than like third class citizens
Because they're in New York, dog.
in
That's
the
just it.
NFL?
That's just
I
it. Yeah, and I think now is the time we need to, like I said, we have a little bit of Aaron Rodgers stuff we're going to get to today. I know we have a bunch of King stuff we want to dive into, but Wednesday during the NFL season is when you turn the page.
Yeah.
Monday, post game reaction. Tuesday, kind of sifting through the big picture of week one and kind of what it means. Wednesday, all right, there's a game this week. The teams start practicing on Wednesdays. The Niners will practice today. Raiders will practice today. Teams start practicing Wednesday, and then they take you up to the weekend. Wednesday's an underrated day, by the way.
Yeah, see,
in the day of the week power rankings.
When I look at Wednesday for the NBA, it means absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Right? So the NBA schedule, it's so scattered. You can have a game on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. You can also have a game on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. You can have a game on Monday and Thursday and Sunday. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to when you're going to have a game.
Right.
And it's one of the things that makes life so incredibly difficult, because like there are certain days where you're going to see me come in after a home and home back to back.
Yeah.
And we got to be here at 10 o'clock in the morning, both days. And it's going to be, okay, how you feeling? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm feeling like I was up until 1 o'clock in the morning and I had to be here at like 8:30, and I'm not feeling great, Bob.
Yeah. Hopefully by then we'll have taken the next step in the radio guy kind of evolution.
Okay.
And that's showing up at 9:30. But showing up half an hour. I'm joking. I never want to get there.
Just getting enough time to get your coffee filled up and then like, hey, let's roll.
Right. Coffee, small talk with a couple coworkers. Hey, what are we opening with? All right, show's starting.
Let's do this.
Like, that's a level of comfort that I would like to reach, but I don't want to do it. You know, as a person who is a producer and still to a little bit of an extent there's nothing worse than hosts rolling in 8 minutes before the show starts.
Yeah, that's tough.
Oh my gosh. That's why I'm bald now. It's tearing my hair out. I had a full head of luscious blonde locks until I started producing.
I have anxiety when like I can't hear what's going on in the other room, and like I'm looking at the clock like it's about to start. I think it's about to start. I have no idea when it starts. And so I'll get over that. All right.
Yeah.
We do have Sacramento Kings news. We're going to actually start the show and have conversations about things like the Sacramento Kings. And yesterday, it was a tough day. I don't like these days. You know, like for me,
Tuesdays are, for what it's worth, Tuesday is on my day of the week power rankings. Very bottom. Worst day of the week.
Very bottom. Okay.
I'll power rank the days later. Go on.
I'm down. I think I could probably figure that out. Again, as an NBA guy, I don't really have days of the week, and I haven't for like years, but
right.
It's good.
We'll discuss it.
Okay. So the Sacramento Kings waived Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta. And this is tough because, like, look, I don't know where Nerlens Noel lands. I don't know where Neemias Queta lands. Like, this is one of those days where, you know, you feel for some guys.
Yeah.
They thought that they were coming into camp in a week and a half, 2 weeks. They've been here probably working out in Sacramento, getting ready for the season. And then all of a sudden there's like a, hey, can I see you in my office moment? And it's very difficult. And I think what's happening here, you know, we reported over the weekend that JaVale McGee and Alex Len are set to make the team. They're going to be the primary backups at center position.
Right.
And I'm going to throw Trey Lyles in there too. I don't care what's going on here. Trey Lyles is also going to play a bunch of center.
Mark that. Yeah.
Yeah, because Sasha Vezenkov is going to play a bunch of power forward, and you already have Keegan Murray. Like there aren't minutes for everybody to play. This isn't Little League. But, you know, the Kings decided that it was in the best interest of the players and themselves if they came to camp with a smaller group. And I understand it. It still doesn't feel great, but I do understand it. And, you know, Neemias Queta for me is the guy that stands out. He did incredible things at the G League level. He's a guy that you took in the second round, and he ran with his opportunity. He was a G League, an all G League player, an all G League defender, He was second in MVP balloting. I'm confused why you couldn't have figured out a space for him, but it'll be part of a larger discussion we have later about roster building and
Yeah.
how do you build a roster when you get to a certain level. And I honestly believe Neemias Queta, if he would have had this type of season the year before and coming into last season when the Kings weren't good, he would still be on the roster and he'd probably be playing potentially for a rotational spot. But that's not the way it goes once you start to improve. We also have the other news, which is good. It is good news for the Sacramento Kings, and that is that Jordan Ford has earned a training camp invite. Of course, Jordan Ford is a local kid out of Folsom High, grew up in the veritable metropolis that is Citrus Heights. I'm sure he spent his afternoons at the Sunrise Mall and
who among us
cruising the birdcage walk. Yeah.
Although Jordan Ford's 25 years old, I don't know how much time he spent at the Sunrise Mall.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Like when I was a kid, the thing to do at the Sunrise Mall, they had these giant like concrete benches that were like maybe octagons, and you would jump from one to the next. So yeah, I mean, I kind of grew up going to the Sunrise Mall long before going down to Arden was too far. But there was no Galleria then. So yeah.
So when I moved out to Sacramento to go to school, and so my first foray into Sacramento, I was 18, 19, 20 years old. And the first time I ever went to the Sunrise Mall, on the way there I lived down near Sac State. On the way there, I decided the mall didn't exist. It felt so far away because I had lived in this Sacramento bubble where I never went past like Arden and the old Elephant Bar on Arden. Like that's as far as I went into Sacramento, and then like La Rive. And that's it.
Yeah.
That was my extent. And like Sacramento is this big, and then J Street. But I had no. So when somebody's like Sunrise Mall, I'm like, okay, cool. It must just be right near the Arden Mall. That's odd that they have two malls right next to each other. No.
Oh, no.
Way out there.
Way, especially coming from Sac State. So you go at 50, then you get off on Sunrise and go like 500 stoplights all the way there.
Yeah, that I think is the big issue.
Yeah, stoplight. The
it's
cool
like
thing
9 miles, but it takes you 68 minutes.
Birdcage used to have the Dollar Theater, so everyone would go on like Friday nights to the Dollar Theater. Just like if you're out of Sac State, you might go to the drive-in.
Yeah.
How we got from Jordan Ford to the drive-in
Local
and the Dollar
kid
Theater.
Hung out at Sunrise Mall. My sidetrack on the Sunrise Mall.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
All right.
That's how we got there.
So Jordan Ford went to St. Mary's. He was very good for the Gales. Very good. He ended up bouncing around a little bit. He played for the Stockton Kings last summer and last season. And then he was really good in Summer League, both at the California Classic and in Las Vegas. I thought he earned his way at least to a training camp invite. And we're going to get into a really deep dive into what this all means for Jordan Ford. But it's also like a little respect out there for Neemias Queta. Nerlens Noel, we hardly knew you,
sure.
Nerlens Noel may now hold the record for the shortest lived Sacramento King, which it was Drew Gooden who played one game. And then they waived him, and I think he finished with 15 points and 15 rebounds, something like that. He had a really good game, the one game.
And then they got rid of him.
Well, they asked him if he wanted to stick around after coming to the Kings via trade at the trade deadline. And he said, "Oh, no, I'm good. I'll go ahead and go find a playoff team or a team to play for that's actually playing for something." I mean, the Kings have had players that never actually play for the team, like, they traded for Sam Cassell. They traded for Larry Hughes. Never played for the team at all, especially during the Maloof days. But this is a tough day, and just hope those guys land softly somewhere. I hope that Neemias Queta gets a job in the NBA, or maybe someone signs him to a two-way, or he at least gets a really solid option at the G League level this year to prove that what he did last year was something he's building on. I'm hoping he doesn't have to go to Europe. So
what we're gonna dive into here with Jordan Ford and the Queta news, I think is actually a good thing for the Kings. I think it's a good thing that they're at this point.
I think so too.
And
I think so too.
we should dive into that, because I think that's where, if we're going to take the next step in this conversation, I think overall it's tough for Nerlens Noel. It's tougher to me as Katie. You definitely hope those guys land elsewhere and have success. But for the Kings specifically, this is a dramatically different conversation than the one we would have been having 5 years ago.
Or a year ago.
Or 1 year ago.
All right, we're going to take that discussion on after the break. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll see you in just a few minutes. So I have this great Sunrise Mall. I have this hilarious story. So my brother, I have a brother who's 15 months older than me, and he drives. When we were kids, he saved up his money, and he got his first car, and it was a Volkswagen Bug. And it was 73 Super Beetle, rounded front window, baby blue. It was pretty cool. It leaked oil like a sieve because it's a Bug, and the heater was sketch. No AC. Windshield wipers work sometimes. Brakes were horrible. But my brother had just got his license, so he was 16, and I was probably still 14, but that window right there. And my brother asked my mom, "Hey, can we go to the drive-in?" And my mom was like, I'm not down with you guys driving all the way to Bradshaw, because, I grew up in Grass Valley, so a long ways away. So we got in the car, and I mean, my mom said, you have to bring someone with you. So there's this guy that we worked with at Big A's Drive-In in Grass Valley. His name is Jake Cartwright. And he said, hey, I'll go to the movies with you guys. So we got in the car, we drove all the way down, we got off on Sunrise. And the best way at that point to get all the way over to Highway 50 in Bradshaw was to take Sunrise, which takes forever. And my brother's brand new driver. And every single stoplight, he would put his foot on the clutch and take the car out of gear, and then put it back in first gear and sit there and wait for the stoplight. Well, this guy, Jake, and I'm sitting in the back seat, would reach over while my brother wasn't paying attention and slide the car into third. So every stoplight, all the way down Sunrise, my brother stalled again and again. And he was so frustrated and so red in the face and so embarrassed. And it was and I'm sitting in the backseat dying the whole time. And it was this dude was messing with my brother the whole time. Eventually, probably 15 stoplights in, because Sunrise takes forever.
Right, so about halfway down.
Yeah, he saw that this was happening, and called him out, and we went on our merry way and stopped stalling out.
I'm really happy he figured it out.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds.
Kyle laying down the beats. I love it. Great stuff, Kyle.
Hey, thanks. This was a suggestion from Gina, one of our salespeople.
Okay.
She's like, I heard you playing K-pop. You've got to play Mic Drop by BTS. I was like, all right, I got it.
Okay, I may have told them that you're a K-pop guy while you were still working on your morning show.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Yep. Now you're the K-pop guy in the studio, just so you know.
The funny thing is, I'm not even that big of a K-pop guy compared to actual K-pop guys and girls. I am on the bottom rung of the bottom rung is the person who just knows who BTS is.
Okay.
Like they're like, I've heard of BTS.
I've heard of BTS.
Right. And then there's the next level, and that's where I am. I've heard of BTS, but also I've heard of a handful of other groups, but I don't know a lot about those groups. I don't know a ton of their songs, but I like the music, but I haven't dove like all the way into the fandom.
I'm probably going to need you to make like the equivalent of a mixtape for me. Like, so I can actually figure these. You're going to need to give me a playlist so I can, like, drop it
Okay.
in the car,
Okay.
and when I'm cruising along, I can actually sit there and like get into it. I'm okay. I'm down with whatever. Like I can listen to
No,
just about anything.
this is great news. I'm gonna sit down and work on that.
Then people are gonna roll up, and there's gonna be this like
Just
redheaded white dude he just
just
like crank K-pop
I
sitting
love
at a
that for you.
stoplight, and people are gonna be like,
No, I love that for
"What
you.
is happening over there? What
No,
is
it's
happening over
just
there?"
no, it's cool. It's just it's a little bit different sound, and it's hip hop ish. It's EDM ish. It's just kind of a mix of a bunch of different flavors, and there's some really really good stuff.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I'm down.
K-pop.
Okay, so let's get to the Jordan Ford conversation. Again, Jordan Ford, he did some really nice things at the G League level last year. 14.6 points, 4.7 assists. Maybe it's 14.7 and 4.6 assists per game. He shot the ball well. He led the team to the best record in the Western Conference of the G League. And they got bounced in the first round, they got bounced in their first playoff game. But that doesn't take away from what he was able to accomplish. And the good thing is about Jordan Ford is he provides like a very mature stabilizing force without being a very mature NBA stabilizing force.
Sure.
Like, they had Trey Burke there, and that's one of those guys that you think, oh, okay, NBA player, he's got all this experience. But really, Jordan Ford ran the show. It was his team.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought he did a really, really good job. And I think rewarding your players is a big deal. Having guys come up and through your system, and you find maybe a diamond in the rough, and then you reward him by at least giving him a training camp invite. And it's very possible Jordan Ford will just be back at the Stockton Kings this year. But it's also possible the Kings still have an open two-way spot, because this year you have 3 two-ways that you can sign. It's very possible that he can earn that two-way spot. And I think it leads us into a different discussion. The Kings last year, they ran Matthew Dellavedova out there as their third point guard. And he actually played more minutes than I think anyone thought he would. He played in more games than you thought he would. And he was a very good leader off the court. People really liked him. But he decided to go back to Australia and play to continue his career and, kind of finish up where he started. But when we compare what's happening with Jordan Ford to what just happened to Mias Queta, it's kind of an interesting discussion because the Kings are at this point where it's possible that they've reached, like, in their development, where making a team like this is very difficult, where you're not going to have, if you have a choice between 25-year-old point guard who's never played in the game or 24-year-old center that's only played maybe 40 games in his career versus an NBA veteran like a JaVale McGee or an Alex Len. Like, at what point do you have to do what's right and bring in veterans to help that what they're going to do?
Exactly.
That you can write in pen, not in pencil, or not some wishful thinking. And I think the Kings might be at this position where they have to start looking at their roster construction a different way.
I agree. This isn't a team where potential gets you on the court anymore. It might in a blowout, and maybe if there's really bad foul trouble one day or people are sitting, whatever, then okay, maybe. So the Kings are beyond betting on upside, though. Upside doesn't help them nearly as much as having a player who just knows what to do. And having a player that JaVale McGee, for example, and I think to maybe to a lesser extent, Jordan Ford would also fit this bill of a player that knows where they are in the NBA and they know their lane in the NBA. They know how to make a team. They know how to help a team. And they're not going to sit there and go, you know what? I'm brimming with potential. I should be playing more. And that starts to become an issue. So I think that's why you go with JaVale McGee, who when you need him in the game, you know exactly what you're going to get. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He's going to accept that role and he's going to embrace it. And I think Jordan Ford, when you start talking about as a third point guard, probably not going to play very much, going to sit at the end of the bench a lot of nights. But if he comes into camp and the Kings look at him and they go, you know what? He gets the system. He's reliable. He knows where to pass the ball. He knows when to shoot the ball. He shot it at a 41% clip, I think, in college at St. Mary's. That's super valuable, even if the upside isn't there. Just knowing, hey, you know what? De'Aaron's in foul trouble and Donovan Mitchell tweaked his ankle. Hey, they need somebody who's going to go play 15 minutes. Davion Mitchell, sorry, is going to go play 15 minutes and be fine. That's crazy valuable on a team that expects to be a top 3 or 4 team in the West.
Yeah, and so the way I look at it too is, look, De'Aaron Fox, he missed 9 games last season. He played in 73 games, and in those games, Matthew Dellavedova played. Like, and we're not talking he just, he played 3 minutes. He actually played 13, 14 minutes some of those games, and they relied on him. I mean, Matthew Dellavedova played 213 minutes, which doesn't sound like that much, but it's over 32 games. That's 52 minutes more than Alex Len played. Like, he played a lot more than Alex Len played. It was like him and KZ Okpala and Kessler Edwards and Rashawn Holmes in this group of players that didn't play a ton. But what I saw from having that veteran there or having that third point guard is that when you do have nights, because De'Aaron Fox, the way he plays, he's going to miss games every year. Like, for him, he's played, I think he had one season where he played 82 or he played 81. But overall, he's a guy who plays at crazy speed. His second year, he played 81 games. There's always going to be times where he's gonna need to sit, even if it's the team looking at him and looking at like his bounce rate. When they have him go warm up, they bring him off the court and they're like, "Hey, your legs aren't moving the way that we think they should be. We're gonna have to change some things. Maybe cut back your minutes. Maybe cut back your workouts." Like, the Kings are very, like, in tune with their players' bodies. But again, what I think would be a perfect world for Jordan Ford, I don't know if this is what the Kings are thinking. I'm just going to tell you right away. If you sign him to a 2-way contract, he gets half of a league minimum deal, so $550,000, which is a lot more than Jordan Ford's ever made in his entire life playing basketball. But what it does is you have up to 50 games during the season where you can bring him up. And the beauty to a guy like Jordan Ford is that he's playing the whole time. So when you bring him up, it's not like you're bringing a guy who's been sitting on the bench for 3 months, and he's got, like, to ramp him up and get him up to speed is going to be a difficult thing, which is what a third point guard is in the NBA. If you have a third point guard on your bench, I would almost prefer a 2-way contract for a third point guard.
Sure.
Because the Kings already have depth there. They've got Davion, they've got De'Aaron. They also have Malik Monk, who can play the point. They also have Chris Duarte, who can play the point. Like, they have other players that can step in and eat minutes if you have to. Jordan Ford would be like sort of a break in case of emergency type deal. And at the same time, he's running another team. He's loose. He's got his shooting stroke going. And so I think there is some beauty into this. And, like, again, with Keita, I get it why they go a different direction. They're at a different point. This isn't who they are.
And that, like I said, you feel for him, but it's not, the Kings can't go minus 12 in a stretch of 6 minutes because they're trying to see what Neemias Queta's got. Like, that's not viable anymore. And that's not a dig on him.
No,
it's just the reality of being a team that is a playoff team and wants to be a championship contender. The betting on upside is not as available anymore.
I really do think that, like, every stage that we're going to see here as the Kings, morph into who they're going to become. Last season was all about Keegan Murray. He was the lone young player that they were going to give an option to play. This year, it's only Keegan Murray again. Like, I can almost guarantee you that Colby Jones, like, where's Colby Jones going to play? Like, I think Colby Jones can play. We'll practice, but no, he's going to play in Stockton. Like, he's a second round pick. Whether he had first round talent or not, that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, he's buried on the bench behind, again, Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter, De'Aaron Fox, and Davion Mitchell can play in the same backcourt together. De'Aaron can play the two as well. Like, where is he going to find minutes? And the answer is in Stockton. The Kings are very focused on, how we're going to develop and build this season, not how we're going to develop and build a specific player. And if they are doing that, the player they're focused on is Keegan Murray, who they think is going to be a star.
And the fact of the matter is this isn't, and I know we got to go here, but they're also not banking their entire future on the development of this player.
Nope.
Like if he doesn't develop, if Jones doesn't develop, then okay, moving on.
Yeah.
Like that's just kind of how it is. They're not going to bank a ton of time into ensuring that he's going to be a contributor next year.
I totally agree. All right, you're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Kyle and I will be back in just 1 minute. Okay, so I'm going to shift some stuff around. Yeah. Hello, friends. How are we doing today? The chatty house is already filling up. It's good to see everybody. Yeah, secure and to beam. This is the point. Right here. Like the Kings can't wait. That's a problem. And I totally agree with that sentiment. Like he found the wrong time to be on the Sacramento Kings. And the NBA is about opportunity. We'll probably talk about this on the show still. But yeah, it's about taking advantage of what little opportunities you get, and it's unfortunate that he just is the victim in this situation. But he does walk away $250,000, and so whether he decides to stay in the G League one more year and try to prove that he's an NBA player and develop even further, or if he he ends up going to Europe and playing, like, there's going to be a spot for Neemias Queta in the NBA. I mean, in the basketball world. Yeah, the Kings they have to write checks to Nerlens Noel for $300K and to Neemias Queta for $250 for basically training camp invites that were later rescinded.
I'm telling somebody how my job works, so I'm turning my mic on and saying hello.
All right. All right. Lots of stuff going on. If you guys are in here in the chatty house and you don't mind, we would love it if you hit the thumbs up. Kyle's messing with his lighting in there today, trying to figure out what lighting makes sense and what doesn't. Yeah, securing the beam. We'll get into that in a minute. That is definitely a possibility. We are back here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Kyle Madsen. We are the Insiders.
Yeah, this is not, just so you know, this music, not me this time.
This isn't you?
This is pre-built. Yeah.
All right. All right. The pre-build stuff's okay.
It's fine. No, this plays. This works. Oh,
Yeah,
that's bad
it's all
joke by
right.
me.
I'm down with it. So, Kyle, we're sitting here talking about the Sacramento Kings. First and foremost, just the semantics of it all. The Sacramento Kings are now up to 15 roster spots with the addition of Jordan Ford and the subtractions of both Nerlens Noel and Amias Queta. And they have two-way contracts. They still have an open two-way spot. Jordan Ford's contract is likely an Exhibit 10. It's probably very minimum as far as how much money they're on the hook for. Although they probably could give him a little bit more because he played with the team last year. So it doesn't have to be that limitation of like 25 or 50,000. They can actually give him a little bit more. But the team now has 17 roster spots taken care of. They also can go up to 21 during the offseason. So they can still invite like 3 or 4 more people to camp if they want. But do you think they're done? Because I see their roster. I see where their strengths are. But there's still some guys out there. There's Kelly Oubre out there. Juan Toscano-Anderson, TJ Warren. Like, what do you think?
I'm going to put a pin in the Kelly Oubre thing real quick.
Okay.
No, I'm out.
You're out on Kelly Oubre.
You want to bring in JTA? Fine. Juan Toscano-Anderson, another player who's going to know his role. He's going to accept his role.
Yep.
And if he has to play 30 minutes on a given night, you feel okay about it. If he's starting and playing a ton of minutes in the playoffs, okay, maybe you don't feel great. But JTA is going to know his role. He's going to come in. Also, great vibes. Really good vibes guy.
Okay. And
Kelly
he knows Mike Brown. He was there with the Warriors. He knows Luke Laux.
Yeah. So that all plays. I'm in on JTA. Also, I just love JTA as a person and Oakland's own. So having him back in Northern California would be great. I'm all in on that idea. Whether the Kings need him or not, just get JTA here. That's kind of my answer.
Okay.
But Kelly Oubre, pass, dude. You want to talk about a person who doesn't know his role and who would not be cool just being on the bench and being a 15 minutes a night guy? Kelly Oubre. Because Kelly Oubre has scored. Did he have a 60? I think he had the 60-point game with the Warriors. That's a man who thinks he can score 60 on any given night, and boy, is he going to try.
He averaged 20 a game last season. So you're right. There is some, and
okay.
Again, we talk about the players that Mike Brown knows and doesn't know, and Jay Triano, I think, was with Kelly Oubre the year before in Charlotte. Kelly Oubre, of course, was with Mike Brown in Golden State. So there are definitely some ties there. I'll tell you this though. Kelly also played AAU ball with De'Aaron Fox. They are good friends. De'Aaron has told me specifically that he would love to have Kelly on the team.
I'm sure he would.
That the length, athleticism, that size.
In theory, it's all there, no doubt.
Yeah. But at the same time, I think Kelly Oubre is a much different person as an NBA player than he was as like a 16-year-old playing AAU ball with a 14-year-old De'Aaron Fox.
Very good looking guy though.
Okay.
Yeah, he would up the Kings' attractiveness quotient by exponential levels.
I think that's part of every move the Kings should make is he a good looking dude? No.
I'm in.
Okay. We have this other really strange thing that happened. According to our friend Sam Amick over at The Athletic, JaVale McGee chose the Kings over the Warriors. Is this a positive sign that the Kings are able to land a 35-year-old veteran that has game, and B, that they were able to beat out a team like the Warriors?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a good sign.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, I like what JaVale McGee brings to the table. I do. Yeah. I mean, it's something that I've always. He's a very versatile player and his length, his athleticism. I like that he has moments where he does silly things. I think you can't have a bunch of those guys.
He's one of the most entertaining players in the league, dude. He really is.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you.
And I think, I mean, can you blame him for choosing the Kings? I mean, I'm going to be objective here. You have a choice to basically have the same role, right? With both teams.
Mm-hmm.
He might even honestly have played a little more for the Warriors, just given their lack of size. But
okay,
regardless, let's say it's about the same role. You have a team in Golden State that's been there. It's a grizzled group. He's been there. He's won titles with them, but it's going to be Chris Paul and it's going to be Steph and it's going to be Draymond. You got to deal with Draymond again. And it's Klay Thompson. And there's just a high drama factor there where every night, because their window is, if it hasn't closed already, it is very close. And it is going to be high drama every single night, day in, day out, got to win. There's so much urgency. Or you can come to the Kings, who might just be better at this point. Just straight up.
Okay.
Way better vibes. They're still on the way up. And you have the same role without the pressure of, oh man, I need to help Steph Curry get a 5th ring, or I need to help Chris Paul get his 1st ring. Like, no, man, you're up here on a team that is going to compete and contend, and you don't have to worry about all the pressure that comes with that. Like, there's obviously pressure of being a playoff team, but it's different than the pressure of, oh, let me try and help this super old team get over the hump.
I think it's really difficult to watch a team like go through the life phases, right? And we have with the Warriors, we have reached that point in the Warriors, like sort of they're transitioning to a team that's trying to hold on, that still thinks that they can be a contender, but they're doing patchwork things like bringing in a very, very, very veteran Chris Paul. And I think it's interesting too, I'll point out that in 2021-22, JaVale McGee played in Phoenix, and he played 74 games. He started 17. He had averaged almost 16 minutes a night. He had one of his best offensive seasons, 9.2 points, 6.7 rebounds, 1.1 blocks. And that's with Chris Paul. And the fact that he decided that the Kings were a better option for him, I think that's really interesting to me, because Chris Paul is a guy who makes a center better. He is a guy, like, if nothing else, I don't know if he can make Steph better. I don't know if he can make Klay better. I don't know if he can make Draymond better. He can make Looney better, and he certainly can make a guy like JaVale McGee better. And it's proven. Like, this isn't like some mystical, I wonder what if. But at 38 years old, how much does he have left in the tank? How much, and do you want to be part of that where he's fighting for his role? That might be a whole nother story. Like, he's fighting for a role there. He wants to start alongside the other 2 Hall of Fame or the other 3 Hall of Famers. And that just means that, like, you're running into like a really difficult situation. So you're right. The drama.
Yeah. It's just, look at just, if you were a player on the outside, let's leave Sacramento. Okay. We're going to be with JaVale McGee in Dallas, and you're paying attention to the league as much as NBA players do. And every night you see the Kings putting up 170 points in LA one night and winning in double OT. And you have De'Aaron Fox hitting this game winner and the I'm effing nice. And then there's the DPOG chain. And you see that with the group photos in the locker room. You'd want to be part of that. Conversely, let's go to the Warriors now. You have guys punching teammates.
Aren't you a Warriors guy?
I am. You have guys punching teammates in the face.
Yep.
You have that guy getting re-signed and his teammate being traded. Oh. You have whatever the heck was going on with Klay Thompson in the playoffs last year. You have them looking abysmal on the road for all of last season. And you're 35-year-old JaVale McGee. You've got 2 years left, maybe 2, maybe 3, depending on his role with a certain team. It's like, I don't want to spend one of those years dealing with that.
I get it. I think it's interesting. I do think it's interesting that all of a sudden the Kings are the team that you're looking at in a better light.
And I know we can't, totally. And I thought this, I said this last year during the Kings Warriors series, regardless of how that series turned out, those franchises were going opposite directions.
Oh yeah.
The Kings are on the way up. The Warriors are like you said, sputtering on the way down.
They're clinging to life.
Right.
Yeah, they're clinging to what they were. And maybe it works. Maybe it works for one more season. Maybe it doesn't. But I do agree with you that the vibes in Sacramento are spectacular.
Yeah,
you got the beam. You got
now the beam, of course.
Yeah. I mean,
bring that up.
Again, the locker room with they've got strobe lighting and everything set up in the locker room. They have a good time. They seem to really love each other. So yeah, I get it. So all right, when we get back, we're gonna talk about this new. The NBA has decided to drop the hammer on teams like the Golden State Warriors, who might want to sit 3 Hall of Famers in one
Yikes.
night. They're doing away with that. So you're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll be right back. I agree, because this right here, like, Kyle is a Warriors guy, so it's hard to. But he's being realistic, and when I say something, it gets taken and run with in the Bay Area media. Like Kyle will learn that the hard way. His people are going to turn on him so fast. The Kelly Oubre like conversation, De'Aaron Fox really likes Kelly and thinks that he would fit into into the team and like his athleticism and his length and all that stuff. But at the same time, I think he's realistic and he's not a guy who goes in. He's always said like, hey, if they want my opinion, they can ask me. But I'm not going out there and building this team. That's them. We do know that uh even JaVale, I believe while he was with the Warriors, spent time with Rasay was there as a development coach. And so they actually have some sort of relationship, a tie there. And that's, I think, a big part of how the Kings have done the last 2 seasons is all these like weird ties to bind. It's good when you have all kinds of coaches that have gone around the league and played and coached for, seen different players and all that stuff. The Mavs hate McGee. That's interesting. The Mavs were a mess. Flat out, they're a mess. They had an identity crisis midway through last season.
They stink.
Yeah, look, I don't. Kyrie ended up being like a Trojan horse. Like he didn't cause problems. He was on his best behavior while he was there. But everything I heard was the second that they stepped on the court with him, everybody enjoyed playing with him so much more than Luka that they were like, "What is happening? This is how real basketball is supposed to be played." And that was a problem.
That tracks.
Yeah,
I can see that. I'm going to answer this question. Top 3 K-pop groups. Stray Kids 1, Blackpink 2, and then probably ATEEZ 3. Although I've not gotten super far into N-Hyphen or TXT. I like Twice a lot too. Twice is great.
I have no idea what he's saying. What's up, cousin Pete?
Not actually my cousin.
No, it's not my cousin either.
I kind of agree with this. Like if they're going to make a deep run, Clay can't suck as bad as he did against the Lakers.
Yeah, I really, I think the Kings made a mistake not trying to focus everything on Steph in Game 7.
I don't. We got 10 seconds. I don't want to rehash the whole thing, but I totally agree.
Yeah. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Kyle Madsen. He's in there rocking out to the K-pop.
Shout out Stray Kids. They won a VMA last night for best K-pop group.
I know you were out there. Like, you are definitely all over X in the evenings.
Flying
Twitter,
around, dude.
Twitter.
Dude, when you followed me, and I went, uh-oh.
Oh no.
I'm a volume tweeter.
It's okay because there are all kinds of different types of tweeters, and I'm someone who has always I don't typically use profanity unless I'm quoting someone, and I don't usually lose my mind on Twitter.
Mhm.
On occasion, I smack someone down, but nothing.
Yeah.
I'm more of the Tim Kawakami, just like block somebody type guy.
Oh, but see, Tim Kawakami does both.
Oh yeah,
He makes sure to do the SmackDown thing and then block.
Well, and he takes blocking to a whole nother level.
He really does.
He is like the Dikembe
Prime
Mutombo.
Hakeem. Yeah,
Yeah. Mark Eaton. He is the Mark Eaton of social media. All right. I went to Las Vegas this last weekend. I'm sitting across from Allegiant Field. I'm having it was a good dinner, but extremely overpriced Mexican meal.
Oh.
I don't even want to talk about how much it cost to get out of
Where
there
was
for
this?
4 of us. It across from Allegiant.
Okay.
Oh
boy.
At the MGM. Yeah, it was costly. Let's just say this was not like buffet style. This was like
when I go to Vegas, my food intake is just a lot of snacks that I brought.
That's a really good idea. There's also a $5 pizza spot that
in New York.
I don't think there's another one hiding in one of the other buildings. In
the New York one's not $5, but you can get a whole pie for relatively.
This is a slice place.
Oh, okay. $5 slice isn't bad.
Yeah, so you go in and it's affordable. But we were sitting there, and I am getting to a point here, and we're waiting to go see Ed Sheeran. Of course, Ed Sheeran decided that the stage was not okay. I think that's what we're hearing. There was also an issue that they left people waiting outside, and it was like 104, and people started dropping, and so they had that issue.
Jeez,
but I first of all, I blame Mark Davis. Greg Lukenbill would have never let something like that happen. He would have gone in there and fixed that stage
with his own hands.
With his own hands, yes, he would have whittled something out of clay, and as opposed to Mark Davis, who he didn't want to get like AstroTurf green marks on his white pants and get under that stage and fix it. So
makes sense.
I mean, it's
actually grass.
Is it grass in there?
I believe so.
Yeah. Mark Davis is certainly not getting grass stains on his white jeans, which I think he only has like one pair of white jeans he just wears every day. But here's my point. Ed Sheeran, we flew all the way to Vegas to see Ed Sheeran. People all over the place, like every Uber ride, every taxi ride you got in, everyone was there to see Ed Sheeran in Vegas. And 67,000 people, right? I think that's how big that stadium is.
Something like that. It's a big joint.
It's a big joint, and it was sold out, and there were a lot of disappointed people. And the reason I bring this up is because the NBA has decided to put the kibosh on sitting out games, on resting players.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I'd ever really I go to every game, so I don't really care if LeBron James is playing or not. I've seen LeBron James play so many times. It's ridiculous, especially during, the years I had to go cover Warriors during the NBA finals. So that's not a treat for me. Right. But for all of these other people out there that want to go to games and want to see star level players, it's just such a huge disappointment. It's like us sitting at the super expensive Mexican food restaurant wondering why we just spent that much money on food, and now we're going to go back to the hotel. What do you do next?
Right.
And I think
once you've spent that much money on a meal, your night's done.
Night's
just done. I've done it. I'm not going to go spend any more money.
We went to a piano bar afterwards to try to make up for it, and that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in Sacramento and your entire night was based around going to see Steph and Clay, and both of them sat, and you paid $400, $500, $600 for a ticket, so your kids can go watch, Steph and Clay before they retire.
Yeah.
And they don't show up. What are you going to do? Make it right by going to flat stick? Not to dish this flat stick. I
no,
mean,
flat stick is great.
It's awesome.
That's a good way to end the night, regardless.
It is.
But no, you can't tell your child who might be a huge Steph Curry fan that, oh yeah, hey, Lester Quinones is going to play tonight, so you'll have to root for him instead. You can't do that.
We'll get you a Lester jersey.
Yeah. No, that stinks.
So the rules are very specific, and it does look like it has passed today. It has passed the competition committee. Teams must manage their roster to ensure that no more than one star player is unavailable for the same game. Teams must ensure that star players are available for national television games and in-season tournament games. Teams must maintain a balance between the number of one-game absences for a star player in home games and road games, with preference for those absences to happen in home games. That's an interesting point that's thrown in there. Teams must refrain from long-term shutdown or near shutdown when a star player stops participating in games or plays in a materially reduced role in circumstances affecting the integrity of the game.
What?
Teams must ensure that healthy players resting for a game are present and visible to fans.
I have so many questions.
I don't know if I have so many answers, but
okay, let's start. Teams must refrain from any long-term shutdown. You know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. We need to start on page 1. Stand by. I want to start at point 1 and just kind of roll down here and see what makes sense and what doesn't. Okay. First bullet point here. According to Woj.
According to Woj.
Sense. Makes sense. That's a good first bullet point. So point number 1, teams must manage their roster to ensure that no more than one star player is unavailable for the same game. So two star
the
players.
Clippers are absolutely
they're host.
Yeah.
They're super host.
Yep.
And that just like you said, one star can sit out, but not two. And
well,
what are the parameters for a star player? There's specific parameters.
An all-star within the last 3 years, all-star or all NBA player within the last 3 years.
Okay.
So the Golden State Warriors just got killed because all of their guys have been all-stars within the last 3 years.
Right.
So 2 of them can't sit at any time. That's nuts.
Right.
You know, the biggest loser in this whole thing is Paul George.
Ooh, yeah.
It's Paul George.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to be like, hey, Kawhi, I'm going to need you to go tonight because, I think I need a break. Like, Kawhi's like, sorry, bro.
My knee.
Actually, he won't even say anything. He'll be like,
Apparently, Kawhi's just like sneaky hilarious, by the way.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, that's what Paul George said on his podcast is Kawhi is just really sneaky, super funny.
He's not going to find him sneaky and super funny when he's got to play every night because Kawhi won't step on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they have
what's
the third all-star. They have Russ too, right? I think Russ has been an all-star within the last 3 years.
I would imagine. 3 years is a long time.
It's possible that Kawhi hasn't been an all-star in the last 3 years. Maybe that's the exception they get.
That's their plan. Just ensure he's not an all-star. No, I get, like, teams must ensure that star players are available for national television. And says, okay, fine. I guess what's stopping Steph or Chris Paul or Kawhi or Paul George from going, you know what, my hamstring's tight. Nothing, no diagnosed. You can't go in and see like.
Well, no, all of this is subject to an independent medical review, and also 35-year-old on opening night roster, or have a career workload of 34,000 plus minutes regular season, or 1,000 regular season playoff games combined, also get an exception. So maybe that's where the Golden State Warriors are going to get their exceptions.
Via the minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the workload exception.
Okay.
And the 35 plus.
Yeah, just a bunch of old dudes. That's going to be the new strategy.
Yeah.
Is just stack up old dudes. That way you can rest them and everybody's fresh for the playoffs. So you got old dudes, but they played 46 minutes combined.
I also like teams must ensure that healthy players resting for a game are present and visible to fans.
I agree. Very, very much so.
You know what? If you're not going to play, go sit in the tunnel and sign a bunch of autographs. Go kiss babies.
At least be
go
there.
Take pictures.
Yeah. If you're genuinely resting, like I could play, but I'm not going to. Yeah, man, go do that. That's easy way to score points. You can get out there half an hour before, you can sign autographs, you can, like you said, take pictures, and then you sit on the end of the bench for the game and you cheer on your teammates, and then the game ends and you go into the locker room.
I'll tell you,
You could score so many points like that.
The good vibes with the Kings, it starts there. Like how many times I've taken pictures over the last 2 seasons. De'Aaron Fox stops and signs autographs. Domantas Sabonis stops and signs autographs. I think Malik Monk like goes into the stands and just chills and hangs out. Like it is a really good group of guys who respect the fact that there are players, that there are kids around that their parents have paid exorbitant amount of prices, and I do get it.
I have more questions on this, and I would like to continue talking about it.
Yeah,
on the other side, if we can do that.
We may talk about it afterwards.
Okay.
All right, you're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll see you in just a minute. What's going on, Chatty House? Everyone doing all right? Hey, Casey Tucker, I don't think that statement is accurate. I think that I'll just pull it up. I think that Kawhi is a extreme introvert. That's just who he is. We've gotten this discussion about De'Aaron Fox, and like there are different types of introverts, and like he's an introvert. I live in a household with 2 introverts, and so I get it. Like you actually have to like change the way you think in dealing with them, and think of what they're going through sometimes. And Kawhi just doesn't like the spotlight, and he's not that guy who feels comfortable in it, and I understand that.
This makes sense.
Damaging the integrity of the game. Yeah.
Like player wants out, so they're just going to sit.
You know who's a better example of that, Wilson, is Karl Anthony Towns, who sat out like a whole
30.
first half of the season.
Al Harrington did that with the Warriors after the We Believe run. He was just done playing for Don Nelson and went, "Get me out of here."
Oh,
so
okay.
Let's faked a knee injury.
Let's finish this discussion up before we jump into the next topic.
Okay. Here we go.
Welcome back, James.
Party time, baby.
It is party time. We've hit the midway point of the show. It's all downhill from here. It's all going downhill from here.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is not going to be great. We didn't game plan for this. We have no idea what's going on in the second. Yeah,
this is the second hour of our rundown.
Yeah.
That's you can see through it. It doesn't look like a blank sheet of paper.
Yeah. No, let's continue this conversation.
Yeah.
Like, what does it? Like, how much of an impact can this have? Because
sorry, go ahead.
The league has been trying to kill the tanking thing forever.
No doubt.
But this is this secondary thing. And you have this, like, again, for the Warriors, who had 44 national televised games last year. They now can't rest players for nationally televised games. They're told that you have to have an equal number of road and home games where you're setting players. And if there's going to be a lopsidedness, it's got to be at home where your fans that are there all the time and have an opportunity to see a player multiple times versus, when they're in Cleveland, it's not okay to rest half your team.
Sure.
Like, how is this going to work, man? Like, is there going to be one person who's tracking all of this and making, like,
probably,
I guess.
Yeah, because it's super easy. When you get the sheet, you just see there's a healthy. Now, does this count if, okay, Steph Curry is active? I'm just going to keep going to Steph Curry because he's old.
Yeah.
Steph Curry is active, but just doesn't play. He's a DNP CD. Do not play, coach's decision. Does that count?
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, it's written in there. Like, it's not just that they don't play, it's that, they're not playing in games, or see, like here, plays in a materially reduced role in circumstances affecting the integrity of the game.
Got it. Okay.
You can't reduce the role of a player.
What if they just really don't like the matchup for Steph that night?
Yeah, that's a problem. Like
they're just like, you know what? He didn't play. That Davion Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox matchup, not for him. And it's DNPCD. We really liked Lester Quinones.
Yeah.
Much better.
What are the Los Angeles Lakers going to do? Because
boy,
AD misses a ton of games just because.
Yeah.
And then you have like a near Social Security eligible LeBron James. I mean, he's waiting for those checks. Like, how are you going to manage this? Like, and I wonder if this also, if it won't change the way that you build your roster. Will you have considerations?
You have to, I think.
I guess. I mean, you're going to have to tell all your older guys, hey, you're going to have to play. I mean, at this point, if I'm the Golden State Warriors, I'm like throwing the red flag. Like, wait a sec. You should have told us this when we had Jordan Poole and not Chris Paul.
Yeah. But maybe they now stagger Chris Paul, Steph Curry games instead of minutes. I don't know how old teams are gonna do this. I don't think it's actually gonna have a huge effect in the regular season. I don't think we'll necessarily notice throughout the course of the regular season. Where this is going to matter is in the playoffs, when the Warriors are probably banking on Chris Paul playing 60 games, 65 maybe if they get ambitious.
Okay.
So he's healthy and fresh and good to go. I
see where you're going with this. I see where you're going.
Yeah. I think that's where we're going to notice a big difference, where an older team like Golden State or the Lakers, where they might have been able to maintain a level of freshness going into the postseason. Hey, you know what? Those 10, 11 extra games, whatever it winds up being, that takes a toll. That's an extra 300 minutes.
Yeah.
Like that could matter come, I don't know if my math was right there, but that could matter come April.
I didn't even think about that. Even when you went that direction, I was thinking, who's going to sit their players in the playoffs? But now I fully understand, and I'm with you that it could have an impact because you're not going to be able to, rest players throughout the season just to keep them fresh.
And it'll be the other thing that'll be interesting to see is if Golden State or LA specifically, if maybe we see them not resting players as much in the beginning of the year, and then February hits and it's big time. Every other night there's a different player resting, save for national TV games, because they're trying to make sure everybody's ramped up and good to go for because that's why a lot of the load management stuff happens.
Oh yeah.
Is just ensuring guys are fresh and good to go for the playoffs.
And I would even say, like, the teams that have all these nationally televised games, they're going to be like, hey, maybe we don't want that many games. Maybe you need to cut back on our nationally televised games so we can sit players.
Sure.
And so I mean, this is like year one of this, and we're going to have to wait and see how it works out. But it's definitely interesting. The fines are something wild too. Like, the first time you get dinged for it, it's like 125 grand. The second time it's like 250. And then the third time they tack on $1 million, and then they tack on $1 million extra to whatever your fine was the year before. I mean, the time before. So,
oh my God.
So it goes to like,
or do teams just eat the fine?
I guess, but
do the Clippers go, hey, Kawhi resting for this basically entire month is worth the $12 million we're going to owe the NBA?
Steve Ballmer's like, hey, somebody go get that warehouse full of Zooms. I need to sell them. We need to sell all the extra Zooms. Like, no one wants them, Steve. I don't care. Let's peddle those things. We need to pay for these fines. Oh, spectacular. All right, let's shift gears. I don't know how. Like, okay, so I have a policy of not being a media police, right? So
Sure.
like the job, if you're in the media world, it's not to be media police. So if someone writes something that you disagree with, you can have a different take, but it's not to attack the person who's writing it. It's to, just kind of lay out like a different argument, right? Without being like insulting. I think I let myself off the hook with this one because I don't consider Nick Wright media. I consider him like in some sort of entertainment world.
He's a commentator. He's in the media. He is in the media, but he's not a journalist.
Yeah, but I still don't like. I want to separate here. I think there should be a different place for people who just think that yelling and screaming whatever hot take from the top of the mountain.
Well,
that they're not media, that's not who they are.
I'm with you. There needs to be a delineation for sure, but just by definition, they are media. They are in the media.
I agree. Yes.
But to your point, everything now gets thrown under the umbrella of journalism. And what Nick Wright does is not that. There's a role for what he does. Like you said, it's entertainment.
Yeah, it's entertainment.
And that's what it is. You go to practice. You, James, go to practice, are in the locker room, are talking to people. You're breaking news. That's journalism. I am a schmuck with a microphone in front of my face. I'm doing commentary. There's a difference between the two things. And I think that's an important delineation to make. It's all media.
Yes.
But the role of journalist, you, versus the role of blogger, podcaster, me, is very different.
Yes. It's very different. So Nick Wright is he definitely is beating this. He wants to be right about this, that Brock Purdy's not that guy.
Nick Wright.
Yes, he does. Like fully. He wants to keep yelling it until he's right. And then if he's proven wrong, he's not the only one that does it. But this idea that you could take any schmuck quarterback out there, throw him in on the San Francisco 49ers, and they're going to do the same thing that Brock Purdy's doing. And this is unfair that we're giving Brock Purdy a pass because he gets to play in the best offense in the league or with some of the best weapons in the league. I don't know. I just don't buy it. Like you have to, at some point, you have to appreciate what a quarterback does, who he is, what he can become, who he is today, who he will develop into, who he might develop into.
Here's why I forgive Nick Wright. Because of what you just said, there's a delineation between journalist / I'm even going to call analyst in here. I'm going to go to Doug Farrar, works with me at the USA Today Sports Media Group. He does tape breakdowns. Like that's what he does. He wakes up in the morning, he watches a ton of tape, and then he writes about the thing that he watched on tape that day. That's an analyst. Is he doing journalism? No, but he's analyzing.
Yes.
He's not doing commentary. And that's what Nick Wright does. Nick Wright's job is to say inflammatory stuff. And that's his gig. That's his bag. He does not watch Brock Purdy on any critical level. He may not watch at all. I don't know how much work Nick Wright puts in watching film. But hey, that's an easy take. That's the low-hanging fruit take on Brock Purdy. Is he actually stinks. He's a product of his environment, even though the peripheral numbers last week will tell you otherwise. He's a product of his environment. He actually stinks. The Niners can't win with him. That's the end of it. Like, sure, man. Fine. It's easy to say that about the guy who was the last pick in the draft. But the more and more the regular season evidence stacks up, that's not going to be the case anymore. But he's going to cling to that because
that's his take.
That's his take. He's sticking to it and going, you know what? I was wrong about Brock Purdy is not in his job description.
Yeah, but hasn't Brock Purdy already proven that he was that he was able to do something that Trey Lance wasn't able to do?
Sure. Yeah.
Yep. Like, so it's not just any quarterback. I mean, I guess if you were to take Brock Purdy and plays an entire season, we have an entire season to look at, and he puts up X amount of stats. And then you take Sam Darnold, you give him the same exact team. And like somehow they're able to play on parallel paths.
Oh, don't say parallel paths. That's triggering for me.
Okay.
That's Dave Cavill's line.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's not great.
Yeah.
That's true.
Anyway, sorry.
But if you were to take them and allow them both to run the 2023 San Francisco 49ers.
Parallel timelines.
Yes. And parallel timelines. Parallel universes, right?
There you go. Perfect.
There we go. If we were allow this to happen, then maybe we could get some sort of like true barometer on how these two quarterbacks would be different and whether or not Brock Purdy can hold up against something else.
Yeah.
But there's just no way to prove it.
And it doesn't matter. The 49ers are 6-0 when he starts. They've scored 30 points in 6 of the 7 games that he's played since week 13 last year.
See this?
Their offense is really, really good when he's playing, better than it was. I don't care that Nick Mullins threw for a ton of yards when Nick Mullins played. Nick Mullins stinks, bro. Yeah, he racked up yards, but he also turned the ball over a lot. The Niners lost a lot when Nick Mullins was playing quarterback. Their offense did not run the way it does with Brock Purdy. It didn't even run the way it did with Jimmy Garoppolo with Brock Purdy.
See, this is my point. Like, there are actual examples of how this offense did not work with other people.
Yes.
Now, we can throw in Christian McCaffrey. We can, like, you make X amount of changes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's always going to be some sort of, like, question mark about how great he is.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. As long as he's winning games and putting up numbers and leading his team and they believe in him, then, it doesn't matter.
That's it. And if your whole thing is, I'm taking the 49ers out of the Super Bowl conversation because of Brock Purdy, then, okay, then you're going to have to deal with this all year because they're probably going to be pretty good all year.
I want to wait and see who he is before I start just beating on him and saying he can't be that guy. All right, we're going to step away for a minute. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2 and the free Odyssey app. Kyle and I will be back in just 1 minute. Yeah, JT O'Sullivan. See, there we go.
You ever watch JTO's videos?
No.
He is one of my favorite NFL analysts right now.
Oh, really?
His YouTube channel is just him. It's the All 22, and he just breaks down quarterback play. And it's not one, he plays it and then goes, here's what I think. He will play it like in full, so you see the play. And then he's saying, okay, here's what the offensive line's doing. I don't know what this guy's supposed to be doing here. And it's just really, it's funny, it's engaging, and it's just unbiased football guy watching football, doesn't care who wins, doesn't have an agenda. It's really good.
We should reach out to JT O'Sullivan and get him in here.
Okay, we can do that.
You know why? Because he and I can talk about UC Davis.
Oh, come on.
We can talk
Were you
about
guys there? Were you guys there at the same time?
Let me look. When was he at UC Davis? No. We were not. I went back to school late. So, let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna need to listen to the entire.
You don't
Kyle
want to get on
Madsen.
my bad side. That's right. I'm sliding through. Bunch of wannabes that want to be me. Me three if I was you. Sorry.
Oh,
right.
wow.
Dude,
He's going.
just...
Kyle is going. All right. I'm down. If there was one big glaring thing that came out of week 1 for the San Francisco 49ers, and I think was a question mark, it's the right tackle situation. And the 49ers have, to be honest, they've struggled with the right tackle situation for quite some time. And I mean, like, you had moments where McGlinchey was okay. I I don't know. Didn't you spend like the number 13 pick on Davis a few years ago, and then he decided just up and retire out of nowhere. The right tackle.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
How long ago?
Anthony
was that?
Davis.
Yeah,
I think,
like maybe 10 years, but then
they drafted him in 2010.
Okay.
2010. I think
Is
it was
it
the 20
that far back.
Yeah, I think it was the 2010 draft.
Okay.
And then he retired but out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean it's been an issue on and off like quite a few times, but like can they go out and improve this position, or are you just waiting to see if their current right tackle figures it all out?
Yeah, I think they're going to ride it out with McKivitz.
Okay.
The fact that they have Matt Pryor, who's a veteran. He played a little bit with the Eagles. He was a starting tackle for the Colts. He's also played a little guard in the league, but he played on the right side through most of camp. And my guess is he's their backup option, but I don't know if he can move to play in the run. And I don't know I don't know if he's that much better than Colton McKivitz. So I think based on what Kyle Shanahan has said, they're going to ride this out, because Shanahan basically said it wasn't a great game for McKivitz, but also that's one of the toughest assignments in the league.
Oh, I agree.
And right. And I'm with that. I get that. Fine. But there's a bunch of tough assignments on their schedule. And we talked about this yesterday. There are so many good pass rushers coming up for them, and really just kind of around the league. But when you start to look down past the Rams in week 2, the Giants have a guy like Kayvon Thibodeau, and then the Cowboys have 10 different guys that can go get your quarterback. There's Cleveland, I think, is after that. That's Zadarius Smith and Miles Garrett. You start to go, okay, Mike McGlinchey is going to have tough matchups all the way through here. So at some point he has to get better, but the Niners, they gave him a 2-year deal this offseason. They handed him the starting job and said, you're the starter. They didn't draft any real competition. They didn't sign in free agency any real competition. So he's just kind of the dude. And if it's reached the point that they're pulling the plug, it's gotten really, really bad, to the point that it's impacting their ability to move the ball.
Okay. Well, I mean, my question isn't about the ability to move the ball. It's about the ability to keep Brock Purdy in a uniform.
No, yeah, that too. Yeah.
I mean, that guy took a shot in the head, and we all know what happened in the NFC Championship game with the elbow. Like, you do need to actually protect that guy.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's not like a huge quarterback. He's a guy that you need to keep him upright, and maybe you do need to scheme. How did the numbers look? Did you look at the numbers for how the offensive line looked this weekend?
Yeah, it wasn't super awesome. I do not have my PFF logged in here, but I can. But yeah, the right side of the offensive line, just in general, I don't even need grades to tell you. Spencer Burford got flagged for 3 penalties, including a holding and a false start, and then a face mask. And McGlinchey gave up all 3 sacks to TJ Watt. It was not an effective outing for the right side of their offensive line. And that's the kind of thing that, like you said, A, it impacts their ability to move the ball, but B, they've played 6 years under Kyle Shanahan, and they've needed more than 1 QB because of injury in 5 of them.
Oof.
That's not great. So I'm pretty shocked that they didn't do more to address that spot. Both of those spots, right guard and right tackle. So Spencer Burford started there last year, but he was like in a rotation with Daniel Brunskill, which is crazy. You don't change out offensive linemen if you believe in them and think they're good. So it's hard to find good offensive line play, and they don't have a ton of depth. So I think these are the guys they're going to kind of rock with. And in McKivitz's defense, not only was it a tough matchup, he's not been playing tackle in the league. He's been a backup, and he's not gotten a ton of playing time over the last 3 or 4 years. So it's bad right now, but I'm going to give it a few weeks before it's like, all right, panic button, do something else.
Yeah. We bring this up because the Bengals released Collins, a right tackle, and, there's a possibility that you could try to go out and improve the position. But at the 49ers, like, their cap situation, I mean, they've got a ton of cap space at this point, but that cap space is earmarked for other things. So
yeah, and Lyle Collins I was looking this up last night after the news broke that he got released. he's just not good anymore. And he's been banged up, and availability's been a huge problem for him. So once a really good player, and the Cowboys got a little bit of a steal in the supplemental draft, but I'm there for competition at right tackle. I don't know if Lyle Collins is the right answer.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
Okay, we have this other weird story where Aaron Rodgers has possibly blamed the coaches.
Unbelievable.
For the Jets coaches for what happened. Per Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic, Aaron Rodgers expressed to Jets coaches that he doesn't like the play calls involving cut blocks because he can't extend the play and it forces him to get rid of the ball quickly. And all we saw, like 2 of the first 4 plays, right? Cut blocks?
Yep. Get rid of the ball, dog. That's the offense. Throw it. So there's a big discussion about Kyle Shanahan and what is about his offense that gets quarterbacks hurt. And I'm of the belief that it's not necessarily the offense. If you just watch the plays where Jimmy Garoppolo has gotten hurt or where Brock Purdy got hurt, tight end blocking defensive end in the NFC title game, that was a big talking point. But any offensive lineman I spoke to or read about or heard from all said the same thing. In play action, you've got to make it look like a run, and that's what's going to happen. You're banking on the defensive end biting on the run a little bit. And now that gives your tight end just enough of a chance. All he has to do is slow him down. On that particular play, Hassan Reddick did not bite on the play action at all. And okay, bad thing happened. And to that point, Purdy didn't even fall down on that play. He just got hit awkwardly.
Yeah.
It wasn't. So anyways, so I hate the idea that player blames coach for injury. And I get, okay, maybe you don't love the cut blocks, but if you know you've got to get rid of the football, then do it. You've been in this isn't a situation where he got traded 2 days before the season started and doesn't know the offense. He's Aaron Rodgers. He's been with Nathaniel Hackett before. He knows what the deal is. And okay, you want to extend plays and you want to push the ball down the field, but on those plays, just get rid of it. Yeah. You seen that back, the rear angle where he's looking at Garrett Wilson, who's open on a slant? I just throw it and play the next down. I don't buy this at all. And the fact that this is leaking, that Aaron Rodgers, right after he got hurt, is out here talking about that, not that he got hurt and then went out and said this, but the fact that this leaked after he got hurt, that's Bush to me. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like it either. And, like Aaron Rodgers had a lot of stipulations to playing there. And now you're stuck with all those stipulations when he lasted 4 plays. So, like, don't you have Cobb on the roster? Don't you have, you brought in his guys. You spent all this money and time bringing in his guys. And now he's not there.
Yeah, and if you know, and he has control of the line of scrimmage. Aaron Rodgers can do whatever he wants at the line of scrimmage. He's not getting benched. So I just don't buy the idea. And maybe this is being overblown. Maybe a coach went and said this to, I think it was Diana Rossini and Zach Rosenblatt, said, hey, you know what? I feel bad. He said he didn't like the plays of the cut blocks, but we felt like we could take advantage of it. So, but again, at the end of the day, players have to execute. And it stinks that he got hurt. Like you hate when players get hurt, but the cut block play is not why he got injured. He went down awkwardly on a sack. Guys get sacked every day, B.
And he's almost 40.
And he's almost 40.
Yeah,
playing on turf.
Yeah, let's just throw that out there. Yeah. Should there be a big debate? I think that's the other thing we're hearing. It's turf. It's turf. Like they need to get rid of all turf.
I kind of think they do.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've not dug like super deep into the financials, but on the surface, it seems like, okay, teams install turf so they don't have to maintain grass.
Okay.
But I don't know 100% what goes into turf maintenance and if it's actually cheaper or if it just looks nicer or what the deal is. But almost to a man, you ask players and every player goes, grass. I prefer to play on grass.
It's strange. Like I was talking to Charlie before we came on, and I coached soccer for a long time, and, like play on turf a ton, practice on turf a ton. There are issues with turf, like, but that's issues that kids have out playing in the, in fields that someone could barely afford to build the field, and so it's got like ground up tires, which are
Right.
like sending fumes into like the kids and stuff,
Jeez.
especially when it gets hot. And it's turf. It's 20 degrees hotter than grass. So I mean, I think there are a lot of issues, but like I think we've all seen so many injuries that are both that happen on grass and happen on turf. So
No doubt, injuries happen on grass. I don't want to act like making every field grass would eliminate injuries from the NFL, because if that's the case, if the NFL knew for a fact grass equals no injuries, they would do it immediately. They would mandate teams get grass and to hire people to take care of that grass.
that's right.
That's how, because injuries are negative for the league. They adversely impact the league, but you can't do that. They're not going to go do that. But players' ankles get caught, their knees get caught. So many things happen on turf that wouldn't necessarily happen on grass, that there's, I think, an unnecessary uptick in injury. So I think at some point over the next decade or so, I think the NFL is going to do a ton of research into this. I think they're going to find out there are more injuries. I know there's already research coming out, and they're going to find out that, hey, you know what? Grass is the better way to go. And at some point, maybe it's the new CBA. They mandate that X amount of fields are grass.
Yeah, it seems like there's been a lot of advancements in grass and in turf and what they're doing. So, all right, we're gonna keep discussing some things about the New York Jets after the break. You're listening to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll be back in just a few. All we see all day long is Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers getting helped off the field. Aaron Rodgers with a flag. Aaron Rodgers on his back. Aaron Rodgers on a cart. It's all day long. Aaron Rodgers is the only thing going on in the sports world. How's everyone doing in the chatty house? How are we doing, France? I was making this point to Charlie earlier. My son played high level soccer, like competitive soccer for years. And like we had injuries, like on occasion. We played a lot on turf, especially like bigger tournaments. You play on turf. Some of the fields were great, some of them weren't. Even we practiced all the time on turf. Never had a bunch of problems. I know that there are studies coming out that there are a bunch of youth and early 20s, like female goalkeepers that have had an uptick in cancer.
Oh, wow.
Because of the fumes and because of being on the ground and like being and touching the ball and, like the ball having like the toxins from what's coming up from the turf. But they've done a lot to get away from that. They've switched to cork. They've done other things. The most gruesome injury I've ever seen on a soccer field was straight up on grass. And
no, like I said, it doesn't eliminate. And Ramsey brings this up. Turf was not the number one factor in why Rodgers got hurt, no doubt. But this has been an ongoing conversation
for 30 years.
Right.
I mean, it's forever.
And like go back to 2020 when the Niners played 2 games in MetLife and had a bunch of guys go down, had a bunch of guys get hurt. Like this isn't new. So again, it's not the reason Rodgers got hurt, but it's just another lower body injury on turf, and it's just going to rehash the conversation, regardless of how much of a role it played in Rodgers' injury specifically.
Yeah,
like that's where I land on it.
Leezy, no.
The GOAT.
I think Brock Purdy would be better
Me too.
In that situation, and it's because I think he's more of a pocket passer. He's more of a nuts and bolts passer. He's not somebody who has to use his athleticism and has to use like the different arm angles and all that stuff to make it work. So.
It's Charlie and somebody.
Yeah.
Charlie might be explaining how our studios work.
It's very possible.
All right, 10 seconds. Your board is live.
Welcome back into the Insiders here at ESPN 1320. I am James Ham. Joining me, Kyle Madsen. We've been talking football, had some Kings news to rehash, all kinds of stuff going on. Kyle, we're gonna like when you're looking at this Jet situation. There was this tweet by Adam Schefter that just like felt.
So, let's go in on another media person.
Overly dramatic about, has there ever been a player that went to a team that
this is the most devastating injury in the history of the NFL?
Yeah.
All right, sure, man.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I don't even necessarily disagree. When you factor in the team and their struggles at the quarterback position and Aaron Rodgers' place in kind of the all-time NFL hierarchy and the fact that he went to the Jets and the Monday Night Football week 1 against the Bills, it's a division matchup, the panache, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't necessarily disagree, but Schefter has just positioned himself as breaking news guy on Twitter. Breaking news guy, and he's going to do the company line where he has to say, oh, Monday Night Football has this coverage this week, or whatever memo gets sent out that he has to tweet. So for him to editorialize, he can. I'm not anti-Schefter editorializing, but for him to do it in this instance just felt really out of left field.
Doesn't he step in it all the time, though? Like he does. Like he steps in it like with weird, like, oh, you can't phrase that way.
Yeah, like especially there's been at least once with domestic violence related. Oh no, I believe it was the Deshaun Watson situation.
Oh, yeah.
And he basically was like absolving Deshaun Watson of all wrongdoing. It was like, whoa, that is not at all how this all went down. It was definitely one of those agent favor things. But when you're an information mercenary, that's what's going to happen.
I feel like, because I do like play in that world where I do have information.
No doubt.
And I get information from different places all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be careful about where you get your information, how you're going to use that information. Mm-hmm. Why is it somebody wants you to say this? Why is it they want you to say that? Like we talked about it a little bit yesterday, like in the NBA, when there's an injury to a player, there's somebody who writes up a press release for that injury.
Mm-hmm.
That injury report is then vetted by like 13 or 14 people. Like it goes to legal, it goes to the front office, it goes to the agent, it goes to, in some situations, the player himself. Like everybody has their hands on an injury press release, and they got to sign off. Like, hey, we're not comfortable with this phrasing. It's one of the reasons why we've never once had a press release come out and say that player X had unsuccessful knee surgery. It's always successful. They've never failed once, but they have. And so there are all of these weird things that go into, injuries and then the information, like superhighway, like what you're talking about there. Like how many times do you have to look at something? Okay, I'm confused. What exactly does this mean? Like I had some serious questions this weekend when I started, delving into the fact that Alex Len and JaVale McGee were going to make the team.
Yeah.
Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean for somebody like Nemias Queta or Nerlens Noel? And it's like, well, that information might not be known at this time. Okay.
Yeah.
And then it, very quickly found its way into someone else's hands, and that's the way it goes.
Sure.
But it just feels like editorializing like that was just kind of strange.
So the Chatty House helped me out big time. So do you remember when Dwayne Haskins died?
Oh yeah.
He was killed in a car crash. Really, really tragic.
Well, he was killed going to get gas for his car that ran out. He ran out of gas. He went to go get gas, and he got run over by a garbage truck walking in like the fast lane.
Just horrific, right?
None of it made sense, but go ahead.
And Adam Schefter's tweet says, and this comes back to his Jets tweet, Dwayne Haskins, a standout at Ohio State before struggling to catch on with Washington and Pittsburgh in the NFL, died this morning when he got hit by a car in South Florida, per his agent, Cedric Saunders. Haskins would have turned 25 years old on May 3rd. And he rightly got dragged for that, because that is an unbelievably insensitive thing to say in that moment. To Dwayne Haskins, this 24-year-old kid who just died, and you're going, yeah, hey, you know that guy who struggled to catch on in the NFL? Yeah, him. That's just the wrong way to do that. And so he deleted the tweet, and he sent out a different version of it, which, okay. So it feels like this Jets tweet is him trying to be overly compassionate. He's now trying to go way to the other side and go, no, see, I'm not a robot. I do have feelings. I do know that these are people. These NFL players are people. And I can express, what's the word I'm looking for? Like sorrow or empathy for them. That's what that tweet felt like. And it's like, this is not, nope, swing and a miss.
It feels like he's also had tweets when it comes to like Dan Snyder and some other situations. It didn't, you're looking at him and you're kind of like, hey man, I don't think that's kosher. That doesn't look right. It doesn't sound right. Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
So, again, not playing media police. I just look at that and it's like, that's where you kind of go from, hey, look, it's okay if this Nick Wright guy wants to be personality guy, but when it comes from someone else, like I even like have a hard time when I'm writing about like Neemias Queta or talking about Neemias Queta. Like Neemias Queta is a really good kid.
Sure.
Like, I've interviewed him a bunch of times. I've even I always, like at the end of interviews, I always say, hey man, you want to say something to the good people of Portugal? And I'll let him sit there and speak in Portuguese and just go off. And I have no idea what he's saying.
Sure.
And then he smiles and he goes, you know what I said? I'm like, no, I don't know what you said.
Negative.
I'm posting it either way. And he's like, it's fine. And then people will like translate it for me afterwards. Like, I have no idea.
You don't, hang on, pause right there. I want you to continue, but pause. You throw it out without Google translating it first?
Yes, because he's not going to say something like crazy.
Okay.
He's not. I mean, if he's talking to the people of Portugal about his NBA experience, he's not going to say something. Now, if he did and it came back, I'd be like, oh, that's my bad. So I probably should have.
Sure. Yeah.
I probably should have, but it's also like, how am I going to translate it? Because like I've got a video. It's not like I have like a script.
I see. Okay.
I've got a video. I guess I could go through and try to break it down and try to have it translated some way, or I could send it to my friend Ricardo Burrito Reyes in Portugal and say, hey man, what did he say here? So I'm not going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
But like, there is a certain amount of trust there. He's not going to do that.
Okay.
Like he's not going out his own people.
Okay. Right on. That makes sense. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Let's just reset it while we're there.
Yeah.
The Sacramento Kings did make a couple of transactions yesterday. They have waived centers Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta, and they signed local boy Jordan Ford to a training camp deal. This was a tough day for two guys that were hoping to make the team, but it became very clear over the weekend, very clear, maybe a week and a half ago when the Kings signed JaVale McGee, that this was a very, very high likelihood of happening. But still, it was kind of sudden, kind of came out of left field. The Kings wanted to give both of these players an opportunity to catch on somewhere else. And it's kind of the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah. It's tough because, like you said, there's that human element when it comes to these guys that it's impossible when you're around them every day. It's impossible to not. I mean, I guess you can not view them as work, but there's just you're not going to be a good reporter doing that because you're going to miss just a lot of things, and you're never going to gain that trust to be able to talk to players And at the same time, there's a detachment from it because as a journalist, there's that need to be unbiased and to be what's the word I'm looking for? Unbiased.
Yeah, I think you're right
Yeah,
there.
no, that's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
unbiased. That's what I'm going to roll with.
Yeah.
So there's that need to, okay, I have to report this. But if you, James, are reporting that, you can't you can't go out and be like, this is an awful, like, editorializing on the news.
Yeah.
Like, that's where.
No, I mean, I think my job is like to analyze, like, what does this mean?
Right. What does it mean? Sure. Yeah.
Right. What does it mean?
That is way different than what a bummer.
Oh yeah, like, oh, I feel so bad for player X, like X, all this. So yeah, I get that. I'll tell you too, though, like when you're around a team as much as we are during the season, and take out the COVID years where we weren't allowed in the locker room and stuff, but like I have a way that I do my business when I'm there, like. So it's very scripted, like as far as how the day goes. At 5:15 on a game day, it's an hour and 45 minutes before before we go live for a game. At 5:15, we have the Kings coach. At 5:30, we have the visiting coach. At 5:45, we have access to the NBA locker room, to both locker rooms, and that lasts from 5:45 to 6:15. You can walk into a locker room and be in there for 30 minutes and no one will ever come in outside of locker room attendance.
Right.
Or a guy coming to get some rolls of tape, or, like media relations staff is there because they have to be in there because you're there. But there's also times when there's a bunch of people in there, when there's a bunch of players. And I think pre-COVID, there were a lot of players. Like you'd walk into a locker room and you could be in there with like 6 or 7 guys, and the banter and the funny jokes and the inside stuff going back and forth. For me, like, I like to be part of their atmosphere. And so in pregame, if I need a quote about something or somebody for a story I'm writing, or I'm going on the air and I'm going to talk specifically about this or that, like you're going up against LeBron James tonight, like what is it that you're going to take into, what do you hope to accomplish? That whatever that is, that's one thing. But on a normal Tuesday game night against, the Dallas Mavericks, I don't particularly have something I'm writing about, Luka, or some story that I'm chasing, right? So I'll put my mic down and I'll just be part of the atmosphere. I'll talk to the players in a different way.
Do some sidling.
Yeah, where like we're just getting to know each other. Like Trey Lyles and I talk about like the book that he's reading, the current book that he's reading.
Great.
Alex Len, I check in with Alex Len and see how things are going with his family in Ukraine. Like these are parts of the job that are different, where you're actually a person and they're a person. And, like if Kevin Herter wants to walk in wearing his bubblegum sweater, bubblegum pink sweat, like knitted sweater, like he and I are going to have some words as fellow gingers, but like, we can't pull that off, Kev. And so these are things that go on, like when we're going into a locker room, that change like how you're viewed, like how comfortable they are with you.
Yeah.
And so I think that's an important part of this, is that you're not friends, but they're people
Yes. Right.
And like if you cover a guy for, say, like it's 2006 years, De'Aaron Fox, this will be the 7th season I've covered De'Aaron Fox. Like there's a certain amount of like relationship that you've
familiarity.
Built. Yeah. He knows me. I know him. We don't know each other. Like
there's
all kinds of stuff, but
there's a element of, and not literally here, but there's an element of like a colleague type of relationship.
Yeah. Familiarity.
Where, they are at work, you are at work, you're ostensibly working at the same place, doing very different jobs, obviously.
Yeah.
But it is that like, hey, there's that person at work, we'll chat, but we're not going to go get drinks after work. Like exactly. I see them Monday through Friday. Yeah. Like that's the extent of the,
Yeah. And there are moments where you say something to a player off the record that's like between you and them. Like you can say something to a player. But you can't be like, you have to have professional decorum at all
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, there are funny running jokes that have happened with, like, especially Malik Monk is hilarious, and he's in the locker room all the time.
Right.
But how many times he's got 2 phones, and I'm sitting there messing with him about having 2 phones.
Right. And to that point, if I tried to walk in there game 1 and do that, you're toast.
You're toast. There's
Done
a different
forever.
vibe, right?
Done forever. Yep.
Yeah. So, and that's the problem. Like, some people come in and they come in like, just, hey, what's going on, guys? Like, no, that's disingenuous, man. And players sniff that out quick.
One thing an A's PR guy told me when I was covering spring training, and I'm in the locker room, and again, if you don't know, in the locker room, it's talking to the listener, not you, James. If you don't know, when you're in the locker room, it's media just kind of standing around while players are in the locker room doing their thing.
Baseball's the strangest thing I've ever seen.
It's the weirdest thing. So I'm standing there, and I'm not the super gregarious, I'm just going to go start saying hi to people. And I said to the PR guy, I said at the Fernando, I said, dude, I feel so awkward. Like, I feel like I'm not in my place here. And he was like, that's actually a good thing, because the players will have a problem with somebody who does not know that this is not their place, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, if I had rolled in there day 1 is my first day, if I had rolled in there day 1 and they're playing cards and I walk up and jump in on their conversation, like, oh, you watching the NCAA tournament? It's like, who's this joker?
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah, he's like, and
get out of here.
It would kill my credibility with anybody who saw that interaction.
So I've covered A's, and I've walked in, and I don't understand, like, the clubhouse feel versus an NBA world is very different. And so I walk in, and I'm like, why are all these people standing here in the corner? Like, why is all the media in like one little group, like, whispering to each other and stuff? And I'm like,
super awkward.
Are you guys not going to go get anything from these guys?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, not really. Like, okay. So I'm like, all right, Ramon Laureano sitting there, like, the day after he had the catch in deep left field and then gunned the guy at first base
against the Angels.
Yeah. Where he throws like the 300.
Yeah, from left center. That was so sick.
It was incredible. No one is approaching him. And I walk over, I'm like, hey, can I get you for a sec? And he looks at me like, you want to talk to me? And I'm like, yeah. And I said, have you seen the reaction to the throw? And he said, no, I don't have social media. And so we sat there and we talked about it for a couple of minutes. And then I get done and I turn around and I go back and everyone's looking at me like I'm crazy. And I'm like, what is the job here? So Blake Trining comes in like, hey, we start having a conversation and he's like, hey, I'm going to go do my pregame meal and I'll come back, but I'll be back in here and I'll answer your question. Okay. Come back in and we have a really good conversation. And then on the way out the door, I'm like, hey, the A's used to have was it Bruce Miller, the catcher?
Bruce Miller played for the 49ers.
No, who's the catcher that had some
Bruce Maxwell.
Bruce Maxwell. Yes. So I'm like, hey, I just wonder, they had Chuck LaCroix and
Jonathan LaCroix.
LaCroix. And they had the other guy, and I'm like, why is he always getting hit in the head with the ball? Like, because I've never seen a catcher get hit in the head with a ball like he does. Like
foul tips and stuff.
Foul tips, like all the time, like boof, boof. I mean, he's falling over, and you're like, what in the world? And I got like literally one of the best closers in the game that season, like Cy Young candidate that season. And he walks through the entire thing. He gets down in his stance. He's showing me where the glove placement is.
Oh, wow.
Like, it was
That's
spectacular.
Cool.
Like, we're having like a great conversation.
Yeah.
Everyone else just standing there looking at me like I'm like absolutely crazy. And, like the territorial thing in a locker room is real.
Especially.
It's real.
I'm not going to name names, but especially with the A's.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah.
I mean, talk offline about
it. No, I totally agree. Like my thoughts on certain people change completely when you're in the locker room with them. And you're like, what in the world? So either way, I think cool. It's a cool discussion.
Just don't go to Blake Trinan's Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Tough.
Yeah.
Tough look for my guy.
That's not great. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I definitely enjoy that aspect of it. It's very different than you would think.
Who has it? I want to spin off this because this all started with that Adam Schefter tweet calling this the worst injury of all time, the Aaron Rodgers injury, that is. Did Jets fans officially have it worse than Kings fans did during the playoff drought? Because keep in mind, the Jets currently have the longest active playoff drought in the NFL. I think 2009, 2010 was their last playoff trip. They have had nothing to get excited about. They draft Zach Wilson, number 2. Everybody watch out. Did you see his pro day? He looks like Patrick Mahomes. Turns out he stinks. And then they finally get Aaron Rodgers while having a good defense. And it's like, here we go. Super Bowl. They're a hot Super Bowl pick. And their quarterback that they get tears his Achilles on the 4th snap. Like, it's pretty brutal to be a Jets fan.
Okay, so I agree, but like let's be realistic. First of all, it's a 40-year-old guy, right?
Sure.
Almost 40-year-old guy. So
No doubt.
you put your eggs in like a basket that got left out in the sun for a long time.
Yeah.
Like that's been sitting on the grass and left like a little yellow, like bright yellow spot underneath it. Like, because it was sitting there so far.
Yeah.
Like that's what you did. Now, like I'm not gonna look at the 16 years playoff drought. I'm gonna tell you that the 38 years of Sacramento Kings basketball, there are plenty of instances where I can point to that the Kings had it much worse than the Aaron Rodgers situation.
Okay.
First and foremost, you have a young shooting guard who takes off at the end of his rookie season and becomes like an, oh my gosh, this kid has so much talent and we got something.
Mm-hmm.
Ricky Berry commits suicide during the offseason.
Oh, jeez.
You have the number 7 overall pick in the NBA draft. You watch this incredible kid tear it up at Duke for 4 years, the all-time winningest player in NCAA history. 14 games into his career, he gets in a car accident where he basically has his shoulder crushed, all of his ribs crushed on one side, torn ACL, a detached trachea.
Jesus.
They actually called in a priest twice to read his last rites, survives. So Aaron Rodgers going down on Monday Night Football, 4 snaps in. Okay. There was one of two, like either he was going to be really good or he was not going to be really good.
Sure.
But there's real things that happen like in franchises that are altering, that change everything.
Yeah. The Jets have also not been, was it 1st and goal at the 1 from moving?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like
First and goal at the 1.
That whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So in my,
all right, that's fair.
In my, going on 14 years of covering the team, 2 full-blown relocation. There are much bigger things than Aaron Rodgers popping his Achilles.
Okay.
So like, I get it. Like it's dramatic and it's a great tweet. There are much bigger things that have happened.
The unrelated, that's semi-related, but not trying to necessarily argue. The Jets have won single-digit games. When was the last time when was the last time the Jets won double-digit games?
Oh, I don't know.
2015.
Wow.
So again, not to remove the Kings part of it, that is a unbelievable level of incompetence in the NFL.
Well, up until Dave Yeager's year, 33 wins was the top that I covered.
Oh my God.
When they won 39.
All right. There's a bad question. All right.
Yeah, that's tough.
All right. Fair enough.
All right.
You could have told me that before I asked it on the radio. You could have been like, hey, bad question, Kyle. Cool. Thanks.
We have made it through another day here on the Insiders. Thanks so much for joining us. We will be back tomorrow. We'll have all kinds of things to discuss, including an NFL game that will be played later that night. Thanks for tuning into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. See you tomorrow. Bye. What's going on, Chatty House? Thanks for sticking with us. We have 200 people in here. Oh. There we go. We got Damien and Kenny waiting to come in. So I got to clean up my mess and get out of here. Oh,
Hammer.
what's up, Fran?
What's up, man?
What's going on?
That's always going to happen.
I know, that's what
I know.
That went fast. These shows are going faster and faster and faster.
Good.
Haven't started yet.
Dude, how
That's
you doing?
great.
Oh, you guys still got to get me the window tint guy.
Oh man, you're absolutely right, and I thought of that this weekend and still didn't send it to you.
It's
So
okay.
I will get that done.
Whenever you get a chance.
Get that done for you. What's up, Chatty House?
Big crowd in there today. We're already at 200. Yeah, sorry about the lights.
Oh, man.
No, it's
you know
fine.
you got to get the ambiance, man. It's nothing.
I like the lights down.
Yeah. Got to get the ambiance.
There's such a
in here.
different lighting from over there to over here.
Well, they put the spotlights for the stars on that side.
Stop.
That's what it is.
You
Like
got the.
we dedetermined if Kenny sit over here, you probably wouldn't even get to see him.
It couldn't. When I was over there.
I mean, sitting here, I look like the pasty gangster. I'm like, is James having like heart issues because he's all like washed out gray and purple?
James, okay.
Is James okay? His lips look blue. Sorry.
1 second, Chatty House. I can.
Well, I won't either because I'll be gone.
You need to get Kenny to grow up. God's sakes.
Kenny.
It's like the sophomore class.
All right, friends.
All right, Am. Good stuff,
Good
man.
stuff, Hammer.
Have fun.
We'll see you at 3.
You ready to talk more Jordan Ford when you see us?
Oh, yeah.
Jordan Ford.
Oh, yeah. It's the Jordan Ford show, baby. Oh, man. That was the smoothest turnover yet, partly because I left all of my shit in the locker. That's on Aaron. And I'm out of water, and I have to go to the bathroom. I swear to God, I'm 8 years old. Okay. Oh, man. What's up, Kyle?
It looks like Calgary. No, I don't think that's Calgary Flames.
It's probably a minor league baseball hat or something. Oh, man. Remind me to. Never mind.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Come on, man. Where you at, baby? One more time. Let's go. Let's go. What it do? What it do? Let's go. Time to charm. Young Zell, you pulling up next Thursday?
Young Zell got to pull up.
Young
man.
Zell, you pulling
Gots
up?
to pull
Sky
up.
River Casino live broadcast part 2 next Thursday.
I see Pino in the chat. Pino, man, hop on the PJ from Jersey, man. Come on out to Sky River, man. Come on.
Let's
pull
go,
up.
man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm Demi Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we welcome you in here to the September 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. Man, there's a lot to talk about today.
Mhm.
I can't get over. I know it's dumb. It's still new. 3 years I'd ride in, to the building listening to music.
Mhm.
Normally now we're here before James and Kyle starts, but there's 1 or 2 days a week where we can get in a little bit later in the day. Today's one of those days. Being able to get into the car and listen to James and Kyle on the way into the station is just so dope to me.
Nah, it's fire. I love it. I was listening at the crib before I left. Shout out to Sunrise Mall. You know what I'm saying? I think I've only been to
What?
No lie. I think I've only been to Sunrise Mall less than 20 times.
Why are we shouting out Sunrise Mall? Were you there this morning?
No, they were talking about Sunrise Mall on the show.
Oh, I missed that.
Because they were talking about Jordan Ford from Citrus Heights.
Okay.
You probably roamed around Sunrise Mall. And
you know about Birdcage Walk? What you know about the dollar movie, A Birdcage Walk?
I'm telling you, less. I'm being conservative when I say less than 20
so
times.
Birdcage
It might be less than
separate
12
from
times.
Sunrise Mall is on one side, Birdcage Walk is on the other side. And I don't
on the other side of the street.
Yeah, I don't think
they're not connected or not. Or
I don't think so. No, they're
that's completely that's completely off my radar. Less than 12 times in my life I've been to Sunrise Mall. I've been to that Benihana's out there though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Been out there twice. That's about it though.
Okay.
Takes forever to get there. It's not like off the freeway and you're at Sunrise Mall.
No, it's definitely not that.
Got no easy access.
It is.
Matter of fact, I think I've been to the skating rink behind Sunrise Mall more times than I've been to Sunrise Mall.
Done that. There were some roster moves yesterday, as I know the fellas were talking about earlier. James will be with us, as he is every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the final hour of the show, following the waiving of Neemias Queta and Nerlens Noel. Sean Cunningham, I believe, was the first to report. Want to make sure we get that right. Sean Cunningham always on top of things that Jordan Ford has signed a training camp deal. I only bring that up because Jordan Ford is a guy, I think Sean even included in his tweet, he's got a really good shot at a two-way contract.
Mm-hmm.
He was a guy we talked about quite a bit. I speculated whether the way Neemias Queta played in Summer League yesterday. I speculated this yesterday, whether the way that Neemias Queta played in Summer League played an impact into what we saw yesterday, Summer League, including the California Classic.
Mm-hmm.
I say that because I thought the way Jordan Ford played may have influenced what his future might be with Sacramento. Which is I don't think it's overreactionary. I think it's a way to you're having a game, you're having camp, you're having a stretch of practices and in competitions and all that. Mm-hmm. You want it to mean something. And I feel like what Jordan Ford was able to do during his time in the summer meant something.
I'm trying to have the caveat of, come on, man. I really do like Neemias Queta. I'm just talking about what I see.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Ford did everything that Neemias Queta should have done.
Yeah. No, I don't have no problem with that.
They both had the same type of opportunity. Summer League situation, it's kind of a long shot to begin with, but you've got an opportunity to grab the attention of somebody in the front office or other people around the league. And Jordan Ford took advantage of that opportunity, and he balled out. And Neemias Queta, it was underwhelming. And I think both of them are in the situations they're in because of some of the G League, because Neemias Queta, got a second look and got a commitment, before JaVale McGee became a part of situations because of how he played in the G League. But I think much like myself, the Kings were like, I need to see you dominate in this summer league the same way you did here. Mm-hmm. You weren't able to do it, so that influenced their decision. Jordan Ford played really, really well in the summer league, and that influenced their decision to give him an opportunity.
I wonder if part of it was it's not only he didn't dominate, like he didn't play particularly great. I think he had a good 4-minute stretch at the end of one of the games, if I remember correctly. But that was kind of
the game against the Hawks that we'll talk about forever. That fourth quarter against the
was that here or was that in Vegas?
Vegas.
Because he only played like 1 or 2 games in Vegas, right?
Mm-hmm. And the thing about it, Queta, he wasn't a complete scrub out there or nothing like that. Because you would look up at the box score and he would finish the game with 10 points, 9 rebounds.
Yeah.
Right. Which isn't bad or anything like that. But it felt like it just didn't, watching the games, it didn't feel like he had the impact that he should have on those games.
Nah, it didn't. But it feels like the core, it feels like the rotation, whether the roster for the Sacramento Kings is set or not, it feels like the rotation of the Sacramento Kings is probably set when you factor in Trey Lyles and his expected role. Obviously, Sasha Vezenkov is here. And then, the confirming yesterday, like JaVale McGee and Alex Len are going to be a part of what Sacramento does moving forward. Who you see on a night-to-night basis on the Golden One Center, at the Golden One Center, who you see on a night-to-night basis on the road is probably pretty locked in.
Yeah. I agree.
It's a question now. You talk about Jordan Ford. Is he going to get a two-way deal? Who's going to be the guy who fills out some of these or the guys who fill out some of these last just few spots?
And
this rotation is set.
Yeah, and these last spots are more for like roster / not to use a college term, program depth.
Sure.
Right? Like this is a guy where if we get in a bit of a pinch, we can bring Jordan Ford up for a week and a half. And he knows our system, and when we say bring him up, we bring him up to be Davion's backup, maybe.
Yeah.
Right? Because Davion, say Fox goes down for a week. Davion moves in the starting role, but maybe Malik is getting like ball handler minutes off the bench as opposed like Jordan Ford. He just needs to be ready to play whatever amount of time. If he, in that situation, be ready to play whatever amount of time is needed, whether it's 3 minutes, whether it's 13 minutes. Be ready, know the system, and keep it moving. And I think that's what Keita and Nerlens Noel would have been. They probably would have been even further away from playing time, if you ask me, if they were still around.
You think Monty has done everything this offseason to put the Kings in a winning position? Going back to the way the so-called offseason, the offseason started, and we'll start at, the free agency period where, the 2 or 3 week saga involving Harrison Barnes unfolded.
Yeah.
And the speculation about who they were talking to and what they were trying to make materialize, all for it to wind up Harrison Barnes being back with Sacramento. Free agency kind of coming and going in terms of all of the different names we've talked about in terms of Kyle Kuzma and this guy and that guy. None of it was there. No right. Dylan Brooks, no Draymond Green.
Right.
None of it was there. It ultimately was Harrison re-signing, Sasha coming over, and a very recent addition of JaVale McGee. Yeah. Has Monty put this team, this roster, his coach, his star players in a better position to succeed next year?
I feel like he has. Within reason, right? Like he probably could have signed Kuzma, to something outlandish. He probably could have traded for, maybe could have traded for OG. I don't know if anybody, I don't know if God could trade for OG.
Until right? OG or Pascal is traded, I'm going to believe that they're just not tradable. It's just not possible.
So those things, Kuzma or trading for OG or something like that, I think those things would have, kind of put the Kings in a different situation and potentially set them back. And I don't think Monty was willing to do that. What's the line he would always say?
Maintain and improve.
Maintain and improve. He wants to do that with this roster and leave himself a little wiggle room here and there. There is wiggle room to move a Harrison Barnes if need be. There is wiggle room to move on from a Kevin Huerter if need be. And all those things considered, I think he's done a great job. Now, mind you, when I just said that, I don't think he wants to move on from him. I'm not saying move on from him. I'm just saying you're not like Kevin Huerter's on a pretty good deal. You can move that deal if Paul George was available. And I'm not even sure you do it for Paul George as much as I like him because of the injury situation. You still have the ability to do that. And and you combine that with securing your long-term future with Sabonis and what he did there. I think he's done everything to improve this team and have them stay around for the long haul.
The move was the Domas move.
Yeah.
That was the move. The drafting of Keegan Murray was obviously huge. I apologize for leaving Chris Duarte out of the postseason work that Monty McNair did. It was, and I constantly leave it out. But that was another acquisition.
Hell, got Sasha.
Yeah, well, I mentioned Sasha. Like I
forgot about Sasha.
Yeah, like I forget about Chris Duarte for no good reason. But I'm with you in the sense it's fun to speculate, right? And it's fun to have conversations, and that's what around free agency. That's why we kept saying, like, focus on the money.
Mm-hmm.
I think the money will answer a lot of questions, and I feel like for most people, as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings, at least hopefully, money answered a lot of questions when you weigh what Harrison Barnes got versus what some of these other guys got. And I think the Sacramento Kings are in a terrific spot headed in to next year. Of course, as the NBA is dictated, as Kings fans have dictated, as ESPN is dictated, as 95.7 The Game is dictated, as Bonte Hill is dictated, the rivalry is with the Golden State Warriors. And Mark Spears had some interesting things to say about the Golden State Warriors. It's gotten the NBA fan bases, media, or NBA fan bases in general, talking a little bit. So we'll touch on that when we come back. We'll talk a lot of NBA today. I want to dive a little bit more into, let me get this, the player participation policy. That's what it's called. The player participation policy. The details on this came out. Man, this is interesting. I've got a lot of questions.
Yeah,
but this thing is interesting.
I feel the same way.
Joe Davidson joining us today.
Joe D.
Power rankings return.
They say this is a big rich town.
Plus James Ham, the final hour of the show. We're just getting started. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento. Sports leader ESPN 1320.
Bright lights, city lights.
I gotta go grab my charger.
Yeah. Let go, baby. I gotta make it. I never took a straight path nowhere. Is Jalen Hurts a superstar?
Yes.
I didn't even know this was a question. The reality is he never reported to the. I never reported. I don't know. Maybe I'm lost. That doesn't make sense. The reality is that I've never reported to the standards of other people. I mean, I guess it makes sense now that I say it out loud. Yeah, Jalen Hurts is a superstar. I don't know what the deal is. What are we talking about? KC, everyone is always hating on Purdy. Do you think Zach Wilson could perform like him on the Niners? I don't. No, I don't think so either. I don't think Zach Wilson is as good as Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is the truth, first and foremost. Brock Purdy, he has a feel for the game that I marvel over all the time. You guys hear me talk all the time about his pocket presence, his feel for timing. I think that is his mind. Those things are his biggest attributes. It's not his feet. It's not his arm, nothing like that. It's his understanding of the position, of the game plan, of how to figure out how to get it done. He's a winner. Brock Purdy's a winner. And what I mean by that, not necessarily winning games and stuff like that, but he's a winner in the fact that he figures it out. He'll figure out what he needs to.
I feel like if you got pocket presence, like coming in as a rookie, or like a first or second year player, like life's gonna be a lot easier for you. Like that's like the number one thing I feel like you need.
Straight up. I mean, the way Purdy moves in the pocket and his feel and all this other stuff, just inherently and just what's the word I'm looking for? Just like instinctually. That's stuff that doesn't happen to like 3-4 years into your career. You know what I'm saying? The way he moves in there, that's not. It's his second year in the league. This is his second year in the league. He's only got 7 starts or something like that. 9 starts. And the way he moves, his feel in there. I want everybody go look at Bryce Young and CJ Stroud this weekend, or watch how they played this past week. They didn't move like Purdy in the pocket. I'm telling you, it's real. It's real. So long-winded way of answering. No, I don't think somebody had the all 22 version of some random play where like he stepped up in the pocket and hit Brandon Ayuk for like a 17-yard gain or something like that. But never, his eyes never dropped. He got away from TJ Watt, stepped up, hit Ayuk on the. It was just, yeah. No, he's got it. I don't know how good he's going to be, but he's going to be a good ball player.
And then with him and Zach Wilson, like one quarterback is good, the other one is just not.
There's that. There is that.
You don't need to leave Zach Wilson alone. Man, ain't bothering nobody, including opposing defenses.
Actually helping them out.
Tit.
How y'all feeling?
Need to put that on a shirt. Dr. Tape, put it on a shirt. Tit.
Oh.
Tit. 13 on the back. Tit.
Okay, that's that.
I think
that's funny. That's funny.
13. Sitting on top of the world.
Appreciate you tapping in. Make sure you're following along with us. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. As we get closer and closer to the start of King season, of course, football season fully underway. Week 1 in the books. We got some overreactions we didn't get to yesterday. Want to touch on those. And of week 1 power rankings, because of course we're going to decide who the 5 best teams in the league are after one game.
Did you see Stephen A. Smith, First Take? They stealing our whole bit, man. They did power rankings. Wasn't nobody doing power rankings until we started doing power rankings.
That's right. That's I believe that's verifiable. There were never power rankings done before dealing.
Nobody was thinking about power rankings till we started it.
Nobody was thinking about it. Absolutely none. No one had drops on their board either.
You got like a premium Peacock.
That got
Why
nothing.
is that one still here?
It's got nothing. The great thing, I learned how to move. I'm still learning how to do certain stuff on. Like I learned how to move drops around. I haven't figured out how to delete old ones. Like we've got ones on here that just got to go.
Which
like
one?
Because I can't figure out how to delete them. Like OK Lake Show is going to be here forever.
Nah, I'll figure.
Well,
it
there's
out.
stuff in it. Like
There's got to be a YouTube tutorial on it.
Well, I don't know what I don't know what this is.
Oh, this is when. They won the Pacific Division.
Yeah, it's not labeled.
Like
I didn't know what that was. I'm
yeah.
assuming this is KD, but I'm not sure. Oh no, that's our other music.
Yeah.
So we got two. Is this pocket watching too? Yeah, we got 2 types of pocket watching music.
We gotta find somebody's money to count today.
Yeah,
we haven't had a pocket watch.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't been pocket watching for a while.
Gotta count somebody's money out here.
Count Joe Davidson's money when he joins us about 1 hour from right now. Hall of Famer Mark Spears was on a podcast recently and said the Warriors are looking to start Chris Paul. And that's interesting. That's been discussed. I think it was one of the first questions that was brought to Chris Paul during his first media. I don't know if it was like a media availability or if I think he was promoting his book. So he was doing a ton around that time. He was doing a ton of interviews, and I know he was asked about it and he kind of played it cool, but I think there was a lot of discussion. Like Chris Paul's not going to want to come off the bench. As it was reported by Mark Spears, it sounds like the Warriors' plan is to start him. I figured it would be, but it's also starting to feel like hearing the discussion around the acquisition of Chris Paul. Draymond Green has been doing media appearances for the last couple of days. He did something with ESPN yesterday, and a lot was discussed regarding Chris Paul, and everyone had to, it was discussed with Draymond and Steph and Clay, and it was discussed with Chris Paul, then it was discussed with all of them. And like, I believe that's the way you go about this, but I keep thinking like, you had to do all of that to play basketball together. You had to do all of that, because to me, if you have to pose all of those questions, it might not work. Like if someone came to me and said, "Hey, we're thinking about hiring so-and-so."
I don't know why I laughed.
You know why you laughed. Someone comes to the three of us and says, "Hey, how would you feel about us hiring so-and-so?" The fact that you felt the need to come and ask us how we felt about that tells me this is probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because if you have to ask, there's something wrong. And the fact that, and I think this was from Chris Paul, it could have been from Mark Spears, but they weren't sure at first. They're like, I don't know. And when I say they, I mean collectively. There was like resistance all around, like, I don't know, probably look at something else. And then maybe it was Chris Paul came around first, maybe the other guys came around, but eventually everybody came around and it was like, all right, let's do this. To me, you're, to use that cliche, you're starting behind the 8 ball right now. And I for a team that I still think is very good, I don't know, like that doesn't feel right to me, because you're coming off a year where you had horrible energy in your locker room, and you blame the wrong guy and got rid of him. Are y'all really preparing to blame Chris Paul now? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Let me be clear. I don't care whether Warriors succeed or not.
There's that.
As a basketball fan, as a fan of Chris Paul, just from someone looking at this, I don't like this. To me, if I was a Warriors fan, I'm looking at this like, there's that much trepidation about this, and we ain't even at training camp yet. I don't know.
I understand everything you're saying. I would think, these guys would, I don't want to say be on your best behavior, but, he's on our team now, or, I'm with these guys now. And there really shouldn't be much of anything that gets in the way of that at this point. I mean, unless you guys got like personal, like outside of basketball beef. Like if it's just, I didn't like him because when we competed against him, he talked trash or he flopped or something like that. Seems like you can get over that. But who knows? They got guys in there that hold grudges. They got guys in there that are willing to take it probably where it doesn't need to go.
Yeah.
So it could be a situation. This starting thing is going to be fascinating, because what is it going to be? Paul, Curry, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond?
That would be my guess, yeah.
The bench is going to be terrible, and they're going to be small. So,
well, and what's the question you asked from jump? Because you talk about starting all you want to, but what was the question you asked from jump? Who's closing this game?
Who's closing? Yeah, who's at the end of the game? And if you're maybe they're going.
And if you're going that route at the end of the game, okay, it might work against some teams,
right? And you got Chris Paul there. Chris Paul, one of the great point guards of all time. Maybe he's orchestrating some things. You got Steph, working off the ball a little bit. It's going to be up to Kerr and these guys to make it work, and Steve Kerr, I think he's a heck of a coach. He's not coming off the greatest summer, as far as managing situation, managing players, things of that nature. This is a whole nother dynamic that he's got to deal with. And I don't know. And the guy who some people outside of Steph Curry would say won you that first round series, when is he going to play? Then talking about Kevon Looney.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you like this. As a Kings fan, I have no problem with that 5. I have no problem. I have no problem. I'll take my chances with that.
Keep Kevon Looney off the floor.
Yeah. Or anybody else having Wiggins play the 4. Like, what does that look like? So having Steph Curry now really have nobody to – he can't hide anywhere in the backcourt. A lot of the times in these games, Gary Payton II or Dante DiVincenzo, those guys were out there, guarding the De'Aaron Fox. At game 1 I was watching, it was everybody but Steph Curry guarding De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
In the end of that game. It was Wiggins. It was GP. It was DiVincenzo. None of them were successful, but Steph never went up there and took the challenge. Now what's going to happen? What, you going to put Chris Paul on him?
That ain't going to do it. Well, you said it perfectly a minute ago. As a Kings fan, that was fine with me.
I ain't got no problem.
Hell, as a Kings fan, y'all could kill each other. Like, I don't care how much you dislike each other. It don't bother us any. Y'all want to go at each other's necks, do it. As an NBA fan, I'm just looking at this with total trepidation. It just sounds like you went through too much to try to make this happen. Now, if Chris Paul was a 28-year-old point guard versus a 38-year-old point guard, or approaching a 38-year-old point guard, I feel a little bit different. It'd be like, figure it out.
Yeah.
Figure it out. But he's not. He's 37, 38 years old. And it's like, okay, you're probably dealing with some limitations. We got Adam Silver on our screen here right now talking about this, the player resting policy and the player participation policy and these media rights deals coming up. Like, you start looking at teams that are a little bit older. The Golden State Warriors are one of those. You start looking at teams that are in a, rest guys. The Golden State Warriors fall into that category. And I thought Kyle Mattson brought up a great point on the Insiders this morning when he said, like, you're navigating this, if you're the Golden State Warriors, if you're navigating this with the idea, like, okay, we're trying to keep Chris Paul fresh for the playoffs. We might not be able to do that anymore. Now, we'll get to this player participation thing in a minute because I forgot a million questions. But this is a team that's generally older, and you're already going against the current right now, with just the way that these guys vibe with each other. And I feel like you can overcome a lot, but your disdain for someone, like if you had already run a championship with Chris Paul and you didn't like each other, no one will care. Chris Paul won't care. The Warriors won't care. It's like, yo, it's the Shaq and Kobe thing. We don't have to like each other to win a title. Just go win a title. They haven't. They don't even know if this is going to be successful, or to what degree, I should say, this is going to be successful. And I don't know. Coming up, all of the stories about last year's Warriors team and it being a vibe problem. It was a Jordan Poole problem. Okay, now you're just swapping one part out with the other and potentially creating the same exact problem. I don't understand.
And what's crazy to me is that, like, you felt like you had to get Jordan Poole out there that bad. Like, I'm not even on the tip of like, well, you should have got rid of Draymond. Like, whatever. Like, you had to just move on from one of those two that bad. It's cool. And, we talked it out, and Draymond talking about, yeah, we worked through it. It was tough at first, but you really didn't then.
You did not.
You really didn't. It was never cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just like when it happened with KD, it was a work through it. No, he didn't. KD was gone. He said, that's why I'm leaving. Like,
that's why I'm out of here this summer. Is that what he said when he was walking onto the floor?
He said, that's why I'm leaving. This was in December. You know what I mean? So I think that was crazy. I would have, if you didn't want to get rid of Draymond, I would have kept Jordan Poole there. But you felt like you had to get rid of him, and bringing in a huge question mark in Chris Paul, not in his game or skill level, but how he's going to mesh with these guys.
Yeah. Draymond said yesterday, or in recent days, I should say, he thinks the Warriors have a couple more titles in them. You think you agree with him?
No.
I don't either. And again, I think a little bit higher of the. Well, no, I think we think about the same because you said the Warriors probably 48, 49, 50 win team. That's exactly what I think they are. I don't think they can sustain a lengthy title run, unless, and it's perfectly possible that Steph has the greatest postseason in history. I just constantly hanging your hat on that is tough.
Yeah, I mean, Steph Curry was unbelievable in the playoffs last year. He was unbelievable against the Kings in that Game 7 to get him to the second round, and it got him a second round exit.
You know what else? If Domas plays his best, De'Aaron plays his best, Kevin Huerter plays his best, Malik plays his best, Keegan Murray plays his best. Yeah, the Kings are winning a title.
Right.
That's not how the league works,
Right.
though. That's not how games and series transpire.
Well, I'll even go, but to what I was saying is Steph Curry, there wasn't nothing wrong with him last year. He was phenomenal, and it got you damn near nowhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it got you bounced, and you lost by 20-something in Game 6 to the Lakers.
You could have
that's
sustained.
That's not enough anymore. 20, what was that? 2022 or whatever. That was enough. That was Steph being amazing was enough to get you over the hump and get you a championship. Salute to that. It's not enough no more. Like, it's not enough no more. You need others to be amazing.
I feel like
I
the
don't think
Kings
they have enough.
The Kings could have sustained Steph's 50 easier than Kevon Looney's 20 rebounds. They couldn't sustain both of them. Now, I don't know how Steph gets to 50 because some of those offensive rebounds turned into Steph three-pointers.
Yeah.
But you cut those rebounds that Kevon Looney had down to 10, I think you can handle Steph's 50. They may still lose.
Yeah.
But I thought it was the rebounds that killed them more.
That's true too. I thought this problem with all the games that they lost, except for maybe Game 4, for sure Game 4, because I think they played well. They didn't make no shots.
What was the story in 4? Oh, 4 was HB.
Yeah, Game 4 was just a game. Like, they were hooping, Warriors were hooping, and they lost the game. Game 3,
5 was a blowout, right? Not a.
Yeah, it was like 15 points or something like that. It might have actually been less than that, honestly. But it was in the last 2 minutes it got put away.
Yeah.
But 3, 5, and 7, I thought the Kings just didn't make any shots. You know, they didn't hit nothing. And I'm not saying they would have won if they did, but I think it could have been a different game if they were hitting shots like they were in the other 3, 4 games.
Let's transition. Sorry.
I just want to say real quick to Steph Curry. I saw some. Did you see that video of Steph holding that like workout or the training camp with the NBA vets?
I didn't see a video. I saw a story.
Yeah, they got video of it.
Okay.
Call me old school with that. I wouldn't be going to no Steph Curry camp. If he's not on my team, I'm not going to no Steph Curry camp to get in shape.
Well, wait a minute.
Trae Young was there. I think they had a couple other guys there.
Can you elaborate? Oh,
and it's not just Steph Curry. Like, if Giannis held a camp, I wouldn't be going to no Giannis. Like, I don't understand that one. I'm not going to these guys get in shape camp. Like, we about to compete, bro. I'm not saying you can't compete if you're at the camp, but that's just how I'm wired. I'm about to try and take you out the game.
I had to do a double take because I thought I saw Davion. I don't believe that was Davion I saw.
It might have been. He's been working.
No, I don't think it was. I'll pull it up on the screen. You guys could tell me, and I'll tell you who I think is Davion. I don't think it's not Davion. Oh, actually, you know how I could tell? Let me go back. No, he's wearing a tank top. He's not wearing a graphic tee. There's no way that's Davion. Davion ain't working out in nothing but a graphic tee. That's Steph Curry's camp.
I think Jeremy Grant was there. I think Seth Curry's
right there. Yep. Yeah. It's all there's Seth right there. See Trae.
And Moody's there, but he's a teammate, so that's different. And I'm not even saying there's anything wrong.
You just don't want to go to a camp that you against someone you're competing against.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah. I remember years ago, KD and LeBron were working out together. Like when KD was like in OKC, and I don't need to do this. I'll work out on my own.
Work on my step back 3.
Yeah. Then the other thing that stood out from that, and one of the guys on Twitter pointed it out.
There's
like,
OG.
Clint Parks. I think he's a trainer for Kawhi Leonard. And he's like, if you're watching that right now, Damian, the difference in speed and how hard Steph Curry's going compared to the other guys is very noticeable. And I think it answers a lot. It answers a lot. It's very noticeable.
It is. And you know who the most glaring one is? Oh, this is a different video. There's a couple of different videos. Okay, I found a different one. Oh man, yeah. There's OG.
Steph be going.
Steph and Trey is glaringly different.
Steph gets after.
I don't know why. I'll put these up on the screen. I don't know why.
I'm not even saying like these guys work out. They work hard. I'm not here to denigrate these other guys, but this is why Steph Curry is who he is. Like he doesn't take a shot off, a rep off in the summer and during the season.
Yeah.
Like and once again, this isn't any disrespect to those other guys. It's more of praise for Steph Curry as to why he is who he is. Cause he's, man.
Those are basketballs dribbling, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you heard right there. Basketballs dribbling. But yeah, you can gosh, I don't want to say anything like out of line. Like you can't, like it is pretty, you look at the way Steph's moving. Steph is moving at virtually full speed on everything except this one layup he's about to show in a second.
He's looking like Game 7.
Well,
like, that's how he's moving in Game 7.
That's the only one where he looks. But look at Trey. Just looked like he looked like he just pulled up to the court, wanted to get some shots up. Some guys, like I think some guys just don't know how to move like that. Like I don't think some guy, like remember Trey was the guy who said, those once again are basketballs dribbling. Trey was the guy who once said the regular season was boring. Some guys don't know how to do that. Like if you think the regular season's boring, what are you doing in the off season?
Yeah. And once again, it's more a testament to Steph Curry.
100%.
Like
that's why Steph Curry is one of the greatest players that's ever lived.
I look at Steph a lot of the times, and I'm in awe with how hard he plays, how hard he goes, and all. Look at this. Like, I mean, it's a move. It's a good move. You're working on your game. I'm not talking about it, but when you see it next to Steph Curry, it's like there's a difference.
The urgency isn't there.
Yeah, look at this right here. Come on.
Come on. Now, okay, now wait a minute. Well, yeah. It's just different. Okay. All right, stop it. All right, leave these dudes alone, man. Will you stop?
Hey, that's why
There's
I'm not
Seth
working
right
out
there.
with Steph Curry.
Yeah, but look who's moving just like Steph.
Yeah, because that's how he knows.
Yes, look at Seth. Seth is busting his ass right there. They told Seth he's gonna be out of the league in 2 years. Look at that dude busting his ass.
Seth the next move before the camera get back over there. He had the next move.
Man, well, shout out to the Curry brothers then, man. The Curry brothers are different.
But it's I always think about Steph Curry and like how his stamina doesn't get talked about enough. He goes hard all game long, runs around all crazy. In the fourth quarter, he still has the legs, he still has the energy to like take it to another level. Oh yeah, this is crazy right here too. I saw, damn Trey.
Oh Trey. Oh Trey. Yeah, Trey.
Trey's just out there for the vibes.
Trey just
he's just vibing.
Trey.
Get this on my Instagram.
I'm not sure Trey's even sweating.
And who's
man.
this Nico man? No, because he's left-handed. Who is that?
I'm sorry. I just keep looking to see, is that Lindsay? That's all I was trying to focus on. Is that Lindsay, right? Oh, that's not Lindsay. That's not. Yeah, Trey out there for the vibe. Trey just vibing. Hey, Steph, can I come through, get some shots up, Brody?
That's what he did. He just got some shots up.
I'm gonna bring my camera crew with me too.
Oh, they're saying that's Pods, the rookie out of Santa Clara. That's right.
Who, the cut white dude?
Yeah. I like his game too. We'll see what he does in the league. I like his game.
He built like a tank.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
But yeah, I'm not working out with these dudes. I ain't working out with these dudes. First of all, I'm Trey Young. What am I doing? Like,
well, now wait a second.
Get my own workout in. I ain't working out with Steph Curry.
Steph's one of the greatest, though. You won't work out with Steph? One of the greatest players to ever play?
I don't know. Maybe I would, because I think about like old school stuff. Like Michael Jordan had those people come for Space Jam. Reggie Miller was there. Juwan Howard.
Yeah.
So it's not even one of the like, oh, they didn't do that back in my day type.
It just wasn't on camera.
Right. That one was on camera. They need more video.
Well, that's because airtime was there.
But I don't know, man. I just or here's, if I go to the workout, I'm looking to like outwork you.
Well, the thing
that's like, if I go, that's what I'm trying to do.
What I might want to do is, I'll go. Hey, Steph, let me get 45 when everyone leaves. Because I'd want I'd want to talk an hour with Dan Patrick, right? I'd want to talk an hour with Scott Van Pelt. Like, I'd want to learn from those guys.
You can go to a school. Don't they have a school? Don't they have a school?
Shout out to Dan Patrick for just stealing these kids' money. Shout out to Full Sail University and Dan Patrick for stealing these kids' money. Hey, come learn how to do a job that they're going to give to a professional athlete anyways. Yeah, they out here taking money. But thing is, I'd listen to DP.
Yeah.
I'd listen to those. I'd listen to Stephen A.
Yeah.
I'd want to learn from them. If I was a hooper, I'd want to learn from Steph. Like, I'd want to hear, like, if Steph,
I get that.
LeBron, they're the greatest. Can I get 45 minutes after this workout?
I get that. I think my other scenario would be the case. Like, it's not a full no, I wouldn't go, but if I went, I'd be trying to.
So that's the other thing.
I'd be trying to go super
If
hard.
I went, I wouldn't be moving the way Trae Young was moving in that video. I'm moving in a completely different fashion. We'll come back. We mentioned that player participation policy. Adam Silver just spoke to the media a few minutes ago. There's obviously a lot at play. We want to talk a little bit about this. A lot more details have come out, and this is interesting and perhaps impossible to enforce. I get it. We'll talk about it. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Back in elementary.
Alan asked KC if he would work out with LBJ. Like, if I'm like KC today, like, or any time in my life, like, yes. But if I was like Kevin Durant, I don't know if I'd work out with LeBron James. That's just me. I'm not even talking crazy about these guys. That's just me. And like I said, if I did, I'd probably like be trying to take his head off in a one-on-one or something like that.
Don't think you'd be invited back if you did that.
Jerry Rice workout. That reminds me of something Michael Irvin used to say. And he didn't work out with these guys, but Michael Irvin, I remember he told a story. He's like, I always thought Jerry Rice and Darryl Green were so dumb for posting their little videos of their workout. I thought it was stupid. He said, because this is what I would do. He said, I would look at the best wide receiver in Jerry Rice, and I watch his workout, and I do exactly what he's doing. And then I look at the best cornerback in Darryl Green, and I look at his workout, and I do exactly what he's doing. And then I'd go do my own workout, what I normally do. And at the end of the day, if I'm doing the same workout as the best wide receiver and the best cornerback in my own, I gotta be the best.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But he was like, he was like jokingly, he was like, it was so stupid that they would post that because they had guys like me ready to just like pounce on everything they was doing. And I'd be more like Michael Irvin. That's how I would be.
Hey, we don't have an Insiders podcast feed yet. The fuck for? From out there? Okay. All right.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. But yeah, it shouldn't move that slow. That's fucking ridiculous.
You know this shit is fucking ridiculous.
are you cackling at, man?
I just saw Dr. David on Twitter. His latest creation.
Oh Lord.
I need one.
Oh no.
I need one.
Oh, Dr. David created the tat jersey. That's incredible. That's a phenomenal. Oh, with the D-Lo and Casey on the front.
The D-Lo and Casey is fire too.
I need to hit up the King's Herald and ask how they produce their jerseys. And is someone really walking around with a jersey that says tat on the back? Because
I would.
Of course you would.
I think a t-shirt. I think people would buy the t-shirt if we sold it.
The jersey.
The jersey. You could do it.
Get the jersey.
We could do
All
it.
my Niner fans out there, get you a tat.
Dr. David, you did it. We'll get something cooking here. I need to hit up Dave Garcia Designs. Dave, we need a tat design. Adam Silver spoke to the media a few minutes ago addressing the new player participation policy that was leaked to the media within the last couple of days. And a lot more details have come out in recent hours about this. Bobby Marks, I think, had one of the most extensive write-ups regarding the player participation policy. And we've kind of focused on the surface stuff when this was first announced, like no more than one star player is unavailable for the same game. About this with the in-season tournament. And will people take the in-season tournament seriously? Meaning players, meaning coaches. And the NBA clearly has put a massive influence on this in-season tournament, partly because, and I think you were the one who pointed this out, right now, correct me, it's the NBA in-season tournament. That's what it is. It's not the NBA in-season tournament presented by. It's not the All-State Cup,
right,
or State Farm Cup. It's not the Kia Cup. Like right now, it's an entity that heading into their media rights negotiation this summer that they want to use to blow up their price. But they can't blow up their price if guys aren't playing in it. So once you weed past the no more than one star player is unavailable at a time, there's different stuffs about home games and away games and different things like that. There's also teams must ensure that star players are available for national TV and in-season tournament games. Remember, not all in-season tournament games are on national television. That is a direct implication to how important the in-season tournament is to Adam Silver and the NBA headed into these media rights negotiations. There's a ton more in here. I kind of glossed over it, but the home and road split, like if you're going to rest guys, you can't just rest them on the road. And in turn, you can't just rest them on the road. Like if you're going to go this route, it needs to be a balance. And he gives different examples. He used a Golden State Warrior example last season. Steph, Clay, Draymond all played in a home loss to the Indiana Pacers on December 5th. Then they were all rested in a road loss to the Utah Jazz 2 nights later. Under the new rules, according to Bobby Marks, Golden State would have been investigated and likely fined in this case because Steph, Clay, Draymond all meet the criteria of being a star player. This, KC, is what I found to be the most interesting, though. And I'll quote it verbatim from Bobby Marks's article. Teams must refrain from any long-term shutdown or near shutdown when a star player stops participating in games or plays in a materially reduced role in circumstances affecting the integrity of the game. There's a lot of words there. He's basically talking about Dame Lillard last year. He's talking about Bradley Beal. He's essentially talking about teams trying to improve their draft status. He's talking about tanking. You can't just shut Dame Lillard down anymore. You can't just shut Bradley Beal down anymore. Your season can't go to hell, and Draymond Green decides he just isn't going to play anymore because Steph Curry's hurt, and Klay Thompson is hurt. The NBA wants to put an end to that. And my biggest question is I appreciate the policy, especially given the fact that if teams abide by this policy, everyone, Brad, Dame, Steph, Clay, Draymond, everyone gets more money because that's ultimately what this is all about. If Mark Cuban and Vivek Ranadive and Joe Lacob get more money, that means Luka Doncic, De'Aaron Fox, and Steph Curry get more money.
Yeah.
That's all this is about. But how are you going to do it?
Well, from what I can tell, they've done a good job of, putting the rules in place as to what's going to be acceptable. I think on the low, what they're going to ask these guys and talk to these guys about, the players, the coaching staffs, maybe the athletic trainers as well, is come on, man, be on the up and up. Like we're trying to establish something here. If you have something where you can't go, but it's not going to need surgery or something like that, we're not going to hold that to you. If you got a foot injury where you're like, I can't really play with this. This would be a bad idea to play with this. I think the NBA is not going to hold them to the, hey, you're a star and you have to play type thing. But I think they're asking for, be a part of this, be a part of work. If you're just not playing because you're tired or it's a rest, come on, man. Like we can't have that. Especially if it's a national TV game or this in-season tournament thing that we're trying to sell. Like if you're like, this is just a rest day for me. Like we can't have no rest day. If you're legitimately hurt and you really putting yourself at risk for playing, and it's best that you sit, and then cool. Like we get all that. But if you can get out there, get out there. I really think they're putting in these these rules and the wording and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I think there's a conversation and understanding that's going to be had between the league and the players, to just kind of do things on the up and up.
I feel like most teams are going to go along with this. I feel like most teams probably don't have a problem with it, but I don't feel like all of them will. And it might not be, I might have phrased that wrong, because it might not be teams. It might be players. And of course, the one that's going to come to everyone's mind is the Clippers. Partly because I think we have this perception about Kawhi Leonard. And maybe he's I think there's this perception that maybe Kawhi is like grouchy and just is like, I'm not going to play. I don't think that's how this goes. But I do think, as we talked about when this rule was first introduced a couple of days ago, like at some point, if you're Kawhi or Paul George or you're Steve Kerr or you're any of these franchises, any of these analytics guys or these strength and conditioning coaches, you have to start looking at a greater body of evidence that says, regardless of what your textbooks tells you, in practice, this is not working. The act, the art of game management, load management, it's not effective. And there's a lot of evidence to support that. How it's just how much are they willing to accept that?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, how, yeah, okay. Maybe we don't. Like we looked at when Kawhi went from Kawhi came back, played a little bit, and he really didn't play very much for like a month and a half. And then he came back with a vengeance, and he was nasty. But we looked at the numbers. He was legit playing. Like, it started every 3 games, he would rest. Then every 5 games, he would rest. And it pretty much went every 5 games, he would take a rest day. And I'm sorry to keep harping on this. My guy got hurt in the playoffs. You did all of that work. So, I mean, is the counter? Well, shoot. All right. Every 4 games, because clearly 5 was the breaking point.
Right.
No, that's not it.
Right.
Like, that's not it. Unless you have evidence to present, which I've never seen, that says it's the impact of this amount of minutes per year that's causing this to happen, then I'll listen. but that hasn't been presented. I've always leaned on, I trust the strength and conditioning guys. I trust the sports science guys. Now seeing it in practice for so many years, it's like, y'all might be full of crap.
Yeah.
Or you're misreading this information.
Misreading the information. And in theory, it makes sense, right? Like all that stuff makes sense. Like you preserve your body by not playing as much. If you play all the time, you wear yourself down. It makes sense from everything that we've read, heard, learned over the years. But like you said, in actuality, it's not working. Like it's not getting you the results you think that it should get you or you hope for.
I get there's a lot of it that I do understand because I've studied kinesiology. Like I've been fascinated with how like the body recovers from training and all that. And like the number one thing you read this in college courses, you read this in Men's Health.
Mm-hmm.
Your body needs time to recover, right? Like if you wanted to do squats and deadlifts and massive leg workouts every day,
mm-hmm.
you're gonna fail because Monday's gonna be phenomenal. Tuesday's not gonna be as good. Wednesday's gonna be even worse. Thursday's gonna be terrible. Friday, you're not even gonna want to do it because you're destroying your body. Your body needs rest, right? That muscle, those muscles in your body need rest because you're working them every day. You're not playing 5 games in a row, and this is a completely different type of quote exercise than trying to squat 500 pounds or 400 pounds or whatever these guys do. It's not the same. It's not the same principle. It just can't be relayed over because it's all considered training.
Yeah.
It's all considered working out, or it's all considered the human body. Like the same type of practices can't be transferred over.
Yeah.
And that's where I feel like we're falling short with some of this. Like we're trying to input practices that like, okay, this doesn't work over here.
Yeah.
It's it's even different across sports. How often we literally hear it every year. Get rid of Wednesday's games because those guys can't recover from the 4 dozen car crashes that they were in on Sunday. They're probably not recovered by the next Sunday either. But they sure as hell ain't recovered by Thursday.
Right.
And again, different sports, different practices. The NBA is trying to take, it feels like for the last 5 or 6 years or so, the NBA is trying to take all of this different stuff and make it make sense for their league. And so far at this point, it doesn't.
What do you say about, and this is also something that's probably not really scientifically proven. It's just the old adage, but building up a callus. Like you do need rest, but if your body gets used to the rhythm of, hey, I work out 5 days a week, or I work out 6 days a week, and I rest on Sunday, and that's what I've been doing for the last 9 months. Like your body's like, all right, I know this. I'm prepared for it. It's often the shock, I think, that gets people hurt or anything like that. But if the body is like, this is what we do.
I 100% believe in that. That's literally what training is. Like you train for a marathon. You train for a marathon. You keep running. You run more and more and more and more and more. You run till, most coaches would tell you, you get all the way up to 20 miles. You don't go all the way to 26.2 or 26.1 or what. But you get all the way up. You work up to 20 miles.
Right.
That's how you prepare. You run. That's training. That's literally what training is. And I 100% agree with you. It's the shock that is more likely to cause injury than the overload.
Yeah.
Now, I think there are caveats to that. I think Russell Westbrook is a caveat to that. I think guys, De'Aaron might be. Those guys who are really, really explosive. Like, and that is a main component of their game. Like I use the description with Derrick Rose and with Russell Westbrook, especially Russell Westbrook of like 4 or 5 years ago. Those guys are violent. They go to the basket. Like every motion they make is with a massive amount of intensity.
Ja's in that category.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Ja's a great example. Those are guys who sometimes I worry about. Like, we saw Aaron Rodgers. I'm not really sure what happened to Aaron Rodgers the other night.
Mhm.
I don't know if it was like trauma, getting rolled up, if it was like actual like manipulation of the tendon.
Also just old.
That
And
too.
I don't mean that in
No,
disrespectful way. But
no. I
like,
know what you
that's-
mean.
The older you get, the more those things.
That's what happened to Kobe.
Yeah.
Like Kobe was just planning. Like we all saw Rudy Gay at the Arco. Yeah. Dude just took a step.
Mhm.
But those guys who are so, Russell Westbrook's getting older.
Mhm.
Those guys whose game is so built off of that first movement.
Mhm.
Like that's where I worry. Like,
Yeah.
And it's you could be as calloused as you want to.
Yeah.
You could be as trained as you want to. You get older, that first step is still explosive,
Mhm.
but
yeah,
it's gone.
And it's so, I think about these guys playing, and I do feel like it's gone a little bit too far as far as them not playing. I also think some of it, I love and respect these guys, these players, man. So I don't want to disrespect them, but I think a lot of it is, some of it is like more than the actual health of it all, and more of the status, right? Like if I want to be looked at on the same level as LeBron. So if LeBron is taking rest days, I should be taking rest days. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like
It does.
Like I want to be looked at as that type of guy. Because for instance,
look. I don't.
For instance, no disrespect to him, but Kevin Huerter not taking rest days because he's not.
Well, I'm not comparing the two. I'll stick with the name Russell Westbrook. I'll take Russ out of it. Like Russ doesn't miss games.
Mhm.
I don't like the guy. James Harden plays.
Mm-hmm.
Like James, I don't think James Harden takes rest days. And if he does it while he's on the floor.
I'm about to say he don't take rest days where he don't suit up.
He take rest days. He take rest days in the postseason. He takes the whole postseason off.
It takes load management games in Game 7. That's
but when you look at James trying to win MVPs, when you look at James Harden had a really amazing like 3-4 year stretch, similar to what we're seeing from Joel right now. Joel just won his first MVP. Joel's been in the MVP conversation 3 or 4 years. That's not that different than what James Harden did. James Harden played. Russell Westbrook played. Those were guys who were regularly in that MVP conversation. Those were guys who were regularly playing a ton of minutes. Those guys did not miss games. I understand what you're hinting at, but if that's dumb. If that's the case, yeah, that's
there are people
dumb.
who are doing that. That's where I say it's gone too far, and that's why the league feels like they have to step in.
But at the same time, we just talked about Aaron Rodgers and what happened to him, and whether it's turf, which is absolutely a conversation going on. Robert Saleh was like, I think it was more trauma than turf, but it doesn't take the fact away from our guys hate turf. Like it's almost universally hated in the league.
Right.
He's older. He's talking about 38, 39 years old. LeBron James load managing doesn't bother me. Dude's 39 years old.
Right.
Steph Curry thinks 35, 36 years old. If he's load managing this year, it doesn't bother me. Right. I don't think it terribly bothers the NBA too much. Maybe those two are terrible examples because Steph missing games, LeBron missing games probably bothers them a lot.
But much like we talk about with the NFL and how they don't have to have these, I think they can find a way to make the schedule where they don't have these guys playing on a Sunday night and then a Thursday, like everybody between buys and all this other stuff. Like you can get these guys where they come off a bye and play on a Thursday night. In a different sense, I think the NBA is saying, look, if you're going to rest these guys. Do not rest them in these in-season tournament games.
Yep.
Do not rest them on national TV.
Right.
If you're not playing on national TV on Wednesday, but you are on Thursday, rest them on Wednesday, play on Thursday. Don't play on Wednesday and rest them on because of this little formula you have. Like, make sure they're out there for these games. I completely understand that.
So do I. I don't have no problem with that. I do have a problem with this. See, I bought 2 tickets to one show at the Chase Center, and these clowns are now sending me single ticket offers for the Golden State Warriors. Am I going to have to reply to this automated mail and cuss them out?
Reply. Tell them what you think. Tell them what's on your mind.
Warriors basketball tips off less than a month. I don't care. Don't send me these. Don't send me this.
Respond to them. Don't send me this, bleep.
Use code inside. I ain't using no code for nothing.
Say all of this.
How about, I got an idea. How about you fix your arena? How about you do that? How about you tear down the 47 hallways that you have in there? Don't have part of your concourse dead end. How about that? Send me offers for where's there's got to be an unsubscribe button. Unsubscribe, like never again.
What will be the punishment if we, is there a punishment if we went to like a Warriors Wizards game? Well, that would be good because it'd be Jordan Poole. But Warriors,
what you said it'd be Thunder. Punishment?
Yeah, like
no punishment. It's basketball. Like you bought tickets to go?
Yeah.
Oh, I got questions.
I got like basketball. I just want to go see that. What if I'm just going to heckle the Warriors?
Well, what's the ratio of Kings games to Warriors games?
I mean, way more Kings games. I'm just saying.
I don't care. Go watch.
If it's like,
you bought tickets though?
I haven't. No.
I'm saying in this scenario, you bought tickets. Like you use codes inside. Like I just got.
I'm so mad. I'll pay full price. Not using your code. That'll show you. Yeah, if I bought tickets to go see the Magic, I want to see. Yeah, I want to see Reese wanted to go see Paolo, and we already missed him here in the Golden One Center.
Okay, that's different. Now you're bringing kids into this. And your kid needs an attitude adjustment.
Well,
your kid has been spending way too much time with grandma.
But you know what? I got one. He's a Niner fan now.
Okay.
I got one.
Wait, who was he before?
He was undecided. And
he was messing
with. We've been pressuring him for the last 2 years, and he's so afraid to go against his mom. He didn't want to.
Yeah, probably.
He didn't want to tell her he was a Niner.
Yeah, no kidding. Your ass in here for 10 hours a day now, and he's stuck with his mom. What you think he's gonna say? He a 49er fan to her? Ain't no way.
And when it came out, she was like, "Yeah, whatever, Reese. Don't talk to me about football no more." He said, "Well, we can still talk." No, don't talk to me about football. I'm still a Yankees fan, Mom.
Really weird.
Yeah, that's nice.
I won't say this to her face. It's really weird how seriously Jazz takes the cow. Is she from Dallas?
No. She told me the story before. So her dad was an Eagles fan, and she was like at a slumber party, and she won a Cowboys blanket. She didn't care about football at all. She won a Cowboys blanket, and she came home. She's like, "Dad, look what I won, a Cowboys blanket." And he's like, "Don't sit around me. Don't be having me around it." Like, and then she tried to like sit on the couch next to him with the Cowboy. He'd be like, "No, go over there. You ain't sitting over here with that Cowboys blanket." And her being her defiant self was like, "Well, fine. I'm a Cowboys fan then. I don't care."
That's fine. That's funny. That's not far off what happened with me. That's how I became a Cowboy fan. My grandpa loved the 49ers. Truth be told, I love the 49ers. But when the Cowboys got good, like the Emmett and that crew, I took a liking to Michael Irvin. Then they got Deion. I love that group.
Yeah.
It agitated my grandpa to no end. That's what the Cowboys do, I guess. They just agitate people. Agitated him to no end. So I just rode with it. I was like, yeah, no, I'm a Cowboy fan. Because we had Mike Tyson. Right. That was our thing.
That was our connection.
I was like, no, I'm gonna get under your skin all football season. And the killer was when Deion was with the 49ers.
Oh, that was tough.
I never told him. I was like, I'm for 49ers the whole time. Like, Deion's my guy. I love Deion with the Falcons.
Oh, that was tough.
Oh, I love Deion with the Falcons, the 49ers, the Raiders. Or not the Raiders, the Cowboys. I love them with Colorado.
Yeah. But yeah, she don't play about her Cowboys.
That's funny.
So I got Reese. I'm gonna get Ryan too. I mean, Ryan's in the bag. Ryan
feels like Ryan's your girl.
Ryan's in the bag. She's Kings, Giants, Niners.
Who's holding Ryan?
That's a good question. We're still trying to figure that out.
No,
she gonna be.
No one's gonna be up there because I know what Reese is doing.
Yeah,
no one's accounting for the baby yet.
She's a part of the wedding. I don't know what's gonna happen when she gets there.
Good luck.
That's gonna be crazy.
Good luck. My nephew, it is crazy. Man, tomorrow's house party's birthday.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I was probably need to pull up on the studio.
Yeah, tomorrow's house party's birthday. I'm surprised he ain't asked for the house. He actually low key did.
He put a filler out there.
He put a couple fillers out there at Soul Bloom. Hey, Uncle D, my friends was asking when I was gonna watch the house again. I was like, oh, word? What'd you tell him?
Man, that must have been a party of the year. I'm mad I missed it.
You the only one that missed it. Looks at the cameras, at least half the chatty house was there. I saw people coming in and out of that house 3, 4, 5 in the morning. There were people arriving at 4:30.
That was the after hours spot.
Hey, I told him, don't do anything stupid. Make sure Sprout's taken care of, and you're fine. And for the most part, he listened.
Oh,
yeah, man, it's his birthday.
Hey,
tomorrow.
Jay, man, invite me. Hit me up next time.
Joe Davidson going to join us here when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Brian, that's not far off what he asked. Not far off what he asked.
Who the hell is 81? Damn, I don't know nobody on the Panthers. On the Panthers outside of Bryce Young.
And Wild Boys are monsters, man.
There he is.
Hey.
Oh, thank you. The only thing in Disney World that I wanted to buy.
I'm gonna find you. I saw a bag that would look nice with that.
Oh, yeah?
If I got you a bag, would you rock a bag?
Like a shoulder bag?
Yeah.
Like you wear?
Yeah.
I'd wear it to here.
Okay.
Dude, wait till
No, you're gonna have to wear it somewhere else because it's not a Mickey Mouse bag, so you're gonna have to wear it out. You're gonna have to show it out. But I saw it. I was like, I bet Kyle and Heather would like this.
Oh wow.
And at least that's the plan. And so I'm about to walk around Europe with my shoulder bag.
You got to.
Real touristy.
You got to. It's not touristy. That's style. This game.
Wait till you find
Walk
out
around.
that I'm wearing tube socks, sandals, Hawaiian shirts.
Now that's
That's not what you wear to Europe. That was my one reservation with the bag. Like, I know the way Kyle dresses. I don't know that this would. I don't know if this would hit.
I did it. Someone made a comment on Instagram about my shoes, and I was like, you know what, he's right. So I bought new shoes, 2 pairs of new shoes to wear to work because I feel like I got to keep up.
I mean, I'm trying to keep up. I understand the pressure.
Yeah, man.
You out here telling goddamn lies on
What are you
this
talking
live
about? I got
stream.
some tailwinds, bro. Stop, bro. I got tailwinds on.
What'd you have on yesterday? Don't look at. What'd you have on yesterday?
Well, yeah, we see what you got going on. I just had some Jordan 3s on.
That's not what you had on yesterday.
Yeah. Just
Oh, it was. I'm thinking of the day before. Yeah, that's all they were. The pressure to dress for your wedding. I'm telling you.
That said somebody else was saying that. I don't know why.
Yeah, ain't nobody gonna show me up. If I have to show up Kenny and his groomsmen, I'm going to. I'm
untouchable. I'm gonna tell you right now. These poor groomsmen, they didn't even go to the same place I went. I'm untouchable on that day because that's gonna be fire.
Okay.
Groomsmen gonna be fun. They got the Vera Wang joint, so they're gonna be doing their thing. But
I wanted to go double-breasted, but I couldn't find the material I wanted for a double-breasted suit.
Every time I talk to somebody who's at my wedding about Damien, they go, "Oh, the guy in the suit." Everybody there was in a suit, but yes.
I should have. I would describe him by his shoes.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
Dior J's.
Oh well, I mean, I wasn't gonna say, but he ain't lying. He's not lying.
I got them for the wedding. This is. I'm gonna need y'all to stop getting married. You and Crystal can't get married anytime soon because this is the second steep investment I've made on shoes for a wedding.
He not lying. Woo,
Jesse, you and Crystal been together damn near as long as
10 years in.
Yeah. Keep going, bro. Keep going. It's just a piece of paper. It's a commitment under God.
You out of here?
Just a piece of paper.
That's
a
it.
commitment under
I'm gonna
God.
go tell Heather that and see what she says.
That's
Oh, Heather would be like, I don't fucking care. Whatever, dude.
Like, yeah, it is.
Like, why don't you move to Sacramento with Damian? Like,
Aldrin. I mean, come on, Aldrin. Just relax. Everybody got Cartiers. It's nothing. It's big. No big deal.
I'm sorry, what?
Aldrin in the chat. He said, "I wish I could rock Cartier jewelry like Kenny."
I wonder if I could get someone to rent me jewelry for the wedding.
Of course.
I've never tried. Let me say that. I've never tried it before.
I mean, I haven't either, but absolutely. They got people that rent Jordans.
How do you? Well, all right, that feels different, but how do you go about that?
You just gotta find,
How do I get the Woody medallion? Pause. How do I get that joint Woody had on at the?
Snatch it off his neck.
Yeah, that's for hell yeah.
He
He ain't even gonna miss it. Who's that?
That's the same thing I was thinking. He has a flawless beard today. I don't know who that guy is.
I don't know who it is
He
either.
looks a little like Michael Bridges or Dwayne Wade.
I'm gonna
like
guess
a
that's
lighter-
not Michael Bridges
like
on NFL Live, but
no, like a lighter D Wade, little lighter D Wade. Look,
he does
dressed
not
really
look like-
nice.
No, that's what caught my attention is the jacket he's got on. He looks sharp.
Yeah,
Swagoo's one of my favorite, man. I love Marcus.
I like
Spears.
Swagoo too.
He's one of my
This
favorites.
dude, he dresses better than Richard Jefferson.
He definitely do. He definitely do.
Hey, while we have a second before Joe D pulls up on us, we had a suggestion.
I just realized I didn't send Joe D that.
Poor Joe D just waiting.
Yeah, Joe.
Well,
Sorry, man.
Earlier we talked about we haven't had a pocket watching in a while, and our guy Mark Wong, he said JaVale McGee for a pocket watch.
Oh,
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, yeah.
take a look here. May have prematurely fired that sound. Give me a minute. Just trying to get that invite. I was like, Joe's normally in here really early. Well, jackass, send him the invite. Oh boy. Oh my. Well, this is fascinating. I don't.
Does he have an NFL contract?
So it's interesting. I don't know what to do here.
Who we pocket watching? I was talking to Kyle about Giannis.
This is
We're
JaVale.
pocket watching
Stop
John
it.
Wall. That's who we're.
It's JaVale McGee.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
We're pocket watching.
Don't
John
try to
Wall.
throw me off.
So
Ruin the integrity of the game.
let's do this. Let's do the 15 seasons that he's played,
Okay.
and we'll leave his remaining money out of this.
Okay.
Because it appears he's still got a.
Oh, he still got Mavericks money. Huh?
Please, he's still got
Yeah,
Mavericks
yeah.
money on the way, and I don't know how all that works. So let's stick with 15 seasons
Mhm.
for JaVale McGee. Drafted number 18 overall
I
in
don't
the
know that.
2008 NBA draft. His highest salary as a professional was in the 2015-16 season at $12 million. 2015-16 season at $12 million. We're pocket watching with JaVale McGee. 15 years. What do you think?
I'm gonna go with this.
This is tough.
This is tough, but I'm gonna go on the high side. I'm gonna say that's tough. I don't have a feel for JaVale. This is tough. I'm gonna say $115 million.
$115 million, 15 seasons in the NBA for JaVale McGee.
I'm gonna go 96 million.
Jesse Tapia, ladies and gentlemen, the number is $76 million for JaVale McGee at this point. You fast forward again, I'm not quite sure how this works. Now with this, he was stretched. If I remember correctly, pause. That's what they did, right? Didn't they stretched his salary. So, regardless of what happens with Sacramento, at the end of the 2028 season, JaVale's total will be even closer to Jesse's prediction there, $90 million. Are we keeping track?
Yeah, I think I'm like 2 games under 5.
I don't
I'm
think
like 3
that's true.
games over. I'm like 7-4. So I don't know. I'm like the Schwab.
All right.
Damn, I had
That's
a
a good
stretch
call.
where I was cooking. And I got closer to 500, and then I've lost like the last 2.
I think you won like 2 in a row.
Well, no, I was at 500, and then I lost 2 in a row. And I'm like,
You were at 500?
I was like a game under. I was like a game under.
Okay, it's not 500.
At 5, like I'm looking at 500, but then I lost.
You couldn't
2
get
in a
over the
row.
hump.
But I'm
Hey.
like the Kings. When I get over 500, it's over.
Never gonna look back. Okay,
It's
you
over.
hear that, Jesse?
It'll be crazy when you do it next year.
$115 million was steep.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to do with JaVale.
JaVale's fascinating.
Because the way I looked at it, I didn't think it was out of the realm of possibility that he had three contracts of 3 years, $30 million. Like, I didn't think that was crazy.
Yeah, not even close. Not even close. What were? And I think there's a spot here I can tell.
Because the one with 12 million, as high as at 12 million, what was that contract?
It looks like it was.
Was it like 5, 6, and then 12? Like that's
no,
shit.
that's not far off what it was. It looks like though. Let me go back to contract details because I think that actually gives you the breakdown of the different deals that he signed. So he signed. Let's scroll back. He signed with Denver a 4-year, $44 million deal. That's the biggest contract he signed. Coming out of college, it was 4 years, 6.9. And then he got the 444. Then it was a 1-year deal, a 1-year deal, a 1-year deal, a 1-year deal, a 1-year deal. The Lakers, he signed a 2-year deal for 8.2. 1-1-1. Dallas was 3 and 17, which they stretched. He's going to get that money. And then now he's got, I think the 3 something.
What was the number? $76 million?
76, yeah.
I was thinking about this over the weekend. I really do feel like the NBA needs to do something about like the tax situations in these states. So, for instance, like the cap for, and it could get a little more intricate than this, but the cap for the California team should be like $20 million more. Or what they can offer somebody is $20 million more than Texas. Because it really isn't fair that Texas and Florida have no state tax. And these players gotta, like, the NBA money doesn't change, but the money that they actually bring home is different
Changes
from
a
state
lot.
to state.
Yeah.
And it seems like a simple fix. Like, give California teams an extra $20 million to work with.
Well, because when you think about it too, like the Lakers, they don't really bring in free agents. Like if they ever bring in any big players, it's always trade. Same with the Warriors. Like I don't think the Clippers traded for their guys too, right?
Yeah.
Well, Kawhi signed here.
True, that's true.
Right? Kawhi. I mean, like if we're just referring here as California, Kawhi signed here, LeBron signed here,
KD.
Steph signed here, KD signed here.
Well, Steph re-signed here.
Still, he could have left.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as like bringing guys into like LeBron and Kawhi, like you're right about that stuff. But KD too, I guess.
I mean,
Shaquille O'Neal.
It ain't fair.
No, I get it. I don't think there's a way to fix that though. Like I guess there's a Ken Cantanella out there who works for the league and can calculate. Well, the tax in California is 40%. So what would that mean for the cap? The tax in Massachusetts is 32%. What would that mean for the cap? I guess theoretically you could do it.
It feels like you could just adjust what these people can spend, what these teams can spend based on the state that they live in.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Because
feel like
at the end of the day, when you go to the player, it's all even. It's all the same. Like, because if I'm Mark Cuban, I could be like, yeah, you can sign with the Clippers, but you're really making this amount of money. When you sign with us, this is what you're really going to be bringing home. And I could use that as now, obviously, Mark Cuban sucks at this, like, because he never Never signs a free agent, but that's what I would be doing if I was him.
I get it.
Just a random thought.
No, I get it. But I think it's just another one of those things that you weigh into the city. Like New York has Manhattan.
Yeah.
That's a plus for them.
And it hasn't, like kind of what Jesse's talking about, and if we're talking about it, hasn't really hurt these teams.
See, like if Steph, Kobe, if guys like fleed California, yeah, you probably have a problem.
Right. It hasn't hurt, and it hasn't been this super advantage for the Texas team.
I think California, not the percentage of tax. I think California was the one who started the athlete tax. Like not the state income tax, but the
jock tax.
Yeah, I think it was California that started that, because Joe only plays here one time a year. They gonna get a piece of his $60 million though. Or actually, he doesn't play here one time a year. He plays here 4. Because he plays the Clippers, he plays the Lakers, he plays the Warriors, and he plays the Kings. And whether he does or he doesn't, he worked in this state 4 different times, and California is going to go after his taxes 4 different times.
That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
Shout out to all our politician friends out there. Y'all know you're crooks. Y'all know you're crooks.
California started the jock tax after the Lakers Bulls 91 series.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, really? I don't think I knew that.
Yeah.
Put that on winning time.
Wow.
That's terrible.
They just realized, hey, this Jordan guy is good. We need to get some of his money.
He was here 4 times this year. No, that's what they said.
Oh,
he was in California probably 6 or 7 times that year. Let's get his money.
That's it. I'm gonna start coughing.
Well,
you want to cover me?
Yeah, I got you. Boxing, we're here talking about.
All right, for goodness sakes.
Talking about, 13th round here,
So California started taxing because like Jordan was coming into town, stuff like that, and then Illinois started taxing like as a Michael Jordan revenge tax.
Oh, for God's sakes! Okay, well, I guess the debate's over. Michael Jordan has influenced state income taxes. And LeBron would never.
The article says too, a bunch of other states started following suit after that.
Okay, The debate's over. It's Jordan. Jordan's got the government chasing their tail.
That is crazy.
It's always fun to see where Joe Davidson is going to join us from.
Is Joe D in Curtis Park right now?
No, I'm actually at a different appointment, and I thought, geez, maybe I could get this done before I jump on with you guys. But Jiffy Lube backlogs, and that's not a plug. They do great work, but I'm here because the news continues.
It does, and there's a lot we want to talk to you about. We'll just go ahead and throw this out there. That Jiffy Lube's got terrible internet service, so we'll just mention that. Shout out to our friends over at Jiffy Lube. Let's get their Wi-Fi service up and popping. Let's start though before we get to high school, Joe. Let's start with Sac State and Stanford this weekend. I don't think Joe heard a word I said.
I think we might have to just give.
Yeah, Joe. I think we're gonna call you, Joe, because this is a bit rocky. We're gonna call you. You got Joe D's number in there?
I got you.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna call Joe because that was going. I could say as I was throwing out that whole spiel, this ain't going nowhere. Katrina says they got that YG internet like him. He had that YG internet like it's gonna get canceled.
Well, that's not the internet you want.
They got the straight to the club show tickets. That's what they got. They got the straight to the club internet because it's canceled.
I need to hang around better circles. Maybe things would be on the uptick for them.
Yeah, they might be. They might be. We're gonna call Joe
because I talked to Joe yesterday. Like, you want to come on the show? He's like, absolutely, got a lot to talk about. There is a lot to talk about in this Sacramento, Northern California region between high school, between the game that you were alluding to. There's a lot going on. Popping off.
Yeah, high school football's in full swing. I got a question about a number of different players, different teams here in the region, and Sac State and Stanford this week. That's hype. Let's bring in.
I think Sac State could get them.
Let's bring in our man.
I think they could get them. That'd be crazy.
Joe Davidson, what you think? Can Sac State get the job done in Palo Alto this weekend?
Well, what a great game. The Hornets It's good to join you guys. I mean, yeah, they'll give them a game. The Hornets will compete, but it's always that jump up FCS to FBS. So by theory, they're not supposed to have a chance. UC Davis played up at Oregon State last week and didn't have a chance. So, I think they'll give them a game. I think you still have to favor Stanford because of just the difference in level, but it won't be a blowout. The real intrigue is you've got the Stanford coach, Troy Taylor, who's the one who got Sac State football out of the dungeon and made him a championship program, and now here he is, his first home game as a Stanford coach, and he's taken on his best friends in the world are the Sac State coaches. So that's kind of a cool little side element there.
Oh,
Joe,
man.
when this show is over, when we're done talking to you, I'm going to need you to go back and listen to the start of this phone call so you can hear what we just heard.
That was crazy.
What did you guys hear?
It sounded like you were in witness protection.
Demonic Joe Davidson. You've got to hear it, but you're all
good
clear
now.
You sound great.
Well, you know what? Hey, who's to say I'm not in witness protection?
Well, hey, very possible.
Okay, the truth is I'm not at Jiffy Lube. I'm on the run. Don't tell anybody where I am. I'm wanted in 3 different counties, locally and out of state, but I mean well.
I mean well.
Joe was writing bad about some of these high schools and got him on the run.
This or that. No, you know, if you're in media, we're out the. I always love hearing. I don't love it, but I laugh at that. Boy, you wrote another hit piece. We don't write hit pieces.
Joe Davidson out there trying to take him out. We talked to Coach Andy Thompson last week. We're super hyped for this game coming up here this weekend. I do want to get to high school football, but what do you think about Jordan Ford? Folsom's Jordan Ford signed a training camp contract, and he's a guy who a lot of Kings fans, including us, think he's got a great opportunity to, if nothing else, he's got a great opportunity to earn a 2-way contract with this team.
I totally agree. And unique individual, covered him a ton when he was at Folsom High School. He was a 2-time Sacramento Bee Player of the Year, did great things at St. Mary's, and played big games in the NCAA tournament. Did a big story on him this summer when he was with the Kings Summer League team. Nobody works harder. And I know that's an old cliche. He's a masterful ball handler. He sees the floor. He really feels the game, blends right in. There's always room for a good teammate. I think he's got an excellent shot. And not only that, for a 2-way, but this is kind of an audition for the whole league. These NBA positions are a cherished deal, and guys can make good money playing overseas, but he wants to do it here, and he's got a great attitude, and it makes sense. It's kind of like a quarterback in football. You need depth at that position, and as hard as De'Aaron Fox plays, injuries happen. Though that guy is inhuman because he never seems to get hurt or slow down, but I think he's got a shot to make the team. I think it's great, and if he's a 2-way guy, that's a bonus too. What a way to make a living playing ball!
Right,
kudos to him. Best
thing in the world, really. We talked before. I remember when Andrei Stojakovic was playing an All-American game. We talked about some of the All-Americans. I think he was the 3rd All-American in this region, in this city, to be a McDonald's All-American. How many Jordan Ford has the opportunity to be like? We've had a good amount of guys, but there still hasn't been a ton of guys playing in the NBA. And Jordan Ford has an opportunity to be one of those guys. I mean, off the top of your head, I'm not going to ask for a number, but who are some of the guys that stand out to you that played in the NBA that came from Sacramento?
A great point and question there, Kenny. And it is hard. If it's hard to get a scholarship, then how much harder is it going to be to make an NBA roster? Kevin Johnson, Sac High, pride of Sac High, led the state in scoring in 1983, played a long time in the NBA. Bill Cartwright's the greatest high school basketball player to come around here, from State Player of the Year, 1975, Elk Grove, played quite a, he was on the first 3-peat with the Bulls as their center. And so there's another one. Matt Barnes grinded out a long career, played at Del Campo. Football helped him become a ringer in the weight room and high school football. And so he played some 12, 13 years, and now he's in the media gig and fits right in. Marquise Chris was a 1st-round draft pick out of Pleasant Grove and the University of Washington, and he's he's bounced around, and doesn't mean he's not a good player.
Right.
Still making good money, great living, but he's going to keep playing.
Yogi Stewart had a cup of coffee with the Kings and everything.
He sure did, out of Kennedy High School. A great player way back in the day. DJ Wilson is still in the NBA.
Yeah,
he was a 6'10" kid out of Capital Christian and played at Michigan, a first-round pick. So it's not a long list. Doesn't mean, people say, well, it's because Sacramento doesn't have athletes. Well, it's just, that's how competitive it is, man. It's Aaron Gordon's from the Bay Area, and he's bounced around in the NBA and the Thunder dunker. And we probably have more guys who've made it to the NFL.
Yeah.
Eric Armstead, Shaq Thompson is an example, and a whole host of others, and a lot of first-round picks in Major League Baseball. Some of them become Major League guys, but I'm trying to think the last point guard of sorts besides a Jordan Brown. It's been a while, so kudos to him. I like his chances, and I know the coaches like him.
We'll take credit for Gabe Vincent and Chuck Hayes. We'll take those.
Well, that's Christian and St. Mary's of Stockton. That's right. Look at
and Chelsea Gray.
Chelsea Gray. Yeah, we get Chelsea Gray for sure.
Better than all of them. She can run circles around all of them. I mean, Gabe Vincent is a perfect example. Lightly recruited out of high school, undrafted, and then starts in the NBA Finals for the Miami Heat. All rooted in work ethic, and that's what all those guys had. And Jordan Ford certainly has that. So, he's easy to root for. And the kid, Jordan, grew up as a chess prodigy. The chess board and kings and queens and rooks and that's my game. I love that, and I've never played him. I don't need to get humiliated and report on the guy who humiliated me. But the point being, guys, is that he's always been able to see a board, a court. He's just got that instinct, and we saw him in the summer league. I mean, the King Summer Classic. I mean, he's a pro. Is he an NBA guy? This is his opportunity.
Let's talk a couple of high school football things here. Rio Americano 4-0 for the first time since I was in high school. I think it was a freshman the last time they were 4-0.
Man.
It is for real?
They are for real, but here's what's interesting. So I have them ranked in our top 25, and I get heat. He said, I haven't played anybody. I said, well, they're not world beaters, but they're not getting their heads beat in anymore. And Reed Sanders is the coach, and he's worked hard. They're 4-0, but all their opponents, none of them have any victories. So their big showdown is a Capital Athletic League opener this week against Capital Christian. And Reed Sanders, the third-year coach for Rio, has already fired a shot across the bow. He had a tweet earlier this week saying, I remember Capital Christian running up the score and throwing fade patterns with 10 seconds left in a 50-8 game. I remember. It's like Deion Sanders saying, I have receipts. So he's firing up his guys and saying, we're coming after you. And Capital Christian, preseason ranked powerhouse program, but they're 0-4, a lot of injuries and things like that. So let's hope that social media jab doesn't lead to a cheap shot, guys getting ejected. High school kids in this state, if you get into a fight and a brawl and you leave the bench to get into any of that, you are sitting for 3 to 6 games minimum, if not the entire season. They crack down on that. So people need to be aware. And fans, also, the CIF has new policies where if fans are excessively mouthy, somebody tell Kenny Caraway's mother, that they will remove them out of a game and then they could be banned. So in an effort to try to curb, some bad behavior.
Yeah.
No, Kenny's mom is the greatest. Her biggest offense is second guessing her son's shot selection at McClatchy and maybe the official.
No, Joe D, I appreciate you being kind and trying to clean it up, but she definitely would have been borderline at these games. Absolutely.
The McClatchy game, they said, no, you're on our do not enter list.
She would have been borderline for sure, but she knows her ball. That's why she can speak like that. She knows what she's talking about, but she definitely would have been borderline. Another game that interests me, Joe, is Laguna and Monterey Trail. And for a long time in the Metro League, Monterey Trail has been, dominant. They've been killing it the last few years.
Right.
But slowly but surely, my guy, Coach Neal, because he coached my son in Little League a couple years ago, he's been building something over at Laguna Creek. And this seems like they probably are looking at this as a little bit of a passing of the torch type of situation. Like to beat a man, you got to beat the man, and Monterey Trails is there for him. And they got a big game coming up against them this week.
Yeah, it's a Metro League opener, and Monterey Trail spent years in the Delta League. It's all in the Elk Grove Unified. They will be back in the Delta League next academic year, or in the Metro for the last 4 years, have not lost a Metro game, and mostly have run the table. Grant, defending state champion in Division III, is also in the Metro. So you're right. So here's Coach Ryan Mill. He's an alum of the school, played in the trenches for his father years ago at Laguna Creek. I appreciate guys who come back to their old school, and they're 3-1, 3 wins, 1 loss, and they had a great drive. Mitchell Labrado, their quarterback, overcame a slow start against Pleasant Grove. They're down 24-7 at the half, and then Laguna Creek stages this 90 yard, 12 play, 1.5 minute drive at the end of the game to win it, to beat Pleasant Grove. So they're 3-1. And here's Monterey Trail. Is winless. So how is Monterey Trail favored? Because Monterey Trail played bruisers, opened with a loss to B number 1, SAC B number 1 Folsom, lost by a touchdown to St. Francis, a Mountain View, a powerhouse, then lost to Pittsburgh of the Bay Area 10-7, the same Pittsburgh that ran over Granite Bay 42-21. So I think Monterey Trail gets that game with more speed. But you're right though, Kenny. If Laguna Creek can win that game, then that torch is going to be in their hands, and kudos to them. They have to beat Grant or Monterey Trail to really legitimize their program and have a chance at winning that league championship. It's doable, but we'll see.
Yeah. Joe D, we love you. Be careful out there on the run.
Throw the phone away now. Get a new burner phone. Throw this one away.
Burner phone.
Yep.
I don't tell anybody that we're. Gosh, I hope this didn't air live or anything.
No. This is actually Joe Smavidson.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's and what's the old bailout line? So, hey, as soon as my side is heard, I'll be exonerated.
There it is.
And it's just a carpool violation.
That's all.
Just a carpool. He's on the run for a carpool.
Well, after what you said today, I'd watch out for Cheryl and Elk Grove while you're out there too. She don't forget.
Hey, man, you guys are great. I love it. Thanks for bearing with me. One week I'm on the beach. Another week I'm on, Kenny a couple weeks ago, hey, can you join us? I said, I'm sick as a dog. And he goes, does that mean no? I don't think that's how he worded it, but, kind of thing. So it's good to be healthy and always good to join you guys.
Always love Joe.
Appreciate you, Joe. That's our man, Joe Davidson, right there. It might be the most iconic start to a conversation in history.
Well, you got Coach Thompson.
I had tears streaming down my. I've never heard that before, ever.
The funny thing is, I call my hey, what's up, Joe? Normal voice. It was all normal, and then I slide him up, and I don't know what the hell that was.
Oh, that was incredible. It was so great.
Oh, that was.
We'll
fun.
come back. Week 1 overreactions, power rankings on the way.
Yeah.
James Ham coming up. Much more ahead. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, that was tremendous.
Great stuff.
Tremendous.
Oh, man.
Let me grab my juice real quick.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead, get a little 13th round in real quick. Let's go ahead and do it because the people want to talk about it. There we go. Let's get the timer going. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Cola Sea Moss. You see, I couldn't even wait today, man. I had to have my Cola Sea Moss early. That strawberry lime, you know what it is. Big ups to my people over there, colaseamoss.com. Go cop that. More crazy stuff going on in the world of boxing. We thought we had a matchup between Frank Martin, the Ghost, and Shakur Stevenson set up. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, that fight is gone and off the table. And Frank Martin is looking for an opponent. Today, Shakur came up with a new opponent. I'm trying to figure out exactly. I don't want to mess up his name. I had it in front of me. There he is. Edwin de los Santos will be fighting Shakur Stevenson on November 16th in Las Vegas for the vacant WBC lightweight title. That's going to be on a Thursday. This is going to be the same weekend they have F1 in Vegas. So they're going to try and, hop on that wave and get people excited for that. I don't have no problem with that. That's going to be pretty dope for them to be there that weekend. There's going to be a lot of money that in Vegas that weekend as well. So, yeah, Shakur, he's got his fight. We wanted to see the one with Frank Martin. We don't know exactly what happened for that one to fall apart. We don't know if it was a money situation. Some people are speculating that Frank Martin may have a Tank Davis fight promised to him, and that's one of the reasons why he backed out of the Shakur Stevenson fight. But all I know is it's not happening, and that sucks. That would have been a great fight to see. Hopefully, what I really want is I want for Frank to just fight somebody, keep that O, and maybe they can revisit this in the spring of 2024, have Shakur against Frank Martin as well going on then. We also got news that a Devin Haney fight is going to go down December 9th in San Francisco. So I'm telling everybody right now in the Chatty House and in surrounding areas, we going down to the dental office for that fight, man. We're going to see Devin Haney live as he fights at the Chase Center on December 9th. So little boxing news going around. We're starting to get closer and closer to Canelo Charlo week as well. So that's what's really going on. We got it all here for you, baby. It's the 13th round with your main man. Can you care away?
Are these fighters scared of Shakur?
No. I think they like Shakur. People in boxing think Shakur is like the truth. So they don't look at him the way maybe I do. I wouldn't be afraid of Shakur because he can't hit that hard. So I'd get in the ring with him and try and beat him. But I think really what it comes down to is like if let's say, for instance, Frank Martin, if he does have a Tank Davis fight lined up, that's like $10 million more dollars than Shakur. Would you fight Shakur Stevenson for?
I wouldn't fight anybody, bro.
Well, I think you can handle Shakur Stevenson. Would you fight him for $5 million?
Yes.
Or Tank Davis for 15?
Oh, Tank Davis can knock me out for $15 million because I live in California, so that 15 gonna become 6 real quick.
You'd be fighting in Vegas. Would they get the jock tax on you if you fought in Vegas?
That's a good question. California would find some way to get it. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like as long as my home address is in California, they're gonna come for it. So Tank can knock me out for 15 minutes.
Vegas does not have a jock tax, by the way.
No, Vegas, they don't have any taxes, right? I mean, like they don't have the state sales tax or something like that, right?
Yeah, there's something that they don't have. I always forget who are all the states.
Oregon doesn't have
like
tax either. Or they
Arizona.
Arizona, I think, is one. I don't think Oregon does either. I don't think they have a sales tax. Like the tax on what you bring in and stuff. Maybe I think they have that, but I don't think they have a sales tax.
Oh man, we got week 1 power rankings on the way. We'll take a look ahead to week number 2 for the first time as well. As that gets underway tomorrow. Let's look back one last time for some week 1 overreactions. Let's start with the most obvious. Overreaction or no? Aaron Rodgers' career is over.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say he don't want to go out that way.
I don't think so either.
It's a tough road to come back from the Achilles.
Long recovery.
Yeah, it's tough, man. But I was talking to Charlie about this yesterday. Matter of fact, I think he don't want to go out that way.
I don't think so.
I think he'll come back. Even if he does, he should be ready for week 1, which will be another glorious moment, probably prime time of some sorts. So I think we'll see Aaron Rodgers again.
I think it was Salah who said either today or yesterday that he'd be shocked if Rodgers retired.
Who said that? Salah?
I believe so, yeah.
And I'm
of course Robert don't want him to retire. He's got a year off now to rehab and work out, do all of those things. Hey, or I don't know, maybe he's just gonna go sit in a dark place for a while.
And I'll say I don't want Aaron Rodgers to retire like that. For everything that we say about I don't want him to retire like that. I want to see him get back there and play one more season.
Well, as Jesse pointed out, 22 million people watched that game on Monday. Yeah. They were interested in Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Like,
we were.
Well, with all due respect to Buffalo, and like, I really think that game was about. You could have put Joe Burrow there. It would have it would have done well.
Right.
We're talking record-breaking numbers. I think a lot of that had to do with. Now, there's a New York and 9/11 aspect too that I don't want to ignore, but. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets was a huge story.
But, dog, we talk crazy about Aaron Rodgers all the time. like 3 weeks before that game, it was on our TV, and we were like, oh, that's a fire start. Like, we on that.
Yeah.
Like, even the people who don't even like it, like, nah, this is a dope start. This is Monday night. I can't wait for this game. It was a good matchup.
I didn't look at the breakdown of this. And I'm going to pull this up here real quick because there's one other aspect that could have happened. Word of the Rodgers injury got out. Obviously, it got out. Hit social media. It hit push notifications. It was getting pushed by Apple, CNN, in addition to Bleacher Report, ESPN.
Yeah.
People could have tuned into that out of the curiosity factor, too. Plus, the game was close.
True.
Like, you tune in. You're trying to get an update on Aaron Rodgers, you're trying to see what's going on there. You realize, hey, this is a decent football game, and you wind up sticking around to watch it.
Another sneaky component to it as well is this was an ABC game.
That's right. That's not a sneaky component. That's the component to the game.
Yeah, this was an ABC game. So they had ABC, ESPN, ESPN2 on this game. Which is still kind of crazy to think about. Like,
hang on.
I know
ESPN's Monday Night Football debuted with a record breaker.
I know not everybody.
This is like 6 stations.
What they have a mega cast on the low.
They did. Well, because Peyton and Eli do it.
So that's
but ESPN, ABC, ESPN2, they're counting ESPN Plus. They're counting NFL Plus. I guess it aired there too. ESPN Deportes.
Wait a minute. This is getting out of control.
So the follow-up line.
They tell the whole story.
This is from the press release. The follow-up line is the viewership of 22.6 million surpasses the 2009 Green Bay at Minnesota game, which featured Brett Favre versus former team as the most watched ESPN Monday Night Football game at 21.8 million. In 2009, an ESPN Monday Night Football game was on ESPN
only, right? Wow.
It took 6 networks.
Wow.
For them to surpass that Brett Favre at Green Bay game.
They did those numbers with PEDs.
Brett Favre versus Green Bay game. Yeah, that's some serious PEDs on that. That's facts. That's facts. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, these are not the same thing.
Yeah. This had all, to me, this had all the intrigue of something like that, though.
The ABC games didn't start till 2020. You're right. There was a ton of intrigue here.
This was just as intriguing as Favre going back to Green Bay.
It's pretty incredible that Manning cast averages over 1 million viewers a week. Like, there's TV shows that can't do that. Like, I don't think Raw does that anymore.
I watched it for the first time on Monday. It's super entertaining. Eli and Peyton are great.
They're very good.
They do a good job.
They're very good.
Plus, I'm also I'm one of those guys, right? Like, I like this what they call shoulder programming. Like, I watched Pat McAfee's cast of Texas, Alabama instead of the regular one. My thing is always I watch the shoulder programming until the fourth quarter. Then I want to hear the announcers.
Oh, I got you. Yeah,
but
sure.
I like all that stuff. The coaches' room that they do for the national championship games, the influencer room,
some of it's
influencer
dumb.
broadcast.
The one where Michelle Beadle had like a blanket and some popcorn with Jalen Rose. That was ass.
They have an Alex Rodriguez one for baseball too, right?
I watched my boy.
Yeah, I think they did that.
Yeah, they did do that. That's where A-Rod says something that went kind of viral on that one time.
Alex Rodriguez is funny to me.
Didn't he say the Yankees? Didn't he say the Yankees or the Dodgers of baseball or something like that? He said something dumb like that. I remember. It didn't make sense.
Oh, that's it. That's exactly what he said. Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
No, I'm a big A-Rod fan, man. I think he's really good on TV, really entertaining, and I think he's really knowledgeable too.
That they need to create more programs like that for like we were watching the MTV Video Music Awards last night. They need to have something like that for the Video Music Awards. I would have watched that. Watched in confusion is that Olivia Rodrigo performance happened. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
First of all, I do have a confession. I love Olivia Rodrigo. She's dope.
maybe let me see.
She's like a pop. She's a pop star. But I enjoy the hell out of her. But she gave this performance that like I'm not like familiar with like her visuals and all of that stuff. The performance, I guess, was meant to mimic one of the videos she did. And a lot of people didn't know that. So they thought the stage was exploding.
Oh, no.
Because the way she sold it. They thought and they had like a stage hand come out and rush her off stage and all of that. But the thing was, the second song started like 3 seconds later and the crowd popped for it. And she came out smiling and it was into the performance. So it was like, okay, that was a work. I don't get it, but it was a work. It turns out it was part of the video. I would have loved to have watched it
right now.
It's weird, right?
And
it's
she's
super
selling
weird.
the hell out of it.
She sold it beautifully.
Yeah.
Like I thought something was wrong until someone was like, "Nah, y'all calm down. It's her video." Like they recreated the video, and that's how she reacted in the video.
Look at Selena Gomez.
Selena
had a night.
Selena
said, "Oh my God!"
Did they have a camera fixed on Selena Gomez the entire night?
All these clips that I'm seeing, because they got Taylor a couple times too. There was like an audience cam, and it seemed like it was only on Selena and
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift's reaction to NSYNC bothered me because it felt so like massive that I was like, she's faking it. Like she's overselling this. Like she's Shawn Michaels versus Hulk Hogan at SummerSlam 2005. Like she's overselling this.
Dare I say, VMAs kind of came back last night. I thought they were in like
VMAs was
in
hot.
the construct of Twitter. Like
Lil Wayne
everybody was
opening the VMAs was not something I thought. I did not know that was happening.
No, the VMAs had a night last night.
That was good.
I was happy to see that.
Yeah, it was good. Cardi killed it. Cardi and Meg killed it. Oh,
they always kill it.
Nikki's teasing us right now. Nikki was teasing us last night, dropping new verses out there.
When Nikki gets just locked in on the bars, I love that Nikki.
Yeah, she's nasty.
She get locked in on the bars. She's one of them ones for sure. But I mean, like you said, Cardi and Meg, they always kill it. Always.
This started with the conversation about Aaron Rodgers' career and ended with the VMAs and my love for Olivia Rodrigo. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook as well, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. James Ham set to join us. 1 hour from now, we'll talk to him about the moves that the Kings made yesterday, what the remaining roster spots look like, and now with virtually no, quote, training camp battles, what does training camp look like for Sacramento? And what storylines are we watching for? Back to a couple of overreactions here. Jesse, I thought of you with this one. MVP odds changed over the weekend, or as the weekend came to a conclusion, I should say. So I asked this. Tua Tagovailoa will finish top 3 in MVP voting. Right now, some books have him at 2 behind Patrick Mahomes. I'm going to guess Jesse does not believe that's an overreaction.
Yeah, not an overreaction for me. He's the perfect quarterback for this offense. Just as long as he doesn't get injured this year, like that offense is putting up around 30 a game this season.
Are the Dolphins the Kings?
They might be, honestly. The way their
offense
is insane.
They're going to have to do something on the defensive end at some point.
I think a lot of that is learning a new scheme. I'd like to see what the defense looks like a couple of weeks from now and stuff like that.
Who's it again? Is it
Vic
Fangio?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm a big Vic Fangio believer.
Because if you look at Miami last year, once they lost Tua last year, the offense fell off. Right. They had Tyreek, they had Waddle, all those guys out there, but Tua is the quarterback that pretty much connects it all together. So I think that's not an overreaction.
Nah, I mean, I don't think it's an overreaction.
Can he win it? I think he could win it.
He could win it. He could win it.
If the Dolphins are a 1 seed, and you talk about ramifications from, whether you think New York makes the playoffs or not, they're not going to be what they were. It's insane to think they were going to be what they were with Aaron Rodgers at the quarterback. It's going to change some things in the AFC, and the Dolphins could potentially benefit from it the most.
Absolutely. I mean, They're electric on the offensive end. They are electric.
Can I flip that a little bit? That question.
Sure.
Is it an overreaction if Tyreek finishes top 3 in MVP voting this season?
It's not an overreaction. Don't think it'll happen.
I'm gonna say
I
that's an
smell what you're cooking.
overreaction.
I smell what he's cooking. I mean,
Because
What if he gets that record?
like, so okay, so if Tyreek gets the record, that means Tua won the MVP. But that's not what you said. You said, could Tyreek finish in top 3? No, because I feel like the Dolphins' votes would go to Tua.
Yeah.
Like I don't. When was the who was the last receiver to win an MVP award? When was the last receiver to be in the conversation for an MVP award?
Probably Randy the year they went 17-0.
I don't even think it happened then.
Might not have. Yeah, might not have. Yeah, I don't know. I look at Tyreek, and I'm trying. Maybe this is an overreaction, or I want to know what you guys got to say. Is he the most dominant non-quarterback in the league? We talking the Bosa's, we talking the T.J. Watts, the Aaron Donalds,
the most
Micah
dominant
Parsons.
non-quarterback in the league. I'm trying to think of another word.
I mean, it really feels like there's no answer for Tyreek Hill.
He wasn't doing this in KC either. Like this, what Tyreek Hill's doing last season and starting it now, like this, it's I don't even know how to say it. It's just way better than what he was doing in Kansas City.
It feels like there's no answer for him.
He might be.
I know
He
this
might
isn't
be.
true. The only time I haven't seen him go off is against the Niners. Feels like every other game I watch them play, if they have Tua, if they have a quarterback, he's killing. And I don't even think he was like terrible against the Niners. He just like didn't have 200 yards. But like, yeah, this guy's amazing. Amazing.
I'm sorry. Has a wide receiver ever won the
Probably
MVP?
not. My guess would be no.
They just give it to the quarterback.
If it's not Jerry, then no.
I looked it up. Cooper Kupp, when he had that massive season a couple of years ago, he was like the first wide receiver to get MVP vote since Randy Moss in '98, I believe.
Yeah, like a triple crown.
Yeah, that wasn't even the Patriots year. That was Vikings. Randy Moss.
98.
Who won it in '98? Terrell
98
Davis.
was or 98 was the year they went 15-1. I think. I believe Randall Cunningham, all that, because I think that's when the Falcons went to the Super Bowl. Falcons beat them. Yeah, I mean, I would say it doesn't happen for Tyreek Hill. There'll be too many other people doing things.
And it's like Dame said, like if he's up there, like Tua's getting that award.
Yeah, Tua's winning it. Like that's.
Yeah,
Tua wins the award. The Bengals will regret that Joe Burrow contract within the next 2 years.
That's overreaction.
Okay.
Yeah, it's overreaction. Joe Burrow's, he's that dude. He's a real deal.
He is. Okay.
They'll be happy with Joe.
It's weird too because Joe's had 2 stinkers in opening games back-to-back seasons. Last year, first game he threw 5 picks.
Yeah.
Who they play again?
He's like LeBron. He's got to
Pittsburgh.
He's got to fill out the season.
That's it. That's all. Yeah, I get the vibes. You're not a believer in Joe.
I don't know, man. Like, not really. I think it's the Bengals. The Bengals haven't done anything to me. There's just something about the Bengals that I am not feeling, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, let's talk about that because like they were in the Super Bowl and they were in the AFC Championship last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How come?
I'm just not. I just don't. I feel like they're gonna fall off. I feel like they're gonna fall off. Like no, I'm not taking away from what they did last year or the year before. Just talking about are we talking about long-term success with Cincinnati? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if I like Burrow or Herbert more.
So we're talking.
I don't think I like either one of them that much.
I think Herbert is more physically gifted. Joe Burrow kind of has like a little bit of like, I'm not calling him this. I'm just saying like a little Joe Montana to him, where he's not more physically gifted than Josh Allen or Herbert or Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
But we talk about how, Team X loves this player.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys love and believe in Joe Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
They love him. And they're like, he's our leader. And they follow him wherever they go. And I'm not saying that's exclusive to just Joe Burrow, but
that's important.
When you're around him, they love him. So, and he's beaten all these guys. Like that's the part of like the Joe Montana, Joe Burrow comparison. Like all those other guys are more talented, I think, more physically gifted. Joe's beat them all.
Mm-hmm.
He beat them all. Almost beat Patrick Mahomes back to back.
Mm-hmm.
And ain't nobody's saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wasn't for this defensive linebacker shoving him out of bounds, they might have would have won that game.
Okay.
But this is the third year of their time, right? So the first year they went to the Super Bowl. Second year, a crushing loss in the AFC Championship game. And the crazy thing about that too is they beat Buffalo in Buffalo. That one they might have, because of the Hamlin situation, it might have cost them home field. I think weren't they kind of somehow involved in?
Yeah,
I don't know if they would have gotten past KC, but
I can't remember. Like they tried to lay it out the best that they could. I can't really remember how they did. Yeah, of course, that was a huge game at the end of the year. It was massive.
So I don't know. I got these guys going back to the playoffs. We'll see if they can do it again.
So let's do this then. Let's segue to the other one. Overreaction. Kenny was right about the Bills. Obviously, you don't think that's an overreaction because you said it.
No, I don't. But I do. But I think the Jets thing might change. They might make the playoffs.
So is the overreaction here that they don't make the playoffs?
No, it would be an overreaction. Kenny was right about the Bills.
Just that
is it too early to say that Kenny was right?
I don't think it's an overreaction. I think I'm with Kenny. I think they fall off a bit this season. Still might make the playoffs, but they're not the top 3. I don't know if they'll be a top 3 team, how they've been the last couple of seasons in the AFC.
They're not hosting a playoff game.
I can see that.
Lions preseason hype was appropriate?
Yes. Not an overreaction.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's
a good football team.
Did
you see? Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you see? Who was it? Oh man, defense. Gardner, Lions cornerback. I think
CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Gardner-Johnson is imploring Lions fans to wear the Pooh Shiesty mask, a blue one, and like Amazon had like crazy orders of blue Pooh Shiesty masks. So you're gonna be seeing those all through the Ford Field on Sunday.
Why is he doing that?
I don't know.
His thing is like they're changing the culture in Detroit. Like they're not the same Detroit Lions. Like they're coming at you now.
Oh, all right.
So you're gonna see Bob in accounting and
all right, Bob.
The funniest one was Drew Brees' kids. They were wearing the Pooh Shiesty masks.
Oh, those badass kids.
Oh, that was tough.
They were ready to get in some kind of trouble.
That was tough.
Not like legal trouble, but like they were ready to go be mischievous somewhere. Little 10-year-olds.
Lions can probably lock up their division with a win against the Seahawks on Sunday.
They beating the Seahawks. Get your picks in.
Get your picks in.
I'll put the new league up for those who aren't in the new league.
For the 2023 season.
For the 2023.
Can I just like carry over my score or something? Because I got 10. Like, can I just
What'd you do? What was your score?
I got 10 this week.
I'll figure out if there's a way to do it. I'll figure out.
Probably.
I don't think there is.
Like we'll just compare scores at the end of the season.
Yeah, we could do that too. But didn't you like miss 2 weeks the first time we did this and still finish?
Yeah, I took like the first 3 weeks off.
Yeah, that's facts.
Get your picks in, man.
Last one, the Rams are back to Super Bowl contenders.
That's an overreaction.
It is.
I still got to watch their game film. I'm people talking about the receivers, the rookies, and speaking glowingly of them. I got to watch the game film to give my thoughts about it. But I don't know if it's enough to put them in Super Bowl.
I was going through some notes Where are my notes? I was going through some notes this morning. I would have been helpful going into the game. I didn't realize this till after the game. Apparently, Matt Stafford's like dominant opening week. Like he's really good the first week of the season.
He's the anti-Joe Burrow.
Indeed, he is.
It's early and we're doing overreactions, and I'm not going to like discredit the Rams or anything, but I feel like that game told us more about the Seahawks than it did the Rams.
It might have.
Seahawks about to go 0-2.
It might have.
About to go 0-2. And then they're going to be ringing the alarm in Seattle, and I'm going to be laughing.
I don't think you can. Well,
no, you know the numbers. Somebody starts 0-2.
Yeah, I don't think that's applicable anymore. There's another game. I don't know that stat
There's
doesn't.
another game and another playoff.
Yeah, the stat does not work anymore. That was Matt Stafford's 8th season opening game with 300 plus yards. It's tied for the second most such games all time. He has 58 career 300-yard games. That's tied for the second most among active players.
I see Jay Stahl back in the chatty house because it's football season. He talking about he can't wait. He feel confident about these Rams. Hey, this defense ain't the Seahawks defense. This Niner defense ain't the Seahawks defense. Don't forget that. It's not the Seahawks defense, Jay Stahl.
We're going to look ahead here at that week 2 matchup, both for the 49ers and the Raiders. We'll do that. Plus, for the first time this year,
They say this is a big rich town.
Steeler and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Bright lights, city lights, I gotta make it.
I feel like these are firing quicker than they used to.
Okay, Lake Show.
Hulk Hogan, you can go to hell.
How did we try that?
Straight to hell.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say this one or like the proper way, but is it overreaction to say the Niners won't lose a game till like midseason?
Yeah, that's the way of doing it. I have to look at their schedule. I just by default, yeah, that's an overreaction.
Because it was only week 1, but that team looks scary.
Yeah, they look good. Yeah, they looked very, very good. Very, very good. Rams this week. Giants, Cardinals, Cowboys, Browns. Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch. Vikings, Bengals. That's all before the bye. Those are the 8 games before the bye week. Got Philadelphia and Baltimore in the regular season. Am I looking? Is this? Yeah. This is a schedule right there. You know, the Cowboys are coming for him. The Eagles will be coming for him. The Jacksonville game could actually be low-key interesting because it's in Jacksonville.
Ramsey, I feel like I can say the Niners will go 4-3 to start the season. You say that's an overreaction because they'll go like 0-7 or something.
Yeah. They're actually going to lose 9 games in 8 weeks, according to Ramsey. They're going to lose their bye week, too.
Yeah, Ramsey disqualified from that.
Leezy, did you text me back? I forgot. I know I responded earlier. I'm hoping to create. Yeah, Leezy, you should still have access to StreamYard to pull videos if you need to. Anything you want to do for the insiders, just send to me as normal, and I'll get that stuff posted to IG and so on.
I wasn't too in on the Raiders this season, but like Aaron Rodgers going out and the way Jimmy, like people would say Jimmy G's a winner. I think they'll be a little bit better than I thought.
He's a winner.
I wouldn't be shocked if they got a wild card spot.
Yeah, I saw Nia, Dr. David. I like Rhea. I want Rhea to beat just about everybody except Bianca.
This is where it goes down.
How long do those juices last? Can I leave them in the fridge for a few days? Or they need to.
I'll find out officially. But I mean, I know I have, so I'm still here. I'm living.
I want that strawberry lime so bad, but I want to have it with like a drink. So that strawberry lime with some like tequila or something.
Bomb. Healthy and intoxicating.
Mm-hmm.
This is where it goes down.
Kenny, is it overreaction to say the Niners won't lose a game till midseason? We'll go like week 10 or week 8 to week 10, around there.
It's not an overreaction.
Dallas is in there.
I'm not sure it's going to happen. Dallas
My
is
Browns
in there.
are in there. Your
Browns-
Bengals are in there.
Browns. I think Jacksonville might be on there.
Jacksonville's week 10. Ryan, to answer your question, yes, we did with Jason Jones yesterday, if you want to see it.
Is it true Justin Timberlake and Meg Thee Stallion had a little beef?
No, Meg was like, yeah, y'all, I talk with my hands. That's what people were reacting to. I saw it. It looks aggressive.
Yeah, I saw a clip,
but
I thought people were reaching.
But Justin didn't react to anything. He just kept smiling and laughing. So I thought they were just chilling.
You guys see the clips of people saying Sweetie didn't know she was working yesterday?
What?
She was like reading off the teleprompter and just wasn't working.
Oh, no. Bad week. Rough week for my girl.
Yeah, sorry, sweetie.
There was one where they throw it to her and she just does the, I know that's right. And the dude looks at her like, you got to say more than that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Not everybody should have a live microphone. Oh. And believe me, I told Kenny this earlier over on KSFM today. I got some VMA tape. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. I think we may have even talked about it on this show. Okay. I'm going to save it, though, because I need it to be fresh at 4 o'clock when we head over to KSFM. Oh, but I got some feelings about some people who took the stage yesterday. And we just need to move on and be done. Because we've been pretending for too long.
My gosh, what are you talking about?
102.5, baby. Tap in.
Bro.
Tap in.
Don't be disrespectful.
It's not going to be disrespectful. It's just, it's time. There are, sometimes you don't say things in mixed company. But at some point, we just got to acknowledge the obvious and stop pretending. I'll say it right now. No, I got to wait. I got to wait because I'm going to need your reaction over on KSFM. We got 2 shows to plan now. I need your live reaction. I don't think you're going to have a problem with it.
Oh, I was about to say, I think you feel like I'm not going to like this.
No, I don't think that's the case. Oh, I'll tell you one thing that I don't think we'll be able to work into the KSFM show, that it's just something I've kept to myself that I'll share because it's a safe space. I really don't care for Keisha Cole, and I never have.
I heard you say you had a bad experience with Keisha.
I did have a bad experience with her, but I don't know if that influences it or not. I've just never dug her.
That's my girl. Keisha.
I'm like, I know it is. That's my girl. I'm just like indifferent.
I got a Faith Evans like crush.
She came out last night. I was okay. So something about these bad boy women clearly that you like, but she came out last night. I was like, all right, and she killed it. I don't care. I've never cared for her.
Yeah, I like Keisha Cole. I've always liked the music too. We talk about like, remember the old discussion we had about like the Black Anthem and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is. I would have never guessed.
Not lift every voice and sing, but no. Like the equivalent of Sweet Caroline that just white people get hyped for that record. What's the
Why do you guys like this song so much?
What is the point of this record? Never understood it. Like them people in like Connecticut. Oh my God.
You gets belted too.
Oh, when that record hit the Mohegan Sun and them 70-year-olds who were gambling all day, oh, they get so hyped for that joint.
Those Red Sox 7th innings are lit.
Bum, bum, bum. They don't know nothing else but that.
Man, why? Like, why y'all like this song so much?
Shit,
I mean, it's not a bad song. I would have never guessed.
I didn't know.
Love, Keisha Cole, the song. Oh my gosh, if they play that in the club, everybody will be singing like they're Johnny Gill. Like, I've witnessed it multiple times. That's
Wait, what song?
Love.
Oh, love.
Like everybody.
It's not that's not the Black Anthem.
No, it's not. I'm just saying, like, a lot of, like, I'm surprised at how many people really love singing that song. No pun intended.
I've been in the club where everybody sang "I Need a Girl" Part 2 also. So
it's a smash.
That's fine. Girl, what the hell is on you? That's the only part they really like, though.
This, I mean, it's what we're not gonna do, Damien. Like, I didn't like your tone again there with Keisha Cole. We're not gonna do this. Okay.
I thought that first, this is a safe space, and I'm just sharing my feelings. I just said I just never like I don't even know her catalog at this point. Like, I just don't care.
She can. Well, she did do it versus. She can do about 10 songs. I mean, and then there's Keisha Cole fans who like really love her. I mean, she can really sing at one point.
No, I don't question any of that.
About 10 songs.
That ain't enough for me then.
10 songs.
I'd like to remind everybody we're going to be live at Sky River Casino 1 week from tomorrow. The show will be broadcasting live from 12 to 4. Come through, hang out. We'll be doing the show live in front of you. We really hope that you can make it. It's our second live broadcast at Sky River Casino. We'll be hanging around post-show. Got a few ideas because we've got football that night. The home opener in Santa Clara. We're going to hang out for that. But we do have an hour to kill before the game starts. Started formulating some live exclusives. No radio show.
I like that.
No streams. Just us hanging out and talking. I started to come up with some ideas today because we do have some time to kill and hang out. So come through if you can. We would absolutely love to see each and every one of you. It is a casino, so you do have to be 21 as much as we'd love to see the kids and all of that. This isn't the place for it. We'll do that at a different event. So if
we'll go to Fairy Tale Town one day.
One day we will. So this is just for the grown folks. So come through Sky River Casino 1 week from tomorrow. Next Thursday, we'll be there from 12 till whenever we shut it down. Last time it was like 8 or 9, and that was without a football game.
Right.
That was just hanging out. So come through.
Yeah, the facto bachelor party.
Bro, that's facts. Yo, that's facts. I didn't even think of that. That's Kenny's last show. That's Kenny's last show before he goes off and gets married.
Yeah.
He's taking the next week off. So that's a big
before
day.
I change my status on my taxes.
No. California's still coming for you. Don't think that's going to help. You think California gives a damn that you're married?
Yeah, they gonna get an entertainment tax on me because I got a radio show.
That's completely true.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They're getting me. I can't even entertain people without getting taxed.
No, you most definitely can't.
I love it here though. Love California.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
Why wouldn't we have power rankings after one game? We didn't do preseason power rankings. We didn't do off-season power rankings. We waited for a game to be played so we can establish who the best teams in the National Football League are. You want to go first?
Sure. You know how we do it here. Unless it's something, really surprising. We go 5-1. And number 5 for me is my Super Bowl pick.
Yeah.
Pick to get to the Super Bowl at least. The Baltimore Ravens. Went up against Houston. Wasn't the best performance of all time, but they handled business. Lost J.K. Dobbins for the season. That was tough.
Man,
torn Achilles. That's tough. But, they handled business. I had them top 5 already, obviously. They didn't do anything to get knocked out of the top 5. They are number 5. Number 4 was a little tough for me.
Okay.
Because I can see these guys moving up a little bit. I'm a believer.
Mhm.
I'm a believer. But I just couldn't do it yet. It's the Miami Dolphins. Number 4.
Okay.
In my power rankings.
Not a good reaction
Yeah,
from Studio One.
I mean,
Not
what do you
a
want me
good
to do?
reaction from Studio
What do you want
One.
me to
I
do?
want to hear team number 3 first.
Team number 3, even though
This
they
Jesse's
weren't
got his Dolphins
great.
hoodie on.
Even though they weren't great, they still went on the road, handled business against a guy that spent all off season preparing for you. He could get you. That's Bill Belichick. Those sorry Philadelphia Eagles, defending NFC champs at number 3. I'm showing a little respect. Number 2, somebody went into MetLife Stadium and put a hurting on the sorry New York Giants.
Yeah.
And that was Rob W's Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
They're number 2.
Yep.
And the number 1 team in football until further notice.
Yeah.
Resides in San Francisco, Santa Clara. I don't care what you say and where you put them. They're the best. Number 1 team in the league, San Francisco 49ers. So I got 49ers 1, Cowboys 2, Eagles 3, Dolphins 4, Ravens 5.
I like it. Not a lot of differences in ours. I am showing my respect to the Eagles, but I'm putting them at 5. Just they got my attention right out the gate, particularly Darius Slay. But things kind of settled down. Obviously, a credit to Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots, but I'm going to put them at number 5. I got the Lions at number 4. They beat the defending Super Bowl champions. Champions have to be on the outside looking in. But the Lions at number 4 are going to give them respect for beating the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
I, unlike you, have respect for the Miami Dolphins.
What do you mean, unlike me? What are you talking about? They're in my power rankings. What do you mean?
At what number?
They're at number 4.
I got them at number 3, Jesse.
That's my guy right there.
I got them at number 3. The team I had missing the playoffs. I got it number 3. And by the way, just like you've changed your tone, I've changed mine as well. Number 2, we're in lockstep here, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. I have the Dallas Cowboys at number 2, and I have the 49ers at number 1. For me, man, these two teams are close. Like it is, if I wanted to bastardize the power ranking system, the sacred power ranking system, I would have done 1 and 1A, because there was no team that looked better on Sunday than the San Francisco 49ers until the Cowboys played. I was like, my goodness, they are beating the crap out of the Giants. The one thing that swayed me, or let me check that. The thing that swayed me the most was I believed, and this is just my own defect. I thought the Giants stunk coming into the season, and I thought they were overrated, overhyped, and overtalked about. So the fact that the Dallas Cowboys kicked their butt made me feel good. The 49ers, on the other hand, they were being talked about like, Kyle told us for 3 days how good the Pittsburgh Steelers were. You told me, like, hey, watch, this it's a good squad. Again, all the respect for Mike Tomlin in the world. I wasn't like there with you guys, but you guys were so. I was like, I didn't know Allen Robinson was off the Rams. I've missed something with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm going to lean on you two guys. So I was watching that game a little bit differently. When the Cowboys started to score, I was like, beat their ass. Just beat the hell out of the Giants. These two teams right now, 1 and 1A for me. But for the sacredity, which I don't think is a word, of the power rankings, it's the 49ers 1 and the Dallas Cowboys at 2. And I feel like it could be like that for a while.
I do too. I think we're going to get a 1 versus 2 matchup between these two teams.
Not too far away.
Week 5 or something like that. Week 5 or 6 or something.
That's here. You're going. Is Ken Caraway in attendance for that one?
I'm gonna have to get there.
That's a good call.
I'm gonna have to get there to that one, man. Sunday night football.
You're gonna be a married man. I'm sorry. Where are you going? You better get 2. You better get 2 media passes.
Happens now. Actually, she doesn't like watching the games with me. Not those games.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
Not those Cowboys Niners. Because I'll be talking crazy.
I believe it. I believe it.
But yeah, man. I mean, those two teams. What if I told you
30
And
for 30.
I think that the power rankings kind of say that. But what if I told you everybody's like, yo, the NFC is weak, NFC's weak, NFC's weak. AFC has all these good teams. If I told you the best 3 teams in football were in the NFC.
Yeah, I can believe that. Of course, I showed respect to the Miami Dolphins and put them at third.
So did I. They're in
But
the top 5.
I have
power
four NFC teams in the top 5. Obviously the Jets. Obviously the Chiefs can't be there. It's hard to put the Jets there. Just because they won. Buffalo lost. Cincinnati got destroyed. Cincinnati's weeks away. We're sniffing up a power rankings.
In your power rankings, they won't get in there.
They could be the Super Bowl champion.
Back-to-back Super Bowl.
Very well might be true. Very well might be true. But a lot of those teams we talked about, they lost. The teams that you would expect to be here.
Yeah.
The Bills, the Bengals, they lost. And now the Jets are facing an entirely different road. I wasn't comfortable putting the Raiders there. It really was. It was just the Dolphins for me.
Is there?
And I don't know what to think of Jacksonville yet.
Are we?
Week 10.
That's gonna be a good game too. But this week, Jacksonville, Kansas City.
Yeah, we'll touch on the week 2 games coming up here in just a heartbeat.
Is there?
Yeah, I could see you had 49ers, Cowboys, Eagles. Absolutely.
Is there? Who are the 2 teams? Or I'm just saying 2 because there's only 2 for me. Might not even be 2. Who can fall out with a loss this week of your top 5? To me, the only team that can fall out with a loss this week is the Ravens, I believe. That's what I'm saying right now. But this is why we watch the games and see the games.
Yeah.
Because if the Eagles get blasted by the Vikings on Thursday Night Football at home, they might have to fall out because of that.
No, that's So the Eagles losing to truthfully, I think everyone but the 49ers and the Cowboys could. Let's look around here. Like the Lions, the Lions lose to the Seahawks. That's problematic for me. Because they look shaky. The Seahawks look shaky. Patriots beat the Dolphins. We talk about everything we've talked about.
New England. That seems like a bad loss.
Everything we talked about with that offense. Mac Jones is going to get you.
That seems like it would be a tough loss. Jesse, you can tell me how you feel as a Dolphins fan, but I know you're going against Belichick. I know it's on the road, Sunday Night Football. You should handle the Patriots.
That's the game Miami needs to win if they're going to be who we expect them to be this season. The only way I see the Patriots winning that is if they're just running the ball all over Miami and they're keeping the ball out of the offense's hands. That's the only way I see them winning because Mac Jones isn't beating him or beating them.
Is there a team is there a 0-1 team that you think has to win this weekend? Or who? Let me rephrase that because that's kind of extreme. What 0-1 team needs a win the most? I have an answer. I've examined the schedule.
I've got an answer. I'm trying to see if there's another team that I'm thinking about, but I got an answer.
Okay.
It's the Broncos. The Broncos go 0-2. Look,
what a this has been the weirdest thing of the last 3 weeks is your love for the Denver Broncos.
If the Broncos go 0, well, I don't love them.
I think that's cap.
They can go straight to hell. But if they go 0-2, and that includes losing 2 home games to the Raiders and the Commanders, it's over.
I don't like the way you're saying the Raiders.
Well,
like
I think
they're
two.
bad.
But I think those are 2 non-playoff teams. And they're home games. Like you can't go around losing your.
No,
first
that's
2 home
fine.
games.
That's fine. That's fine.
I think if they lose, everything that you guys say about it is right. Season's done. If they go 0-2, it's over. Write them off.
So why don't I just continue this bit then? Because you've got this love for the Denver Broncos, and apparently I have this hate for the Cincinnati Bengals. But here's why I think it's the Bengals. Is because of all of these 0-1 teams that I found, I don't think I missed any. They're the only one who would be 0-2 in the division. That's the thing that gave me pause. It's like, all right, you lost to Cleveland this week. You lost to Baltimore. You're 0-2 in the division. Now Burrow's gonna feel heat. You go 0-2.
Yeah.
You go 0-2 in the division, and we stretch it out. Regardless of what I think about it, he's not going to throw for 80 yards or whatever he did again. Like, he's not going to do that. Yeah. But if he has a down, like not that down, but if he has another game where it's not a $240 million game, yo, that heat is on.
Yeah.
And that's the one of the 0-1 teams, Buffalo's in the equation as well, that probably have the best chance to bounce back because we believe in their talent level. Absolutely, Cincinnati falls into that. But I just feel like you go 0-2 in a division where I think the Ravens are very good. I think Cleveland is good. In Pittsburgh, a 20-year history says is going to be at minimum 9-8 or 8-1. Then you got to start winning football games.
That's a crazy tough division.
Yeah,
it's a crazy tough division, and you don't want to get behind the 8 ball by losing your first 2 division games. So I hear you. I think the Bengals will win that game. So,
you got your Ravens losing.
I know.
Wow,
yeah, man.
Cheryl in Baltimore, you hear that?
The desperation from these Bengals,
sure.
Everything that you just talked about. At home, I don't think they're going to lose. I was watching this game earlier. The Falcons and the Panthers. This really has nothing to do with nothing. It was just a funny little quirk. Desmond Ridder, starting quarterback for the Falcons. At the end of the first quarter, he was 3 for 3 with minus 12 yards.
We'll run that back again.
Desmond Ridder, at the end of the first quarter, the quarterback for the Falcons was 3 for 3 with minus 12 yards.
I think he finished the game 13 of 15 for 130 something and some change, I think.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, yo.
That is incredible.
If your quarterback's doing that, you might not have a quarterback.
And I'm watching, I'm like, he's going to, do something to get in the positive before the quarter's over. No. 3 for 3, though. 3 for 3.
Hey.
This very next pass went for a touchdown, though.
Oh, there you go.
13-yard touchdown. That it was really a screen pass. And the running back did all the work. Yeah, I don't know, man. They should have been in the market for Lamar.
Not us. We're not interested.
They were the first one. Look at the chat. Ramsey, doesn't matter. Falcons still won 24-10.
That's Ramsey's 7th favorite team in the NFL. Shout out to our brother Bobby Gerald. And when I say our brother, I mean it. Bobby tweeted us.
Stand up.
Bobby tweeted us. Not this white people, Damien. And he gave us the X sign or the crossed out sign for Sweet Caroline. Ain't no way Bobby got that Neil Diamond record in his collection.
That's that South Sac in him, baby. You know what? We ain't playing no Sweet Caroline in South Sac.
Yo, we got some things cooking. We haven't started to talk about this yet. We'll talk about it here. We'll talk about it a lot on KSFM, but we got this curator series that Solomon Vinyl is doing, and I started to prep for that a little bit.
How many songs we need a piece?
I don't know.
I
haven't really gotten a lot of details on it.
Neither.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's a lot more than 5, buddy.
Well, I'm saying I got 5 already.
Oh, you got 5 already. Oh, okay, yeah.
We gotta find the vinyl.
Yeah, that's the other thing, because it's like so Reasonable Doubt is not happening for me. I was able to find a used Mary J. Blige, What's the 411. I'm not 100% certain I need that for the curator series as much as I need it for my collection. But I did the most important record to my curator series I got yesterday, and it's, you've heard me say this before, he's the DJ, I'm the rapper. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. The whole series for me has to, it won't start with that, but the hip hop portion starts with that. So I'm excited for that. Like, we're going to be at Solomon Vinyl on October 6th, I think it is. Playing records and telling stories about the records and what they mean to us. And we got some things cooking, man.
It's gonna be some good stuff. That's actually gonna be a busy weekend for you, boy. I need to I need to start banking time right now. Be in the house, guys. I ain't doing that because we got that on Friday. Sunday is that Sunday night football game, which means I'll be gone all Sunday.
Good luck, man. We'll be praying for you. We'll be praying for you. So basically what's happening for those who aren't following the timeline of things, we're going to go to Sky River on Thursday, have a bachelor party, Kenny Caraway. He's going to get married that weekend. And then apparently when they get back from their honeymoon, Kenny's just out the house.
I got to work.
Kenny's
got to work.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to start asking for receipts.
I'm gonna need social media video with D-Lo in the image.
Gotta work, man.
We'll come back. Let's look ahead. James Ham's going to join us in about 15 minutes or so. But let's look ahead to week number 2, not just for the 49ers, not just for the Raiders, but some of the other marquee games going on this week. So all of that's coming up. Plus, we'll talk with James about the moves made yesterday on the Sacramento Kings roster. We'll talk about Jordan Ford. We'll talk about the remaining roster spots, and we'll talk what training camp now looks like with the backup center positions completely solidified. Signal with KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. You losers can't come to my turkey drive. Ramsey, DJ Jazzy Jeff is 58 years old. What would you like him to look like? Oh, man. He hit the scene like 40 years ago.
Cruising down the street in my 6'5".
Yeah, that's a good. I got Thriller. I got Ready to Die. Like, those are important. I got those. I got all the Michael Jackson records I need. The most important, I needed that Fresh Prince one, and I got it.
Yeah, I need a few. I need them all. Actually, I don't have any, so I need them. I just know what direction I'm going.
You know what, Katrina? We saw this actually. This was playing in the studio towards the end of our KSFM show. We didn't know what the hell it was.
Yeah, look good though.
So we turned the volume up. Probably were able to catch the last like 10 minutes of it, or maybe it wasn't that much, but we saw a little bit of it. And I saw it was it's on ESPN Daily today, or I'm sorry, it might have been on ESPN Daily yesterday. But WNBA playoffs start tonight, by the way.
Oh, I thought they started Friday. It starts tonight.
Yeah, it starts tonight. Tyler, Casey wins McClatchy.
CKM all day, baby. You know what it is. Go Lions. Wow.
I really hate when you growl, man. It's the weirdest thing.
Mr. Contreras used to do it every day during the
It just reminds me of Eartha Kitt and Boomerang. She did. I wonder, damn, Nikki took this clip. I ain't even in this clip. It's just Kenny talking to Kiana.
What happened?
Man, I'm here too. It's just zeroed in on y'all. Like, I ain't even there.
Oh, come on.
Like, hey. Keep your light ass out of the video.
Oh, come on.
But I guess y'all was sitting next to each other. There was no easy way to get us all in the video at the same time. Shout out Nikki D for helping us out.
Big up Nikki D.
I just want to bring Leezy everywhere and have him do it.
Jesus, the notorious just.
Oh yeah, Nikki was working. She did the whole circular roundabout.
Conversation was lit.
This is some good. That's the one that needs to be edited. This is some. This needs to hit the socials. This is some good shit. It's good shit, pal. And I dropped my microphone and said, "What the? Hold up, Jeff. Wait a minute. Play it." He just smiled, said, "Yeah, def ain't it."
Vince McMahon's got to stop dyeing his hair and his mustache.
Oh,
Crazy.
oh.
He looks crazy.
Like he's got to have like some type of Fred, like just let him know, like, hey, you look dumb with this.
Maybe have a party at my house when I'm gone. Everybody just be stopping by. Hey, shout out to my boy Giannis Antetokounmpo, future Sacramento
Recruiting
King.
him? I was going to say, what you recruiting him?
It's my boy. We cut from the same cloth. Giannis Antetokounmpo says he refuses to work out with other NBA players in the offseason. Quote, "I don't know how to be phony. I don't know how to be fake. That's why I kind of keep my distance, because I know that if I work out with people, it takes active players. It takes off my edge when I'm playing against them." End quote. We cut from the same cloth.
Was that from his video interview?
I don't know. I just read the quote.
Because he did a video interview the other day and he reiterated, like, yeah, I'm gonna leave wherever like if I have the best opportunity to go win a championship somewhere else.
I
like,
heard
he's
that
out of there.
quote too. Yeah.
He's gone.
What he say? He said, he said something to the effect of like, I'm Milwaukee Bucks, but even more than that, I'm a winner.
Yeah,
and
he's Larry O'Brien trophy, basically is what he's saying.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question? Why is he doing this?
He's sending a warning to the Bucks, so it doesn't fall on him when he does leave if he needs to. He's sending
It's still
warning
gonna
shots
fall
right
on him.
Yeah, he can't escape.
It's like you can't cushion this for one market. You can't cushion this, and you'll only draw the vitriol of the entire NBA world if you go to the defending champions or the team that lost in Game 7 the year before,
or the Warriors. I just think people hate the Warriors at this point.
I think
if Kevin Durant had gone, if it wasn't the Warriors who had lost
in that particular situation, yes, the Warriors like had all.
That's what I was
stuff,
alluding to.
had
I
all
was
that
alluding to
stuff with
Kevin
them.
Durant.
But I think the people would hate Giannis if he went to the Warriors now because nobody likes the Warriors.
Well, I think part of it would. I think those all tie together, though. Part of it would be like he went. If it was the Warriors, but Steph wasn't there, I don't think anyone would care. But if it's the Warriors, as it's this perception of they just keep landing these superstars and like finding ways to get people to play with Steph.
So for instance, if Giannis went to the Nuggets, I don't think people would trip as much as KD going to the Warriors that year.
That's weird because I think you might be right.
I don't think people like the Warriors.
I think you might be right. That was a perfect way of putting it to get through to my stupid brain.
If he does leave, I don't think he's catching heat. The media loves him.
I disagree.
I don't think he's catching heat because the media loves him and he's setting the groundwork right now. If he leaves, the story's going to be Milwaukee didn't surround him. Yes, we laugh, but yes, the story. If he leaves, the story's going to be Milwaukee didn't do enough to surround him. That's what he's setting up right now.
He won a title.
Don't matter. He's still trying to win more titles. He says they need to be in position to win it. He's setting it up for when he leaves. The talk will be Milwaukee didn't set him up.
Here's the other reason why I don't think he'll catch as much heat. You guys both said it. He won a title. Like,
well, I just don't.
I'll put it to you like this too, and I know we're talking nationally, but I'll talk locally. If De'Aaron Fox spends 11 years here, wins a title, has you in position to win 2 or 3 others, and decides to go to Houston after 11 years here. You think we're going to be mad at De'Aaron after bringing us a title? I wouldn't.
No,
I wouldn't be mad at. I'd be
Probably
disappointed
not.
that
Yeah,
he's
probably
leaving.
not.
Like, I don't want him to leave, but you gave it, and this is what the people in Milwaukee say. You brought us something we've never seen in life, and we may never see again.
If I'm a Bucks fan,
I just don't think most people think rationally like that. That's
No,
the
you're right.
problem.
see, if I'm a Bucks fan, like Giannis is already like he's untouchable. Okay, and if I'm a Bucks fan hearing him say all this stuff, I'm looking at Milwaukee. You guys better go trade for somebody. You better get another superstar here. I'm not blaming Giannis if I'm a Bucks fan. I think.
But to your other point, it don't matter. Like, he's leaving. He's leaving.
Yeah, I think
Like,
so too.
It's over. Like, whether it's a year, whether it's 2 years, we don't know that. But he's
got a player option ahead of the 25-26 season.
He's out of here. And if he's got that player option, they'll probably look to trade him the year before. So this might be the last
You might
year.
need to start trading. Like, what year are we in? We're going into 24. It's 2023, 2024.
Yeah.
And it's after the 2026 season.
It's 25, 26 is the
Man.
player option.
Yo, he's telling you right now, just trade his ass now. I don't mean that in a in a negative way to Giannis. Like, I just like why? Like, I'm not agitated. Like, I get it. Just Giannis is talking about this a lot, almost to the point where it's like uncomfortable. Like, you got what's my Adrian Griffin? That's the new head coach.
Yeah.
Yo, that poor guy's got his first coaching job, and it's like, yeah, I'm about to lose, a top 3 player in the entire league.
So
within the next year, 2 years at the most.
So I don't know how these quotes are coming out, like where they're coming from. If he's doing a podcast, if he's like being asked, I don't know that.
He did a video podcast for this one that I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, video interview, I guess.
But isn't he not trying to do what like Kyrie did or whatever? We know Kyrie's a different individual, but what he did in Boston, where they asked him a question, he's like, I'm not leaving. Like, what if Giannis said that? Knowing he about to leave.
No, you can't do that.
Like, I guess you could be like, man, I don't want to talk. Like, I would always say, I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm focused on the season. People will probably get mad at that too.
Probably.
You don't think he's doing right by the Bucks right now, letting them know?
I think he is. And to your point, Giannis is tough. He's done everything he needed to do in Milwaukee.
Because soaring through
when it's all said and done, he would have been there, 10, 11 years?
Yeah, probably.
He's done everything.
It's his third contract.
Yeah.
Because, soaring through it in the chat. If I'm Giannis, like Chris Middleton, he's not cutting it anymore. Drew Holiday won't be cutting it in 2 years. Like, they need a new roster around him.
I don't know how you get it. I really don't.
Yeah,
Because you don't really have any trade pieces.
I don't know how you do either. And you just signed Chris Middleton to a lengthy, healthy deal.
Yeah. I think they got I hear what you're saying, and I kind of agree. Like, let's just get this out the way now and start trading them. But do you want to take one more shot? This is your one more shot this year coming up to win.
Yeah, I mean, you want to, but the conversation is like, can you? The realistic conversation is, can you win a title? Not can you not can you compete in the not can you compete in the conference? Not can you get to the? Can you sit down with your front office contingent and your coaching staff, look at your roster, and go, let's say everything breaks right. Drew's good. Chris Middleton is healthy. Like, and when I say healthy, I mean he plays every game. What that looks like in terms of how he is as a player, can't do that. But let's say everything breaks right and everyone's healthy. Can you look at that roster and go, can we beat Boston? Can we beat Miami? Can we beat all of these different teams? Can we win an NBA championship?
I think I look at this team right now, and I look, you lost to Miami, but you were the number 1 seed last year with a gimpy Middleton.
Yep.
Right. So let's just, I'll go a step further. I'll think worst case scenario. Let's say Middleton is the same he was last year. You still were able to be a championship contender whether or not you were the favorites or nothing like that. You were part of the 4 teams that people were like, you can win a championship. You should be able to have that. You're in that same conversation again this year. And that's saying Middleton is gimpy. To your point, if he's not, if he's healthy and can play, maybe that puts you even higher in that list of we can do this. But I do think it's just this year. This is
if you have an opportunity to win a title, you take it. Like if you can look at that roster and lay out everything the way that you just did and say, yes, the Milwaukee, we can win an NBA championship this year. You take it, because the alternative is, okay, we got to trade Giannis now and try to rebuild this thing to get back to the point where we hope we win one more title or to the point where we win another title. No, if you believe you can do it, you have to go do it now. Even if this was Giannis's legitimate last year rather than figurative last year, you have to take it. It's I think we had this conversation a few weeks ago where if you're successful this year and say you lose in the conference finals, you might have to lose Giannis for nothing. You might just have to go and let him opt out. Best of luck on your future endeavors. Thank you for bringing a title here. No hard feelings.
Look, there's even if you lost in the second round, like I'm not against that either. Because this, for better or for worse, this is gonna be your only chance, maybe in your ownership.
Yeah.
To win a title.
You can't pass opportunities to win championships.
I might just ride that thing out till he decides to leave.
If you're the Bucks, can you even trade him? Like, are you going to get true value?
So
for
that's
what Giannis
that's
is worth?
the other thing. Like, there's probably LeBron's one of them. Steph is another one. There's probably guys that you just cannot trade. And if Giannis doesn't ask for one, you just lose him. And the championship probably cushions that. But there could be another component to it as well, where you hit a Kevin Durant Brooklyn situation, where now I mean, in the sense, I know Katie joined Brooklyn with these other guys to try to accomplish this, and they quickly blew it up. But if you just look, Chris Middleton, he can't get back to himself. We're trading Drew Holiday to Sacramento. What do you want to do? Like, that's a conversation you have with him, not through the media, not in the pub. What do you want us to do? Because it's not going to work with them. We need to move off Chris Middleton's money while we can. If you want us to try to make a move, we could try to make it quietly. If you want us to have a sweepstakes, what do you want us to do? Let's work together so we don't wind up looking like Portland, Dame Lillard, and Miami does. How would you want us to handle this? That's the only way I would consider trading Giannis. I would rather, as an owner, and it's easy for me to say because I'm very much not. If I was a governor on a basketball team, I have to take every opportunity I can with a top 3-4 player in the world. And if he decides he wants to go play with the Sacramento Kings, I have to let him and wish him well. So the Sacramento Kings can go win their 5th championship. And they would hate him because he's joining a winner like Sacramento.
Well,
that's how I see this.
That's
how I see this playing
Can't
out
wait
of
for
my
the
head.
Kings to be the most hated team in basketball.
It's going to be great.
Can't wait for that.
It's going to be great.
But isn't that what the Cavs did with LeBron both times? There was a chance he would leave. We're not trading.
Right.
He's just going to have to leave.
What they did. Yeah. And I think
that's the way to go about it. Like, I understand that.
The first one, they wound up doing the sign and trade, which I don't. The rules around that are different now, but they wound up being the sign and trade with Miami. The second time, he just left, and everyone knew. I feel like everyone knew, and it's why the reaction was so different. And that's probably to what the point you guys are making. When LeBron left Cleveland the second time, it was okay. Mission accomplished. You did it. Thank you. It's our first. I mean, the first title in forever.
Right.
We did it. There's 2 million people on the streets of Cleveland.
Right.
And if I'm an opposite team, like in the league or whatever, opposing Milwaukee, like I'm not trading for Giannis. You see the way he's talking right now? Dude's going to decline his player option. Why not just offer him a fat contract? Why are you going to give up assets for him?
So the reason you do that is because
It's almost like Ohtani.
The only way you trade for him, I
You
think,
get him here,
you get him in.
and you figure that out later.
see, I don't think I could do that if I'm a team, just because you're going to have to give up a
Well-
lot for Giannis, and there's a chance he might leave, and after that, you're screwed.
Yeah, you don't figure it out. Hey, he's got that player option. Financially, it makes sense for him. We understand that. What are we doing? Because we can't trade 5 draft picks or whatever and have Giannis for a year. We can't sign anything. We're just having a discussion about Giannis's future. Does it include 10 years with Sacramento or 1? Because we can't make this trade if he's not going to be past here, or if he's not going to be here past the player option.
See, I feel like Giannis is one of the like we talk about Ohtani. Like I may not
You
have
just
a
figure it out?
guarantee, but if
But-
let's just say, for argument's sake, the Kings, right? And the Kings are like second round, can't really, get over the hump, but they're like, hey, we got a Giannis trade ready. And whatever the trade is, you have moved into championship contender for the next 18 months.
I feel you.
It's basically,
you do it.
It's basically, do you want to play the Toronto Raptors, right? Like how they did with Kawhi, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's 100% what it is. And you know what? Toronto would take it.
Yeah.
Like Toronto would not trade that, but they also got the sweetheart of a deal as we welcome in James Ham. They traded DeMar DeRozan. Like it, and I don't mean that disparagingly to DeMar DeRozan. I mean, he was a big time player. It worked out, and it happened rather easily for everyone involved. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app as we welcome in our ESPN 1320 Kings Insider and host of the Insiders, James Ham.
And as we bring James into this conversation, mind you, there's like 4 of those players in the league. Max.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? This don't work out for every. I don't even think this works for. And I love the guy. This isn't even like what you would do for Dame Lillard. It's
Right,
like
not even close.
Steph,
Nope.
Giannis,
LeBron, that's it.
I think maybe you put Jokic in there. I mean, he's not a realistic situation,
Sure.
but like that's it. I'm not. As much as I love him, I don't even know if Tatum's in that conversation.
He's probably not. You probably have to have titles under your belt to be in the conversation.
I don't think Luka's in that conversation.
James, have you thought about the moment when Giannis signs with the Kings?
Yes, I have. It's actually a daily ritual. I do that and then punch myself in the face. Just because I'm looking to inflict the most amount of pain on myself. Yeah, like these are always great conversations, right? I think it's always great to say, what if? But you also, like I've said this to you guys so many times, the best free agent signing in the history of the Sacramento Kings is Vlade Divac. And like that still holds true to this day. It could advance beyond that. It could be Malik Monk. It could be some other player, but a true free agent signing, he's the best there ever was in Sacramento. And that speaks volumes about the franchise, not about Vlade not being a good player, but he was in that era, he was probably the 10th or 12th best center, with everyone just like it's Oprah handed out Hall of Fame jackets to every single one of that entire era of center.
So, Ham, I don't know if you caught like what's going on. We're just, Giannis is doing a lot of talking. It really sounds like he's about to leave when he gets the opportunity as like a free agent or decline a player option or whatever the case may be. He's got 2 seasons before the player option comes up. And we're just trying to figure out like, what should Milwaukee do? Like one part of us says, trade him now. Like, cause he's gone. Like he's not, we're laying it out right here. He's not coming back. He's going to leave. So do you just trade him now? And then there's the other school of thought of he's Giannis. He's going to end up being probably a top 10 player of all time. I would maybe just see what I can do while he's here. And if I get nothing in return, at least I tried with a top 10 player of all time, but I'm not trading him. Like, I'm just not doing it. Like, what would you do in one of those situations?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're in a situation like you say the top 10, like that's kind of where he is. Like to move off of a guy like this, especially like in his prime, that's really, really difficult to do. And it's something that, no franchise has ever want to be faced with. Let's be completely honest. Like Damian Lillard, like he's one of the greatest Blazers of all time. He's not a top 30 player of all time.
Yeah.
And so there's something completely different here that we're discussing. We're talking about not a franchise level player. We're talking about a generational talent. And so whatever you're going to give up, it's going to be great if you're somehow going to get rid of him. But I don't know that Giannis is saying, I'm leaving. I think what he's saying is, I don't like the direction. You better fix it now. You're on the clock.
They can't fix it.
You're probably right. You're probably right that they can't fix it, but some of the comments, like he wants to make sure that everyone is putting in the work that he's putting in. That's really telling. That something is not right. He doesn't like whether it's an individual or a group of players that aren't doing what he thinks it takes to become a champion again, and that's a huge problem. So if I'm the Bucks, I'm doing some major investigating, and I'm sending people like within his inner circle, like, can you guys at least tell us what the problem is so we can try to fix it? And if they can't fix it, then I think this thing can spin out pretty quick, and then it's probably one of the greatest arms races of all time. Because I don't even think I put KD in his world. This is a player that is one of the most elite players we've ever seen in the league, and can be a franchise changing guy on both ends of the court the day he walks in your gym.
So next year, Giannis. Yeah. All right, that's fine. I just want to set reasonable expectations for everybody.
You know how you start this? You just start signing all of his brothers, all of them.
They tried.
Just keep signing all of them, and you just have them all like welcome home with all their crazy wingspans reaching out.
They gotta get back to that. They tried. Who was it? Alex, who signed with the summer league team?
Yeah, was that 50's favorite player? Was it Alex? Is that who he was talking about this whole time? When 50 said his favorite player's name,
I like Alex.
I like Alex.
This is it. So we have like 7 Antetokounmpo brothers and Fitty in the middle of a picture, like, come to us. This is how like it's like Joe and Gavin will mow your lawn. We got Fitty and we got all your brothers. We signed all the brothers.
There you go.
Let's go Kings.
Well, let's talk Kings. James, you were all over this story this weekend. And it was made official yesterday. You essentially said over the weekend, hey, league sources have told me it's JaVale and it's Alex. There's really no big man training camp battle. And the Kings were like, that damn James Ham, he's right. We're going to waive Neemias Queta and Nerlens Noel.
Sorry, guys, my bad.
Yeah, tell me about that and how they kind of got to the point where they just decided there's no battle to be had.
Yeah. Look, if you're looking at the center position that they have in place, and Sabonis is going to play 34, 35 minutes a night, that leaves you 13, 14 minutes. That Trey Lyles is going to play small ball center at least part of the time. He has to, or you just wasted a bunch of money on Sasha Vezenkov, because that guy's a power forward. Keegan Murray's a power forward. Harrison Barnes can play the 4. You got a glut at that position as well. So if you know that, and then you're really comfortable with the 2 centers that you signed in Alex Len, who again was a great teammate and a great soldier for this team last year. And then on top of that, you're able to get JaVale, who this group is really enamored with. Making the team is going to be extremely difficult. You still probably need a backup point guard. Whether that's going to be Jordan Ford, and we'll get to that, I'm sure, or it'll be someone else. You at least have to consider someone for that position, and you only have one roster spot left. So there aren't teams that are looking to keep 4 basic 7-footers, and then Trey Lyles on top of that. There isn't another team that's looking to do that that's out there. So that means that these two guys at the end, they just lost a really bad game of like, drawing the short straw. And it's tough. I really feel for Neemias Queta specifically. Not that I don't feel for Nerlens Noel. I mean, he's going to walk away with $300,000. Nimi's going to walk away with like $250,000. But Nimi hasn't established himself in the league yet. And so Nerlens might find another job, and either way, he's made a bunch of money already. Nimi is going to have to fight to get a training camp invite at this point. He's going to have to maybe take a two-way contract that he wasn't expecting to have to take. And that won't be with the Kings. He's going to be a complete unrestricted free agent if he clears waivers, and then all bets are off. And I think he deserves to be in the league. I think he's a guy who, again, at a minimum, a two-way player going into this season. He was a star at the G League level, and he's only 24 years old. So I'm a little confused why they didn't invest a little bit more in him in this situation. But when you sign him to a regular contract, it basically spelled the end of him in Sacramento, unfortunately.
I mean, one of the things that you kind of talked about earlier today on the Insiders 10 to 12 is that you wonder why they didn't invest a little bit more. Is you broke it down perfectly. They're in a different spot as a franchise. If this would have happened a year ago and they had time and room to try to develop a guy like that on the NBA level, then he probably is here today and he's part of their plans. But they're in a position where they're trying to go from a playoff team to a championship team. And they feel like they just don't have the time to waste. Like they need guys that are going to help them win games now and in the playoffs. And I would assume they didn't think Neemias Queta would be one of those guys ahead of JaVale McGee.
Yeah, I mean, like the NBA is a game of opportunity, right? And sometimes opportunity never really happens for a player. And like we can look at like Scalabrine, who was also waived this last weekend. We can look at him like sort of in the same boat, but on the opposite end of the spectrum. The Kings had too many young players when Scal was here the first time, and he got lost in the shuffle of a sea of young players. At this point, all of a sudden you go from a really bad team to a really good team, and it happened in the like snap of the fingers, like boom, it happened. And you could have had a 3-year or a 4-year plan with Neemias Queta, but that plan changes quickly. And when you become a team that can make a phone call to a guy like JaVale McGee, even a 35-year-old JaVale McGee, and he chooses you over the Golden State Warriors, that's when you really start to think, okay, we're not going to have problems next season, the year after that. As long as this is a path we're on and we're going to be successful and we're going to keep pushing, we're going to be able to backfill and find players like this that can help us, not this other spectrum of 24-year-olds who haven't been able to prove that they are NBA players yet. And the Kings have a lot of focus on one young player, and that young player is Keegan Murray. And outside of that, Davion Mitchell gets a little bit of that, and then nothing. Like Colby Jones will be lucky if he sees a minute of action in the NBA this year, barring like a really strange situation where things go south. He's buried on a depth chart. And Jalen Slauson, 2-way contract, again, buried on a depth chart. Keon Ellis, these guys are not going to be part of a rotation or part of what the Kings are doing for the most part, because you have so much depth, and Nimi was lost in that sea. And so you hope that he looks for not just a job, but the right like situation where he will actually get an opportunity. And I don't know where that's at, but I think there are already teams out there that are looking at him and that are intrigued by him.
So Hammer, as you talk about depth charts there with, Neemias and Nerlens Noel being waived, what does training camp look like? Like, are we still looking at the depth chart? Are there still roster positions to be had? Like we speculated, well, the roster might need to be filled out a little bit, but the rotation's probably set. When you factor in, Trey Lyles' role with Domantas Sabonis and then JaVale and Alex Len, like we're probably pretty set in that regard. So, when you report from media day and practice here in a couple of weeks. Like, what storylines are we looking at?
I think that's a difficult thing. I mean, if we're looking at this team right now, they have 15 rostered players, including Jordan, which, again, that's a training camp deal. So if we really look at 14 players, I can tell you right now that the 12th man, the 14th man is Colby Jones. The 13th man is Kessler Edwards. The 12th man is probably Alex Len. And then we get to, the other guys. Like, that's when we start hitting JaVale. That's when we start hitting Chris Duarte. And that speaks to the volume. I mean, the depth of this team, the quality of depth as well. It's not just depth, it's quality of depth. And so I don't think there is a lot of intrigue to what's going to happen. I mean, we can sit here and say, okay, is Chris Duarte going to be able to earn his way into a full-time rotational spot? But again, we can do math really quickly and understand that there aren't a lot of holes in the 9-man rotation, and finding a few minutes here and there for a guy is not going to be easy.
Yeah, I would say it's a good problem to have, though.
It's a new problem to have.
Yeah, it's a good new problem to have, and if that means, Keita or Nerlens Noel, you kind of have to move on from them sooner than you expected or hoped. That's just kind of what it is. Like I said, James, I thought you laid it out perfectly. They're in a different tier now as a franchise. If this happened a year ago, yeah, we can work through any of the hiccups or anything else like that. They've got big goals right now, and I don't think they have time for any of that.
Yeah, and I don't think that's an indictment on Neemias Queta. I think Neemias Queta can play ball. I actually think he can make a rotation in the NBA and actually be pretty solid. I do not think that he's just a washout and a waste of a second-round pick. I do not believe that at all. I think he will be a player, if he gets an opportunity, that can take advantage. The problem is the team you're on just isn't in the same place that you are anymore. And this happens all the time. You see guys sign 4-year deals, and at 6 months into the 4-year deal, they don't make any sense for the team anymore. That happens all the time at the NBA level. Rashawn Holmes. This happened with Rashawn Holmes. It happened with JaVale McGee. JaVale McGee was, signed to a 3-year deal with the Dallas Mavericks last summer, and they waived him and stretch provisioned him, and now they have got to pay him $2.5 million for the next 5 years. So these things happen all the time. I think with Nimi very specifically, it's just that the opportunity to bring someone in like JaVale, who Mike Brown is so comfortable with. Mike Brown won championships with when he was on Steve Kerr's coaching staff at Golden State. And so, yeah, it's just an unfortunate, these things happen type deal.
Yeah, you mentioned Jordan Ford there a minute ago, following the announcements of Neemias Queta and Nerlens Noel. I believe it was Sean Cunningham that reported that Jordan Ford was, in fact, assigned to a training camp contract, as you just mentioned. What is Jordan Ford's future with Sacramento, or does he have a future with Sacramento?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting how they handle him. First of all, shout out to my guy, Sean. Sean was all over the Jordan Ford situation for the last couple of weeks. Look, this is a local kid, and he played really well for Stockton last year. He was excellent at St. Mary's for 4 years. He was a star for the Gales. And now you're getting him at a point where, he's had some experience overseas. He's had some experience in the G League. He ran your G League team last year, and you had the #1 G League team in the league. If it's just a standard Exhibit 10, he's getting a 25,000 or 50,000, that's one thing. But I don't think that's what they're doing here. I think they're giving him a little bit more than that. There's also potential that, the Kings have another 2-way contract here that's available. I really like Jordan Ford on a 2-way contract, but it's really hard to say that I like Jordan Ford on a 2-way contract, but Neemias Queta can't fit because they're basically the same thing. They're basically young players that are trying to make it. But I think the thing about Jordan Ford and being a point guard in this situation is we all know that De'Aaron Fox missed time last year. He missed 9 games last season. And that's, again, he's missed time almost every year. And you would expect that, between 5 and 10 games, he's going to miss. That's the way it goes when you have a point guard who plays the way he does with so much energy and speed and takes so many hits. And last year, Matthew Dellavedova played. I mean, I think he appeared in 32 games, and I don't think anyone expected that. So the Kings need that third guy. The question is, do they believe that Malik Monk can back? So you got Davion Mitchell, who's going to be your primary backup. But do you believe that Malik Monk can fit in and play some minutes if in a pinch? Do you think that Chris Duarte can slide over and play the one for some minutes if you really needed him to? And so I'm not sure that this team needs a third point guard. But if they think they do, signing Jordan Ford to a two-way contract where he can bounce back and forth between Sacramento and Stockton, he can play up to 50 games with the parent club. He can't play in the playoffs, but he can play up to 50 games as a two-way. That makes a ton of sense to me, because you don't just have a player who's sitting on the bench and twiddling his thumbs and then all of a sudden, hey, it's go time. Run out there and go perform for us because Fox got hurt. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a player who would be at the G League level, staying in shape, running a team, like in rhythm, ready to go. And if you need him, he's a phone call away. He comes right up to the parent club. You can steal a couple of games here and there with him if you need to. And then he can go right back down doing what he was doing at the G League level. So there's a huge advantage to a player like Jordan, and the fact that, again, you couldn't do that with Dellavedova. Dellavedova is going to sit there and wait for his opportunity and run up and down the sidelines at every timeout, trying to stay in shape. But this is a little different.
Yeah,
Deli, you gotta love him.
Baseline during the timeout. They out there giving away T-shirts, and Deli running up and down, high stepping up and down the baseline.
Deli out there throwing T-shirts like,
Deli was like, I don't want the T-shirt cannon. Just let me use my arm.
That's right.
Yeah,
give me that big noise sign. I'm gonna run around and get the fans up. I mean, Deli was always like getting his cardio in.
A person in that building, in the stands, or on that bench that didn't love him.
Oh, we love Deli.
All of them. Everybody loved him. Yep.
Yeah. But I'm happy to see that for Jordan Ford, man. I think everything that you just laid out him is spot on. It would be good for him to be able to be in Stockton and, playing consistently. But like we talked about earlier in the show, Damian, he understands the system. It's almost seamless, when he comes in there. It's just whether or not he's going to execute, but he wouldn't have to learn a whole lot if he had to play for a week and a half for the Kings. It's just whether or not he'd be able to actually get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for pieces that in a pinch can help out. You can't have like what the San Francisco 49ers have done, where they have great players at almost every position, and then your quarterback gets lit up because your right tackle is not good enough. So you can have the best tight end, the highest paid tight end. You can have one of the highest paid wide receivers, the highest paid running back, the highest paid defensive end, one of the highest paid middle and interior linemen, the highest paid linebacker. You can have all those things, but if your right tackle can't keep, somebody off your quarterback, you're going to be in trouble. And so that's kind of where I'm at with the Kings as well. Like, if you feel comfortable with Davion Mitchell being your backup point guard, and you think you can get by with Monk and with Duarte and whoever else to play the backup point, I'm okay with that, especially with Sabonis. Sabonis can run backup point, and they have like 7 other centers still that they can run behind him and just have him play point guard and have JaVale playing down in the post.
We talked about Keegan kind of being the key to this whole thing and his development in his sophomore year and all of that stuff. After the last few months, man, I want to amend that a little bit. I think it's actually Keegan and Sasha. The things that we've been hearing about Sasha, I mean, and it's been happening for a while, but man, it feels like if Keegan's able to, take that step a little bit, they're getting a pro in Sasha.
Man.
This offseason might have been a little bit more. Granted, they didn't have to do anything with Keegan, but this offseason might be a little more impactful than people originally thought it would be when Harrison Barnes signed his contract extension.
I totally agree. And I made this point to you guys, was it 2 weeks ago, that if Sasha can be really close to as good as Keegan was last year, then that allows Keegan to just be whoever he's going to become. And if Keegan can be really close to as good as Sasha was last year, then that allows Keegan to just be whoever he's going to become. And if Keegan can be really close to as good as Sasha was last year, then that allows Keegan to just be whoever he's going to become. And that just like you basically have all the pieces in place that you had last year. If Sasha can take up the minutes that can not the minutes, the average to 12 points and the 4.5 rebounds per game and shoot close to 40% from three. If he can do that, now Keegan becomes almost like an acquisition that has unlimited potential and a really high floor. And I think you can really grow. And so that's sort of like the key to taking off isn't only Keegan. It's that you have somebody else who's filling that void that he may leave behind to become something much better.
Every time I just get more and more hyped. Every time.
That's right.
Hammer, let's come back. I know you and Kyle talked at length on the Insiders Monday through Friday, 12 to noon here on ESPN 1320, about this player participation policy. And it sounds like we all have some of the same concerns, but I'm anxious to get your thoughts on this, what Adam Silver is trying to accomplish with this, and what it might mean for the league moving forward. So we'll do that with the host of the Insiders and our 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham with D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear. Clear.
Yeah, I feel bad for Nimi. Like he really, really wanted to stay in the NBA. And I think he'll stay in the NBA. I think there's opportunity here. But like his goal this summer was to stick and not have to go overseas. And, now we're a little late too, where a lot of the overseas money is already gone.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys signed right out of summer league.
Hopefully he finds a spot where he can work a little bit.
Thomas Lancaster, do you think the Kings will keep an open roster spot in case the Kings need? Yeah, there you go. Actually, Thomas, that's the other key. Like, it's the one thing I didn't really mention to. If you do give Jordan Ford a two-way, like, and you might find someone else that you like more than Jordan Ford to give a two-way to, but the other key would be that you would go down to 14-man roster after at the end of camp, and that would open up the ability to keep an open roster spot. And I do believe the Kings want to keep an open roster spot. They've got there's a huge advantage to having an open roster spot down the road. And like we talked about it last year, where the Kings didn't have anyone to trade. Remember this weird situation where the Kings didn't have any players that they actually could trade, up to a certain point in the season. And then all of a sudden, they kind of freed things up where they could make some moves. It's a little bit like that. Like that was during the offseason, right? Where the Kings couldn't make a trade leading up to the draft because they didn't have any players under contract. Now you got a bunch of $3 million league minimum deals that you can deal with, and Lynn and JaVale if he doesn't work out, or and having an open roster spot, it does mean something. At worst case scenario, you can get a Kessler Edwards and a first round, or a second round pick or two, just to collect assets. I don't know if somebody asked if Duarte ran point in his first year. I don't know. He played primarily at the shooting guard position, but this is a guy who averaged 2.7 assists per game in his last year in college, and 2.1 assists per game his first year in the pros in 28 minutes playing off the ball. He can pass. He's a good playmaker. Aldrin J brings up Kessler Edwards that I just brought up. I've heard he looks really good. He's worked on his mechanics on his shooting, and they're really, really happy with where he's at right now. They think he can, every time he shoots, it looks like it's going in. They feel like he's got a real nice confidence to him as a shooter.
Man, Tua looks sharp. Goodness gracious, that was a dime.
Oh, Giants came back and tied it up, huh? I'll be damned. Guess I'll turn it back on.
Well, if you turn it back on and they lose,
It'll be your fault.
whose fault is that?
I'll blame it on you.
TJ brings up Nimi to Portland. Portland had interest before he signed in Sacramento. And I know at least one of the team is sniffing around.
Here's to him landing somewhere.
Yeah. That's where I was coming in. There's some people making some calls. And
Picture perfect.
Tyreek really is a just incredibly unique weapon.
So fast. You can't hit him. Can't run with him.
We're coming back to you guys.
Right. I got a comp for him.
Feel like James was about to fire off a Tyreek Hill take, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I'm a fan. Not of him as a person, because I think he does have some he's had some issues off the field that I'm not too happy about. I believe. But he reminds me of a wide receiver version of Marshall Faulk. And that's because he never takes the big hit. Like Marshall Faulk had an ability, same with Emmitt Smith on occasion. They just never got crushed. And that's why I really like Tyreek. He's so shifty, and he's not just shifty like running at you and making moves and making swerves. He's shifty once he's hit and all the world is crashing around him. He has an ability to get smaller and smaller and avoid just getting smacked around. He is absolutely so talented. All you have to do with him, just have him run as far as he can go and then throw it anywhere in the air. And his ability to stop and move and come back for a ball or go sideways for a ball, just elite.
Just
elite.
overthrow him. Don't underthrow him. Overthrow him, and he can probably get to it.
And the crazy thing is, I don't know if you can.
Underthrow him?
No, I don't know if you can overthrow him.
Overthrow him. Oh, yeah.
Well, the key,
about it.
It's not just overthrow him, just overthrow the coverage, because he's going to get past everybody. And that's the thing. Like, you just because he's so shifty and he's so quick while running full speed, he can move laterally. It makes him almost impossible to defend. And that's where, like, that play they had late in the game where Tua just threw it up. And here he's outside and he cuts right between two guys and catches a ball for, 50-yard gain. You're like, what in the world? He's so good.
This all came up because Tua and Tyreek Hill are on our TV screen here in the studio. And Louis Riddick was on our TV screen talking about it. And it reminded me, did you see who's going to be in Boulder this Saturday?
I did.
Ooh, turn the volume up on your TV.
Mark Jones and Louis Riddick on the call for Deion Sanders.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's fire.
I'm going to have to reach out to Mark. I want to know what their relationship is before.
Yeah, that is,
because I know it's got to be hot. Like they know each other. They're both Florida guys.
I'm certain. Yeah, I'm
That's
certain.
gonna be like, turn the volume up on your TV.
Yeah, that's when you watch in its entirety. As is D'Lo and KC live from Sky River next Thursday. Make your plans to be with us live from 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. We're going to do the show live from there, just as we did back in March, the entire 4 hours. We're working on getting guests lined up as we speak. We'll be there on the air from 12 to 4. We're going to spend some time together for an hour. Then we're going to sit down. We're going to order some food. We're going to order some drinks, and we're going to watch football together as the 49ers open the home portion of their schedule on Thursday Night Football against the New York Giants. So we're super excited about that. We hope that you can make your way out there. Sky River Casino 1 week from tomorrow. Yes. Next Thursday, we'll be live watching football, doing a live show, doing a live broadcast at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. Hammer, back to the NFL, or excuse me, back to the NBA. I'm sorry. The player participation policy, as it's being called, has gotten a lot of attention over the last few days. Adam Silver spoke about it earlier today. Curious to get your thoughts. I was able to catch you and Kyle talking a bit about it on the Insiders this morning, 10 to 12, Monday through Friday, ESPN 1320. What do you think of this? Can it be enforced? Like, I think we can all agree Adam's intentions are in the right place, but can the league actually execute this? Very it's there's a lot in here. There's a lot they want to try to accomplish with this.
Yeah, I think the idea itself is good, right? I do. I think that forcing players to actually show up to work and play, whether it's on a nationally televised game or when it's on the road. To me, like I brought it up, like I went to go see Ed Sheeran this weekend, and all these people fly into Las Vegas to go see Ed Sheeran. And like I was in Ubers and taxis all weekend. They were doing nothing but picking people up at the airport for Ed Sheeran. And then he cancels like an hour before the show. And just all these people are stuck. I mean, luckily we had other things going on in Vegas, but there are people who just flew in for that show.
Yeah.
And so I bring that up because like there are so many people that buy expensive tickets to NBA games to go watch a LeBron James or go watch a Steph Curry or Kevin Durant, whatever it might be. And if you bring your kid to a game with the hopes of watching one of these superstars play, especially LeBron in one of his last seasons, like the dude can't play forever, and he doesn't play, to me that's just garbage. And I think the Clippers have done this for a couple of years now, where they just sit out guys whenever they want with their stars. There are so many like very specific rules to it that I think have to be put in place. But the biggest thing is they're going to have an independent medical board who's overseeing this and saying, hey, look, that's not an injury. That's not something that should have cost your guy a bunch of games. And I think it's also a way to kind of crush the tanking, because that's the other aspect to it, that late in the season, you're not allowed to just sit a guy for, most of the second half of the year just because. And, the Kings for a long time, they didn't do that. But over the last few years, man, Harrison Barnes sat out a few games at the end of the year. De'Aaron Fox sat out games at the end of the year. And not because they were like, they couldn't play at all, but because it didn't really matter. And I think the league is just trying to say, hey, look, we're not going to do that going forward. We need you guys here for big television games, and we need you guys here for like a Tuesday night in Sacramento. Like, show up. And, for me, it's not a big deal. I've seen LeBron James play so many times. It's crazy. But if you're going to a game to take your kid to a Kings-Laker game and you paid $1,000 for a seat, and there's two of you there, so you want to have your kid see LeBron before he retires, and then the dude no-shows? He did that last year, right? Or the year before, where all of a sudden he wasn't feeling good and he didn't play. That to me is something that the NBA has to put their foot down and like get back to playing 82 games. These guys, not only do they not play 82, they play 35, 36 minutes a night. Where are the Latrell Sprewell days where the dude's playing 43 minutes a night for 82 games? And, you just don't see it anymore.
Yeah, I see everything that you're saying about that. I will play a little bit of devil's advocate here and say that I think it's specific. We talked about it earlier, right? Like, I think the NBA, and Damian laid it out, they're trying to make this in-season tournament a thing, trying to get that paid for, essentially.
Yeah.
So I have no problem with them saying, we need you guys to play all these games, all these in-season tournament games, and we need you to play when we're on national TV. If you have some type of schedule, with your trainer or whatever, or the athletic department that has you sitting out a game that week, let it be Tuesday and not TNT Thursday. Like, you got to start playing those games. The other reason why I would push back a little bit on like, hey, just get out there and play, is because I think we all, and this is what they signed up for, so you sign up for what it is. But I think we all agree there's too many games. And the reason why they're not shortening the season is because nobody wants to give money up.
Yeah.
The owners don't want to give up money. The
Mhm.
players don't want to give up money. But we all agree there's no need to play 82 games and play 4 games in 5 nights and play 4 games a week. There's no need for it. You could put that down to 66 or 65 or whatever has them eligible to win these awards, and that could be the season. But nobody wants to do that because nobody wants to give any money back. So to just be like, hey, go play regardless, I wouldn't go that far. But I would say, hey, you need to work with us. Like, you guys can't just be sitting out all the time, especially on these national TV games and in-season tournament games.
Yeah, I mean, there's been enough players who just basically sit like that, and there's nothing. A team doesn't have recourse. Now the league has recourse. I think that's big. We had a couple of years ago where Karl Anthony Towns cleared every medical test possible and sat for another 30 games, and the T-Wolves sunk. Their entire season just went away, and they just kept saying, like, what do we do? Like, knowing people around that franchise, just like, I guess this is the new NBA. We just got to deal with it. He doesn't want to play. We're not going to have the ability to have him play. And, I think we can say the same thing. Like, Kawhi is like quietly sat out like most of the last 4 seasons. Like, of the last 4 seasons, what's he played? Like, maybe like 1.25 of a season. You're paying these guys a lot of money, but at the same time, it is about the fans. It's about the product that you're putting on the court. And if you're going to be a star-driven league, you can't have your stars just take days off and not show up for standard games because. And I do like some of it. There's always going to be some kickback. There's always going to be some sort of situation that you got to be mindful of. And I'd even say, like, if you look at like Kyle and I were talking about the Warriors and like their situation, because if you're an all-star or an all-NBA player in the previous 3 seasons, then this basically is you. This is what they're setting the rule for. Well, that's like the entire roster of the Golden State Warriors. They have a 35-year-old and above rule that's put in place. On top of that, they have a 34,000 minute for your career or 1,000-minute playoff like exemption. So there are ways to get around this for players who have put like an extreme amount of stress on their body. But there's something that Kyle brought up that I thought was very brilliant, because I think we're all thinking, like, look, this means so much in the regular season. You need to show up for a game here. You need to show up there. And his point wasn't that. It's like, hey, Chris Paul at 60 games going into the playoffs with 20 games off, and he might have some freshness to him if he's missed some time, if you've given him breaks and all that stuff. The fact that you're going to force players to play close to 82, okay, that means that your product in the playoffs could be diminished because they didn't get their rest during the season. And it's just another avenue of looking at this. And I thought it was really like astute point from Kyle that I didn't even look at it. Like, he's like, well, I think where the real value is going to be in the playoffs. I'm like, well, no one's going to sit in the playoffs. He's like, no, but if they were forced to play every night, especially in the last 10 games of the season, when, who knows what's going, they could already have their playoff spot sealed, and you're going to force a guy to go out and play as opposed to resting up for the playoffs. That's a big deal.
Yeah. I just don't know how you enforce it, Hammer. Like, I get like that, like everything becomes an investigation, right? I think that was a line that Bobby Marks used when he was describing these situations, where he used an example last year. He used the Golden State Warriors, where the Steph, Clay, Draymond played at home. Two nights later, they sat in Utah, all 3 of them. And he said that would trigger an investigation from the NBA. All right, like, hey, Clay got roughed up last game. We all saw it. It's on film. His ankle. I know he finished the game, but y'all know that. And Steph has a cold.
They're going to have to say something.
I don't know how it triggers an investigation. The NBA investigator comes around. What's going on here? Yo, Steph had a cold. What you want me to do?
Yeah.
I in theory, I like it, especially when it comes to late season tanking. It's what it is. They did everything they could to not use that word, but that's what we're talking about, late season tanking. And for the in-season tournament, because I recognize the importance of the in-season tournament. Like I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I think teams will buy into it. I think teams will buy into the in-season tournament. I'll be really curious to see what creative ways teams navigate that stuff at the end of the season. The Bradley Beal not playing for Washington, the Dame Lillard not playing in back-to-back seasons for the Portland Trailblazers. Because obviously this won't be the case this year. You got a Victor Wembanyama out there. Teams may just get fined. Find me. Like, I got a chance. I lose if I lose 3 out of my next 4, I got a better chance to draft Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Cool. What's that? Was it? It's 200. That's 1.5 million. Cool. Here's the check now. Get the hell out of my face.
I don't know if you looked at the fine. It's a tiered fine system. So it's something like, for the first time you get caught, it's 125,000. You get caught again, it's 250. You get caught a third time, it's $1 million more than your previous fine. And for every infraction after that, it's $1 million more than the previous fine from before. So it goes from 125 to 250 to 1.25 to 2.25 to 3.25, and it just keeps going up. And so if you got a team that maybe they get hit with like a
how much is Victor
game.
Wembanyama worth to you?
Take my $10 million. I don't care.
Well, but see, Victor isn't going to fit into this category because he hasn't made an All-Star team or an All-NBA appearance.
No, but what he would say was like last year. Like,
oh yeah,
how much is having the opportunity to draft Victor worth? It's probably more than $10 million.
I get you. My point would be the biggest loser in this whole entire thing is Paul George, because he's going to be looking over like, Kawhi, are you playing tonight? Because one of us has to play. And if you ain't playing again, it's me again? Like, how come it's always me, Kawhi?
Rock, paper, scissors in that Clippers locker room. Who playing? I think
y'all need to leave Paul George and Kawhi Leonard alone.
Well, they're really hurt too. Like, that's the other thing.
But they're not. They're recovering. What's the there's a term for it they use now.
Return to competitive play.
Is that what it is? Yeah,
return to competitive. Competitive conditioning. Return to competitive.
They've labeled it. It's become so normal now. They've labeled this thing.
It's like that season where every single Sacramento Kings player had gastroenteritis. Every one of them. Oh, everyone. You all got it.
Sounds like a Delta flight.
Sounds like a Kobe burger. Yeah.
Oh man. I think I really believe though that these rules are in place. I don't want to say only for perception, but I think that has a lot to do with it. And I think Adam Silver is in constant communication with the Players Association. Like, look, man, we're not going to get crazy with this thing unless you make us get crazy with it. Work with us. Like, if you have a bad foot and you need a night off or something like that, like, we understand. Like, we're not going to go crazy and be like, no, you were supposed to play. Like, we understand, but don't just do the blatant. Nothing's wrong with me. I'm just not playing tonight on this ABC Sunday game. Like, don't do that no more. Like, work with us so we don't have to go crazy. It's almost like how the dress code went, right? Like, people always talk about the dress code. They never really enforced that dress code after a while. They were just like, you guys can't come here with state property pants. Like,
well, it wasn't just that. And I believe it 100%, it mostly centered on Allen Iverson. Mm-hmm. Do you remember what Steve Nash used to wear?
Oh, Tim Duncan.
Steve Nash. I remember what Tim Duncan used to wear. Steve Nash would be out there like he just got done surfing. He'd have flip flops and like swim shorts on.
Yeah,
like, bro, what are you doing?
So did Tim Duncan. That was the funny thing.
When I got stared down by Russ at the Western Conference Finals, he looked like he was wearing like part of the Dare Elite campaign from Zoolander. And I'm like, what is happening, man?
You don't understand fashion, James. We're not going to.
A white T-shirt with holes in it, it's just not fashion.
Those are
no, that's fire.
as
That's
Anthony
fire.
Anderson would say, as Andre Johnson would say. Pause. Those are designer holes, James.
Yes.
Those are designer holes.
But on top of that, like nobody really got fined. I think the NBA was like, we're putting this in place. You guys just work with us. Don't have us looking crazy, and we won't like go crazy on fines and suspensions and all that other stuff. I think that's what the playing situation is going to be like.
Anyone want to guess the most games in a row that Paul George played last year?
8.
No. You're all wrong. So was Jesse. He played 16 of 17. That's obviously not in a row, but not late. 54 to 7. It's 19 games.
19 games in a row.
Mm-hmm. Now, Marvin, I think, was 23.
So,
The first,
and he did it once.
Yeah.
His first 3 years, the longest stretch was 23.
Kawhi.
That's 4.
Kawhi was 5. No,
Oh.
actually, check that. No, it was 5. Yeah. Well, it was actually 7 because he played the 5 games to end the regular season in the first 2 games of the playoffs. And then guess what happened?
Well, he clearly didn't take enough time off and wasn't healthy going into the playoffs. I think
His thing was so weird. He played game 1, didn't play game 2, which was here. Played game 3, and then missed like 10 straight games. It's so weird. Then he played 3 games and then missed 7.
See, that's what they're trying to avoid. I think that's what they're trying to avoid. Now, on the flip side, RIP, real quick, the whole just, hey, our doctors aren't seeing anything. You need to get out there and play. There is Kawhi with San Antonio. When Kawhi was like, yo, I don't feel right.
Yep.
They're like, our doctors aren't seeing nothing. Like, we don't know what you're talking about. It's like, I don't feel right. Like, I can't play. And I think that's what we have to be careful. Like, I don't want that to happen where they're telling you, like, I'm not right. And they're saying, no, you have to go play anyway.
Right. I'll say this. Go ahead, Hammer. Sorry.
Well, we also had this situation with like Ben Simmons where he like, hey, mentally, I can't do this.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets traded and we're all thinking, oh, he's going to go to Brooklyn and just start playing again. And it's like, no, I'm not ready yet. And then all of a sudden he started having back problems, which again can be stress induced and like a huge part of something else. And that's where I was like, oh, okay. Yeah.
I want to get this one last thing off because you mentioned Kawhi, which I had forgotten about what he went through in San Antonio. Anybody remember who the original coach to sit players on national television was?
Hall of Fame.
It was Greg Popovich, and he did it to be spiteful. He did it to be pissed off. And he's the one I've maintained this, and I believe this in my heart. What happened at the end of Kawhi Leonard's career in San Antonio ruined him. The fact that he had his coach and players questioning the legitimacy of an injury that he was trying to tell them he's not right. I'm not right. I'm not right. I think that has set in motion all of this load managing stuff that he does now.
Mm-hmm.
I just throwing that out there. We praise Greg Popovich a lot, but he deserves some criticism for some of the things that happen in the league right now. Hall of Fame coach, no doubt. Hall of Fame insider, James Ham right there. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We're going to head over to 102.5. We got a lot to do over there. If you want more sports talk, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Gigantes, they won.
Did they? Did you watch it?
I did.
They're making a run.
Yeah,
I don't think
they're not going to get me.
They'll blow it in the playoffs.
They keep dragging you back in.
He's the major league guy.
Then I'll be in the playoffs. Wild day.
Yeah. I knew it was going to happen the whole time. That's what you're going to be like, Kenny. And I know you.
I'm watching. I still watch. I watched them last night. I watch them all the time. I just don't believe it. I watch them.
So wait, did they win last night? Did they pick up
They
their
lost
fifth?
last night.
Oh, got it.
They won on a walk-off the night before, and then they won on a walk-off today. So they won 5 of 6, I think.
Yeah, they had won 4 straight.
Or no.
And then
Yeah,
and then they lost one last night. And then if they won today, then yeah. Yep. All right. You guys good?
Back.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We got a fun little show over at KSFM, so we're good.
Nice. Big shout out to the Chatty House, man. You guys have been amazing the last 2 weeks with me and Kyle. Like how I show up and I turn it on like 9:15 and there are already people in there. I don't know what is happening. I don't know. You guys are already chatting
man.
like
Yeah.
45 minutes before a show turns on. Like that's crazy. So thank you.
True.
We appreciate all of you. It's big. It shows our bosses that there's viability and things like that. So
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
all right. Well, I've got to go get on the phone and do some
Reporting?
investigating. Maybe something like that, but not quite.
All right. All
Yeah.
right, Hammer. We'll see you in the morning then, my man.
That sounds good.
All right. Thank you, sir. Oh, I didn't end the stream. Bye, guys.
See y'all.